here, but only one Dreepy, just a Dunsparce, a Monkey Dory to go with it. Dreepy is all in its lonesome. Can he get it some friends?
Double Buddy Buddy Poffin.
There it is.
Yet again.
The last card off of the 8 from the Lilies. That's beautiful. Going to just go through, see where the Dreepy are. Notice that one is prized, but you could work around just one prized. It's not the end of the game.
Yeah, especially if you're maybe wanting to fit in a Badoo of Andrew's own. And look at that powerful baby Pokemon hitting the bench with that Buddy Buddy Poffin. A third Dreepy off this other one.
The prophecy is Badoo.
Yeah. It's really interesting to see how this Dragapult mirror has evolved throughout essentially the last month. There's been so many tournaments each and every weekend. It's been kind of an embarrassment of riches of watching Pokemon and getting to see people play Pokemon. But if you go first or second in this matchup, it was a kind of highly contested debate for a while. And this weekend, it seems with the addition of the second Badoo in most lists, you're wanting to go second. And if you're playing Crushing Hammers, you also kind of want to go second just because, like we saw here, being able to just strip an energy from your opponent's Pokemon is pretty good. And
combo that with an Itchy Pollen for 10 damage and no items coming down. Justin's hand's not full of items at this point, but that means any Buddy Poffin or Pokepad are not going to be useful here. Going to go for the Crispin, thin that deck out a little bit, and then Recon Directive for what may be the most two important cards for Justin for this entire game. Does he get any kind of out to build his hand up next turn? Maybe another Recon Directive. He just needs to get something going so that this setup is not overshadowed by Andrew having all the pieces ready to go. Although we didn't get to see from Andrew any preemptive Pokepad or anything like that.
Yeah, no preemptive Pokepad. Well, and then also just no energy attachment. Or he had a retreat, yeah.
Off of the Recon, getting a Psychic Energy instead of a Moltres. Looks like going to just take this knockout, go aggressive on the Badoo. Maybe Unfair Stamp would be helpful right around now. Getting the Dawn off the prizes too. That's going to give him the out he needs to get more Dreepy and Dracloak pieces, potentially get more set up and survive, leaving your 2 energy Dracloak in the active. Your only Dracloak, your only draw resource. It's so vulnerable.
Now, this is a pretty good hand from Andrew's side of things. Has the Dark Energy on that Monkey Dory along with the Risky Ruins, and then Lily's Determination for 8 cards. Oh, not to mention there's also the Dunsparce in the active, ready to draw 3 more, and a Recon Directive. Now, with a Pokemon to bench, this Adrenabrain from Monkey Dory can just take the knockout on Badoo sitting on the bench with that 10 damage already.
That's right. With Risky Ruins in play, that's enough to put 2 damage counters down. As you said, enough to knock out a Badoo. Let's see if it happens. There's a Badoo. Does Andrew want to get another one? There it is. That does create a liability, but it's not the kind of liability you'd expect. Runaway Draw is going to draw 3 more cards. Let's see what the Adrenabrain does today.
Found a Pokepad, so Andrew can get another Dracloak. Probably going to Recon Directive before, just to try to maximize your outs of finding as many Dracloaks as possible.
You want to be able to draw cards consistently through the course of the game. Players are talking about being patient. You know, when you talk about whether you go first or second, you go patient. Patient is not first or second. Patient is whatever gets you more Dracloak in play.
What about Crushing Hammer? Is that any sort of patient found off that Recon Directive?
Not off Itchy Pollen, but Pokepad going to go for a Dracloak. Item lock is not on because of the Dracloak attack, so you use those items now. Might as well. I'm going to go through, look for a few more pieces, try to get the combo going. Andrew usually takes these games to set up as many of the Dracloak as possible before getting aggressive, unless pushed into a corner. And Justin's not really putting on much of a corner. It's just one scary Pokemon with a Crushing Hammer flipping heads. So it's no longer so scary because it's not charged up, and there's another fire in the discard. That's 2 fire energy down. We know a 3rd one is prized, so there's a 4th one lingering somewhere if Justin can get it.
The last Recon Directive. Andrew's hand is full of Psychic Energies and Ultra Balls.
Ultra Ball is going to come down, discarding a Dragapult and a Lilies. Going to search through that deck, looking for another Dracloak, not just jumping straight to the Dragapult. There's a plan.
So nice, he's going to do it thrice.
I wonder what kind of reconnaissance they're doing when they get the directive to do the recon.
A lot of looking and thinking.
Yeah. I mean, the amount of research that Dracloak has done in the last month alone.
No, research got rotated.
No. It's the reconnaissance.
Oh,
you know,
yeah.
they're compiling files. They're digging through the history of the game, and they're doing Itchy Pollen for another 10 damage.
Well, history of the game has been a lot of item lock, and I don't know. I love to see it.
It's a well-love effect on this Budu, which, unlike item lock decks of old, does not have a lot of bulk. It's easy to knock out a Budu, even if you're under item lock. Good balance. Recon director for a hammer or a Dusclops. Justin making sure it's gonna be a bit of a debate here.
That Dawn from the prizes will really help this hand out. There is also the Meowth EX to maybe find Lily's Determination.
That's true.
But Justin's only drawing 6.
With one Budu and one prize taken, yep. Going to go for the Dawn. Not going to go for, oh, wait. He's not committing yet. He's thinking about it. Okay, Dawn's coming down. Gonna grab a basic, a stage 1, and a stage 2. Expect to see more Dracloak.
You would hope. I mean there's only, what, 1 in the prize cards?
Yeah, you could get another Dracloak out. Easy peasy.
Maybe a Duskull, but it's a little bit risky getting Duskull on the bench this late in the game just because it does have 60 HP, so it's an easy Phantom Dive knockout.
And it's not like you're using Duskull for its attack.
Yeah.
It's not going to come and get you.
Yeah.
Oh, there it is. There is the Duskull.
Along with that Dragapult EX.
Unfortunately, without the fire energy, that's going to be a bit of a rough call. Going to recon directive, hopefully get another fire or a path to its 2 Ultra Ball.
Yeah, there's actually the Psychic in hand.
He needs a fire.
Yeah, exactly, yeah.
Maybe he could do what Andrew did last turn and double attach the Psychic and say, yeah, that's a fire energy. Pro players are doing it.
Has the Night Stretcher in hand, but under item lock cannot play that.
Duskull doesn't even have 60 HP because of the risky ruins. It's
True.
even worse. A single Phantom Dive would knock out both a Budu and a Duskull from the bench damage alone. Retreating into Budu, this is hard times. This is hard times for Justin.
It does save Justin from some Crushing Hammer shenanigans maybe on Andrew's turn, but Itchy Pollen back. No items for Andrew, but with 3 Dracloak on the bench, that Monkey Dory already powered up, and a Crispin to start things off.
He's not sure he's committing yet. Okay, Crispin is coming down. Another thing, too, about retreating the Dragapult there is if you take out the Budu with the Jet Headbutt, now all of a sudden you're opened up to Unfair Stamp. You will not be Unfair Stamped under item lock.
Yeah.
You didn't even take a knockout, but you're not going to be Unfair Stamped at all.
And again, we've been talking all day about these Dragapult lists, including a copy of Judge to help disrupt in certain circumstances of Genesect's Ace Nullifier or the item lock from Itchy Pollen. And Andrew is playing that one copy.
Grabbing a hammer and a Poképad off of the Recon Directives, unfortunately can't use them under item lock. There's, I think, a Boss's Orders and an Ultra Ball. Choosing the Boss's Orders, because what are you going to do with an Ultra Ball right now?
Nothing.
Not discarding, for sure. Energy is down, choosing to put another Psychic in play. Remember, Justin has Crushing Hammer, too, so those Crushing Hammers are not going to stop Andrew from getting set up because it's the same type of energy.
Yeah,
just
and
need a
then
step of fire.
Taking the knockout with Itchy Pollen, thanks to that Adrenabrain from Monkey Dory. Like you were saying, that means no Unfair Stamp is available for Justin this turn, and Andrew's board is a little bit safe. You can spread that energy like he did with both of those Dracloak having the Psychic energy.
Going to take a look at his hand, figure out what the options are. The Recon Directive here looks to be a tricky decision. Hasn't instantly locked in on the play of choice. Gonna take a moment. It's important when you're on this stage, when you're doing your stream match, to calm down, think through your moves, go through at the correct pace of play, but also to make sure you're not psyching yourself out. It's tough to be on stream, and these are players who are used to it. It's still scary.
Yeah, it is a whole different beast in the game of Pokemon.
Jet Headbutt gonna Ooh, wait a minute.
I think it was just a pass of the turn.
I think that was a pass.
Yeah. You
The
don't
Badu
want
being
to put
retreated. No.
you don't want to put damage into play for Andrew to be able to manipulate with Adrenabrain. So just the boss's orders on that Dracloak with no energy.
I mean, that's the only target. The Monkey Dory can retreat. The Badu can retreat. The other two Dracloak are scary. So it's a sad day when the only Gust target with the boss's orders is another Dracloak, the thing you're afraid of.
Andrew using the items as much as possible. Finally, not being Itchy Pollen.
Gonna go for the Monkey Dory. Monkey Dory off of that Pokepad. You could put some damage on it with Risky Ruins. That's something. You can't really take a knockout with it right now, but you can get close to a knockout on maybe that Duskull from another Adrenabrain. Recon Directive is gonna grab a Buddy Poffin. Buddy Poffin, second Recon Directive. Judge, or it looks like a Lily's gonna put the Lilies back. One more to go. Night Stretcher or Crispin, choosing Crispin.
Crispin is the avenue to potentially attack this turn.
Dunsparce picking up more damage. With 3 Recon Directive down, Andrew needs to make the most of what's in his hand, and it's not a small hand. You have plenty of tools to work with here. It's just which one are you going to choose?
Yeah, the thing that is worrisome is there's a lot of energy in hand.
Okay, attaching the Psychic Energy. Crispin could easily grab your Fire Energy, but for now, going to evolve to Dragapult. And a Crushing Hammer. We've seen this before.
Oh, we've
Heads.
seen that before, too. Another heads from Andrew gets rid of the Psychic Energy on that active Dragapult EX for Justin. And is able to actually take the KO thanks to boss's orders and the Adrenabrain and Jet Headbutt on the Dracloak. This is going to leave Justin with no draw power on the bench.
This is devastating if you're Justin Newdorf. Justin, do you have, I see, is that a Lily's?
It's a Lily's, but if Justin plays Lily's, he's not going to be attacking with Dragapult this turn. He's going to need a Crispin.
Jet Headbutt. No, he can't even repeat the play because there's no Monkey Dory and you can't attach a Darkness Energy and a Jet Headbutt Energy without a Crispin.
And would need a boss to go along with everything else. Now, Ultra Ball will be able to find something like a Meowth EX.
And there's no Rocket Watchtower in play. It's not like Justin's about to put one down.
Oh.
Instead, going to go for the Pheasantipity. The script will be flipped. If you need card draw, not many better choices than a Pheasantipity.
Yeah, it is the make it or break it for a lot of decks as the game goes on. The later the game is, the better Pheasantipity EX gets. And wow,
Whoa.
even has the Meowth EX. So Crispin is easily found. Those are 2 energies getting attached to that Dragapult EX in the active spot.
I don't know how I feel about that play because Andrew only has 4 prizes left. There's a situation here where they get taken off of the Duskull and the bench Dreepy, depending on how Justin takes these knockouts or doesn't.
Flip the script.
Monkey, Dusknoir, and a Lily's. Monkey Dory, nope, going for the Night Stretcher. Gonna pull something out. Can't attach a Dark Energy, but you can put down a Dracloak. That's gonna be relevant to prevent a 4-prize turn. Gonna Recon Directive, Dreepy or an Ultra Ball. Putting the Dreepy back. I think he's seeing the 4-prize problem. There's a Crushing Hammer. That's Tails. No, that's not what you want to see if you're Justin.
Now Justin has the decision to make. Ultra Ball in the hand, just to thin out as much as possible, but Phantom Dive is inevitable. Can spread out the damage as much as possible, but you could also just take the knockout on the Badu, put all the damage there, and kind of just leave the Dragapult EX in the active.
Okay, evolving into Dusclops. I would not expect to see using the Curse Blast right now. There's not much time left in the round either, so Justin is making sure that it's as difficult as possible to get that 4-prize turn. Unfortunately, with the damaged Meowth in play, it looks like, looks like Andrew doesn't see a path forward. They're fist bumping. It looks like Andrew has scooped the game, meaning that Justin will take this win. He's signing the match slip.
Yeah, to explain it for all y'all, it's actually the circle tie.
They had time left. Game winner.
Game winner, okay.
Whoa. We may be getting some interesting information Okay, it looks like Justin is conceding and has asked.
Applied with that fairy zone on the lily.
Oh, he's ready to just give up the game. It's over.
You've been patient. You've been waiting all this time, but you ready. You've been putting in that grind, so let's go. Champions are hard to find, but you know the goal when you're ready to shine. Have they heard of you? Then they know. You got your sights set on that road. If it's on the battle, then let's go. 'Cause you'll never stop. Show them what you got.
Looking at this final HP to deliver the finishing blow, and just like that, your Pokemon World Champion!
Show them what you got. Yeah, they already know. You got your sights set on victory road. Show them what you got. Yeah, they already know. You got your sights set on victory road.
He goes on the ice beam! Resetting the bracket and then winning it in game number 5.
Show them what you got. Yeah, they already know. You got your sights set on victory road. Show them what you got. Yeah, they already know. You got your sights set on victory road. Put your hands.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to Phase 2 of the Indianapolis Regional Championships. As you all know, there is a lot of Dragapult at this event, but there's an equal amount of players who think that they can take down that top deck in the metagame. So we've got a lot to cover. I can't wait to see how the Dragapults have converted into Day 2, how a lot of the Alakazams and Slowking, which is everyone's hope to take down that deck, has converted into Day 2. But
There's a lot of hope, Adam, but I think we're ready?
if we've got our players already down at the table, I don't see why there's any reason to waste time here. Let's just send it right over to the casting desk and get the action underway for you beautiful people at home. Let's go.
This weekend, the 2026 Regional Championships are bringing the electrifying action of the Pokémon trading card game to the global stage. Top trainers from across the world have gathered to compete for a share of over $125,000 in cash prizes, travel awards, and the all-important championship points that could secure their spot at Worlds 2026 in San Francisco, California. It's a two-day battle for glory. Trainers kick off the weekend in Swiss rounds, with each match being a best-of-3 showdown. To advance to Phase 2, trainers need to rack up total match points to exceed the threshold for their division. In Phase 2, the pressure intensifies as the remaining trainers face off in more Swiss rounds to determine who advances to the top cut. After all Swiss rounds are completed, the top 8 competitors, plus up to 8 additional competitors with the same number of match points as 8th place, will advance into an asymmetrical top cut single elimination bracket. Win, and you move on. Lose, and your journey ends. Only one trainer will rise above the rest to claim the title of Regional Champion. Who will etch their name into the history books this weekend? And who will punch their ticket to Worlds 2026 in San Francisco? Don't miss a minute of the action. Stay tuned all weekend long to watch the battles unfold live. To stay up to date on future Play Pokemon events, visit championships.pokemon.com.
Welcome back to the Indianapolis Regional Championships. I'm Mikela, this is Jeremy, and this is also round 11 of Swiss. Our players are getting ready to go. I'm looking forward to seeing some hot matches today.
Yeah, it is Indianapolis. It is Day 2. We're already in the swing of things for Phase 2, and these players are trying to make the top cut. Let's go ahead and take it down to the table. Now we have Josh Frink up against Evan Aguilar, and it is Joltik Mega Kangaskhan up against Dragapult Hammers.
You always love to see a new, fresh archetype on the scene. Josh has absolutely delivered. We are expecting a very exciting matchup today. When was the last time you saw Joltik and Kangaskhan together?
Yeah, I'm not sure if it was really paired that well. You had other attackers with the old Joltik box deck. And Josh has put on a show this weekend so far, an 8-1-1 record with this deck, using a lot of interesting cards.
Josh Frink is the 9th ranked player in the US and Canada region right now for championship points, with a lot of good finishes this year. 10th place at Houston, 3rd at Merida, 13th at Monterey, a 3rd place in Orlando Regionals in 2024. Currently 2-1-1 against Dragapult decks. Only loss of the tournament being to Justin Newdorf, who we saw yesterday briefly.
Yeah, playing the kitchen sink Dragapult. Let's go ahead and take a look at the prize cards.
Ooh.
You see the Team Rocket's Articuno with Team Rocket's Kangaskhan EX.
Oh.
That is the counter to Alakazam that Josh has decided to play this weekend. Not going to be needed in this matchup, but so probably best in the prize cards.
Agree. There's some good utility too versus Dragapult if you're using a lot of Team Rocket's Pokemon like that Team Rocket's Kangaskhan, but since it's in the prizes, it doesn't seem to be too impactful. But on the other hand, Evan has prized his Meowth EX. It's towards the bottom of the prizes, so good chance of getting it out off of an early knockout, but without access to that all-important supporter draw card, Evan might end up with a rough hand.
Now, both of our players are 8-1-1. That means you can maybe take a loss and still have a potential into ASIM, but here we are, round 11. Let's get into the action.
Joshua Frink going first, immediately going in with the Team Rocket's Transceiver. That's going to search for a Team Rocket supporter of choice. Going for the Rocket's Petrel. Can't use that turn 1 going first, but you can use a Proton, Team Rocket's Proton going first. That's just not what we're seeing. I don't think Evan knows what's in store at this point.
I think you kind of have to. At these top tables, a lot of these players are trying to check out what the other top players are playing, and when Josh is playing a deck like this, Kangaskhan, Bouffalant, Joltik box, the word gets around.
That's true. That does mean the 60 that he's playing is going to be a bit of a secret to Evan, unless someone has shared that list around, but this looks like a completely new innovation to me. I don't think Evan has tested this a lot, I would say.
I mean, that's kind of the benefit of playing a deck like this for a big tournament like a regional championship, is just the surprise factor. But after playing a couple of item cards to get some supporters, Josh just passes the turn with an energy on the Joltik. It's a little scary.
Yeah.
There could just be a Crispin bite from a Dreepy to finish this game 1.
Anytime you have a single basic with only 30 HP remaining, you have to be very careful of all those easy early attacks that are available to you. Looks like right now Evan is just getting set up with a Buddy Poffin, so nothing out on the field can knock out that Joltik immediately yet, but that's got to be the goal for this first turn, if at all possible.
This could be maybe the one instance where if the Meowth was in the deck, it could have been Buddy and then Ultra Ball for the Meowth for the Crispin 4 game. Other than that, Evan might just need to have it in hand, but with the way he is prize checking, I'm not too sure.
Going to go for the 2 Dreepy right now, at least going to set up the board state if you can't get that early knockout, and it's certainly not helpful for Joshua to only have 1 basic in play and have shown no ways to get more, although Team Rocket's Petrel can at least grab you perhaps a Ultra Ball or a Buddy Poffin, depending on what Joshua has available next turn. Evan, on the other hand, is no slouch at this game either. Evan having multiple incredible games this tournament. Best tournament so far has been a top 64, so this is a breakout performance. Evan is currently doing everything possible to make this stream game a good one.
Ooh.
And passing directly back over with an Itchy Pollen.
No supporter on Evan's side of things. I think maybe just a boss's orders in hand. A little bit rough to miss that pretty easy game win, but now I think there's going to be somewhat of a game with Josh.
Josh is shuffling up after that Team Rocket's Petrel. Oh, wait a minute. I think Evan just missed game.
Oh?
If he shows his hand again, he had access to Risky Ruins, Monkey Dory, and a Dark Energy.
Oh,
Combined with Itchy
that
Pollen, that would have been enough.
It's these slight variations in how to deal 30 damage. The Dragapult deck honestly can do it a lot.
Yeah. Let's make sure that is in his hand. It may not be what he actually has available. He may not have seen it.
Well, it doesn't matter now because Josh is starting things off with that Rockets Stadium to draw a couple cards after playing the Petrel.
And a Blood Moon Ursaluna coming down early just to make sure there's no easy game losses. Also going to be able to use Jolting Charge to attach energy. So even though Blood Moon Ursaluna is more of a late game attacker, you can power it up with 5 energy in this early game and perhaps start using it to take prizes.
Never the best because it takes a turn to reset that Blood Moon attack, but you got to do what you got to do. Evan having that to Dunsparce right away. No supporter, but at least gets to draw 3 cards.
Going to go through. Runaway draw, extremely strong in any stage of the game, and certainly when your hand is not full of good supporters, it's the time to use it. There's no need to save it when you need different resources. There's the Risky Ruins. That's rough. There are energy in Evan's hand, so there's some choices available to continue to set up, but I don't see a Dracloak yet. Without a Dracloak, Evan is going to struggle with this early game.
Is that a Crispin draw off of the Dunsparce?
Yep.
A little awkward turn. Turn too late.
Yeah, very close. Crispin will be able to set up an attacker, but you need an attacker for that to make sense. So for now, it looks like the plan is to just keep energy flowing on Evan's side of the board, keep using Itchy Pollen, preventing the use of item cards. That way, Joshua can't get set up much more than he already is.
A big card to find here on this turn would be those Dracloak, just to not only draw cards with Recon Directive, but to get that stage 1 in play just so you can attack with Dragapult EX on the following turn. No rare candy in Evan's list.
Bumping the stadium with Risky Ruins means there's no extra draw from the Rockets Factory, and Itchy Pollen over to Joshua.
No stage 1s for Evan off of that hand, and a little awkward. This slow start from Josh might help out.
Going to bump the stadium again. The stadium wars are alive and well. These players are making sure the field works for them before it works for their opponent. There's a Latias EX as well. That's free retreat with the Skyliner ability. Is that going to be combined with an attack or Cypher Maniac first? Cypher Maniac first. It's going to put 2 cards to the top of Joshua's deck. If there's a Mega Kangaskhan anywhere that could draw them, I don't see any draw options for Joshua right now.
Yeah, that's usually the combo, is to stack a couple cards on top of your deck and use Run Errand to put them right into your hand. But with the way Josh has had this game go, it's been a little awkward. Is there even an energy for the Blood Moon to actually attack?
I guess you could use Jolting Charge again.
But if you use Jolting Charge, you're shuffling those cards with the Cypher's Maniac back into the deck.
That's true. Unfortunately, Budu does not have a lot of HP, but Joltik doesn't do any damage. You need an attacker in play. It's not like Latias is charged up to do anything. We're going to maybe see another pass.
Yeah, and with the Team Rockets Factory, that cannot draw cards because Cypher Maniac's code breaking is not a Team Rockets supporter.
Still worth getting rid of the Risky Ruins just in case. You never know if your opponent is going to be able to put down Monkey Dory next turn and all of a sudden chain knockouts on both the Joltik and perhaps the Blood Moon Ursaluna. There's the energy.
So Josh is opting just to take the big knockout on a Budu. Hope that there's not another one on the following turn and use that precious trolley that he stacked on top of his deck with that supporter.
The secondary effect of Blood Moon Ursaluna's attack prevents it from attacking on the next turn. So Joshua will need to retreat and then replace that Blood Moon in the active in order to chain these attacks. But a prize has been taken. The gauntlet's been thrown down. Can Evan respond? Looks like the first move here is maybe an Ultra Ball, still considering if that's the play. Yep, there's the Ultra Ball. I would expect to see a Dracloak.
You would hope so. I mean, if you're not getting Dracloak, you're not playing this game.
Gonna shuffle up. Maybe Recon Directive can get a Lily's Determination. There's a Dunsparce and a Night Stretcher. Going to put the Night Stretcher back. That Dunsparce at least is an out to drawing some cards. The manual attachment of the Dark followed by picking up Budu. We're going to retreat with the Dark Energy, get Budu down, and Itchy Pollen. Evan's setup is just not quite there. At least gets the Dunsparce down. That's another out to draw. Joshua has to respond this turn with another attacker or a retreat and switch back in. Top deck of the Precious Trolley, but you can't use it.
Yeah, the planned top deck with that Cypher Maniacs. Just unfortunate circumstances for Josh here. Early Itchy 410 is just unimaginable when you're playing a deck that utilizes Precious Trolley.
Can't do anything right now with the way the board is set up.
Second Dracloak, I think another Crispin?
Let's see. There's another recon directive choosing to put the Ultra Ball back down. Hand is full of the Pokepad. Going to go for the Pokepad. I think we may see the Dunsparce. There it is.
Great way to get rid of the boss's orders stall option that Josh is hoping to stick for a turn, and the Dunsparce able to reset this Badoo or potentially a Dragapult depending on these 3 cards.
Let's see. Psychic Ultra Ball and a Crushing Hammer. Ultra Ball could get us there. Depends on what discards are available, though. I mean, there's also a Dragapult in the hand. Let's not forget about that.
That's pretty good.
Let's not forget about that. The shuffle back in with the runaway draw. Promotes the Badoo instead. Looks like choosing not to go aggressive. With only 2 recon directive available. Makes sense.
It also is free retreat, so just put it in the active. You can decide later as well. Crispin, remember, energy already attached for the turn to retreat that Dracloak, so the second one just going into the hand.
Having the Darkness energy around could be useful anytime a Monkey Dory ends up in hand as well. Evan is just going to go through, see what's available. Maybe going to see that Ultra Ball?
The hand is a little awkward for Evan here.
There's the Ultra Ball.
Now it is just what? Dark Energy Dragapult EX, but already attached to Dark for turn, I believe.
I don't think he retreated the Dracloak this turn because of the Dunsparce. I think he's good.
Oh, yeah.
And then
that was last turn.
Yeah. And he goes in with the Phantom Dive. Gonna put 6 damage on the Latias. Not going to take the knockout on the Joltik. But that wasn't Itchy Pollen. Items are finally available.
That is right. That means this precious trolley gets even more precious for Josh here.
Certainly would be a good time to set up more basics. Gonna think through the turn, set it down, and Joshua's gonna show us quite an interesting bench setup here. I'm looking at the list, and there's just so many good options to choose from. Unfortunately, some of them are in the prizes. Evan is not playing the Dust Noir version, so that prized Psyduck is not a problem right now, where it normally would be. Going to go for 2 Bouffalante and the Mega Kangaskhan EX.
The normal main attacker for this deck. It's not every game that you're going to start off with Blood Moon Ursaluna EX with 5 energy.
You may also notice that Bouffalante is a little bit unusual. There are 2 in play. Bouffalante's ability Curly Wall. As long as you have 1 other Bouffalante in play, all of your basic colorless Pokemon take 60 less damage. The other Bouffalante doesn't have the same ability, but it doesn't need to. It has a couple of different attacks, a little bit of a different HP, but it's still named Bouffalante, so no questions about it. There will be 60 less damage going to all these basic colorless Pokemon on Josh's side of the field.
A lot of the kind of Curly Wall Mega Kangaskhan decks before pre-rotation, a lot of people were just playing 3 of the Curly Wall Bouffalante, but it is a really cool innovation. So yeah, I don't actually need 3 of these. They don't really attack that well, and this Bouffalante can actually put in a lot of work in the format.
Gonna go through, take a look at the hand. Plenty of energy in hand. You could start setting something up, but Joltik is your main setup Pokemon, so without TM Turbo energizing the format, Joltik is the next best thing, really.
Hyper Potion, or Super Potion.
Super Potion.
Yeah. It is an item that you don't usually see too often in the format, but it heals 60 from one of your Pokemon, and then you discard an energy. It's not really too big of a detriment when your Pokemon have like 5 energy on them.
Yeah, why not? Every knockout that Evan takes is just going to make it easier to attack with Blood Moon Ursaluna. No concern whatsoever. And you don't need to pay those energy for retreat costs because of Latias. So it synergizes well with the remainder of the game. Perhaps you could even pick up those energy from the discard.
It's kind of like the 5th and 6th copy of Jumbo Ice Cream.
Indeed. Evan on the other side, using those recon directives, Risky Ruins, and another card. It was a bit quick. I didn't quite catch it. There's a Lily's Determination. That's why.
Ooh, and this is also why Evan did not take a prize on the Joltik last turn to maximize this supporter for the full 8 cards.
Evan has had a bit of a rough time getting basics and Dracloak in play, so this is a very welcome supporter in hand. It's another reason why that prize Meowth is so relevant. When he had that Ultra Ball, he couldn't go searching for the Meowth for the Lily's Determination.
Yeah.
Instead, going to have to just get it off the top deck, get it off the draw, get it off the recon. There it is, 8 cards.
Buddy Poffin, Dreepy, to Dunsparce don't even need the buddy at this point.
Plenty of basics to work with. Going to put the Dunsparce down as well as the Dreepy, fuel the rest of this game. This is finally a scary board setup for Evan. There's plenty of tools available to draw, move damage. There's even Itchy Pollen available if you late game need that. But what is he going to do with this turn?
Going to be forced to attack into the Joltik. Never what you want to do, but getting some damage in play is still going to be beneficial.
That's the rough thing. If Risky Ruins had been in play, perhaps that bench Dunsparce and Dreepy could have fueled up Monkey Dory to use Adrenabrain to knock out the Joltik. That's just not available because of the Team Rocket's factory. This is why matching your opponent's stadiums is so important.
Yeah, even though that factory is not doing anything, it still does a lot of work.
Phantom Dive.
2 Risky Ruins in the list, too.
Yep. 6 damage counters onto the Blood Moon Ursaluna. It is getting closer and closer to knocked out. Another Phantom Dive would get rid of the main attacker on Joshua's side of the board, except there's now another one. Kangaskhan all charged up, ready to go. Going to run errands, check for cards, look at that ice cream.
Such a beautiful full art, too.
Right?
Like, imagine having that ice cream in your hand.
It's going to heal 80 damage from an active Pokemon, so you cannot use it on the Ursaluna right now unless you promote it to the active. Rocket's Petrel, grabbing another ice cream. We're going to say you could knock out one, but you can't knock out the other one, especially with the extra damage boofer from the Curly Wall.
Yeah. Honestly, retreating into the Blood Moon here seems kind of good. You're going to heal 160 damage, get 240 damage on the Dragapult. You're not really going to get the one-hit knockout anyway unless you flip 3 heads, 2 with the Gravity Mountain in the hand.
And with the Joltik being knocked out last turn, Blood Moon Ursaluna does not need additional energy to attack. It's already charged up.
Yo.
That season scalability, decreasing the cost of the Blood Moon attack. There it is. There's the retreat, just like you were saying. There's the ice cream. Double ice cream heals 160 damage. Look at Evan. He's seeing, oh no, how am I supposed to get through this? It may look like he's so close to a knockout because there's only 210 HP, but because of the 60 damage being reduced by Curly Wall, that's effectively 270.
Evan seems lactose intolerant from the body language here.
It was not a soft serve.
No. Getting the 240 damage ready for that Blood Moon attack. And the game seems to maybe have turned around for Josh. Could have ended spectacularly on the first turn of the game for Evan, but now it seems to be a pretty good back and forth.
Evan going through with the runaway draw, sees a Crushing Hammer. That could be relevant to get rid of some of the energy off the Kangaskhan. Problem is there's just a lot of big HP Pokemon to work through. Evan is going to have to fight very hard for these remaining 5 prizes. The good news is that Kangaskhan is a 3-prize Pokemon, so if he's able to prize map his way to a knockout of this Blood Moon Ursaluna, then on the Mega Kangaskhan, that would be enough to close out the game.
Just digging for those knockouts, that's going to be the problem.
True. Monkey Dory is available now that there's damage on this active Dragapult. The problem is this Dragapult is very close to being knocked out, and Monkey Dory doesn't heal it enough to keep it sustained. So Evan is going to have to get another Dragapult in play, which means that's one less Recon Directive available. Perhaps some kind of hand disruption could be relevant.
It is interesting. Evan's going for the Dragapult EX. Maybe there's another Dracloak in hand to evolve that Dreepy, but you really want to have access to a Recon Directive on at least every turn of the game.
Looks like right now, going to take a look at the hand.
Maybe saving the evolution, which would be smart.
Okay, that's one Recon Directive. Can we evolve the other Dreepy and get a second one? There's a Monkey Dory coming into play. Getting the Dark Energy to the top of the discard pile. There is a Night Stretcher. Going to have 2 Monkey Dory. That's certainly not a welcome sign if you are Joshua looking to avoid getting damaged.
Evan now being able to retreat and potentially heal off this Dragapult in a couple turns with double Adrenabrain.
Going to put the 60 onto the Latias EX. That could be setting up a future knockout with either Phantom Dive or these 2 Monkey Dory. Evan has plenty of options to take this game. They all start here. with a Phantom Dive. Oh, Crushing Hammer. That's a Tails.
Now it's a Phantom Dive. Had to get in the item card real quick.
60 damage from the Phantom Dive going straight to the Latias. Latias is not long for this match. Unless, I mean, you can't really Jumbo Ice Cream it. There's no energy attached to it.
I mean, you can at least prevent the Monkey KO by using Boss's Orders to take out the Dragapult with damage.
That's true. They go with a Poke Gear for now. Hopefully get that Boss's Orders that we're looking for. I don't see any support. There's a Rocket's Petrel. That's unfortunate. Kind of signals that Boss's Orders may not be available. And you can't use Team Rocket's Petrel to search for the Boss's Orders because it itself is a supporter.
There's one tucked away in the prize cards. One was used early on. Still 2 in the list. And Josh's hand has not really been disrupted too much in this game.
That's true. We do still have access to run errands, I believe. That's another 2 potential cards. Joshua may need to work the hand down a little bit thin through the deck. Is that a Cypher Maniac?
Yeah, all right, Cypher Maniac's code breaking. Going to be able to search for 2 cards. Mist Energy can protect the Blood Moon Ursaluna on the bench at least.
And the Latias. That means,
well,
it can't protect it from the Monkey Dory,
yeah.
but...
So Josh can at least save this Blood Moon from getting knocked out from a Phantom Dive on the following turn.
Looks like those are the 2 cards. Just needs to make sure those are the final selections. Shuffle up the deck, put them on top, and use run errands. Joshua's no stranger to this combo. It clearly has been working for the rest of the day. Ooh, gonna swap out that Mist Energy for a Monkey Dory of his own.
Monkey Dory also has the potential to do the same kind of math saving on this Blood Moon Ursaluna. Granted, Evan can just focus the Adrenabrains down on the Blood Moon to go along with the Phantom Dive.
I think Evan has identified a different prize map to win this game, taking 2 knockouts on these 2 prizer Pokemon, followed by 1 on maybe this Monkey Dory, because it's not protected by Curly Wall.
I think anyway, it's still getting knocked out by Phantom Dive. 200 damage is a lot of damage.
Super Potion coming down. That's going to heal 60 damage off of the Blood Moon Ursaluna. I believe you have to discard the energy in order to
so the way Super Potion is worded is you heal the damage first and then you discard an energy. So in Pokemon, you do as much as you can. So you heal that 60 damage and then go to discard an energy. Oh, there's no energy? All right, well, you healed the 60 damage anyway.
That's why Evan picked up the card just to check it. Yep. There's a flip on a Tails.
Oh, Monkey actually Adrenabrain to save the Latias EX. So only 90 damage on that. Valuing the Skyliner free retreat over the Blood Moon as an attacker.
Josh will look to have all these Pokemon on the verge of being knocked out. All of a sudden, there's massive healing going on this turn. Incredible deck.
That's what happens when you play 6 cards that heal damage. You have Monkey Dory as well. It really is a true tank deck.
Unfortunate that Rapid Fire combo was not able to stack more damage than 200, but certainly nothing to sneeze at either.
Yeah, flipping heads is hard sometimes, unless it's called Crushing Hammer, you know?
That's true. Well, we're not sure about that now. We're not sure about that now. Looks like Evan is debating the next choices. Monkey Dory still available, but 2 damage Dragapult is a whole lot scarier when your other Dragapult piece is still a Dreepy. It hasn't even evolved into Dracloak. There's no energy attached. A lot of energy has already been committed to Evan's side of the board. So a Crispin may not be available depending on how the rest of these turns go.
And this is what you were saying with the prize mapping. Boss's Orders bringing up that Monkey Dory, not only getting rid of the potential Adrenabrain heal on the next turn, but this is that one awkward prize card you need to take before knocking out the Blood Moon and Latias.
Looks like Kangaskhan is not going to be knocked out this game if Evan gets his way. Going to put the Phantom Dive damage counters onto the Blood Moon Ursaluna, taking it to barely 10 HP remaining. Oh, they're checking the math there.
Yeah, so just 10 damage from the Phantom Dive, and then, right? Or no, there was 190 on the Blood Moon.
They're checking.
Yeah, it was 190 on the Blood Moon, so double Adrenabrain would knock it out. Is that 190? No, that's math. Hard.
Let's see. They're going back to check it themselves.
It does look like 30 went on the Latios, 30 went on the Blood Moon. So that means there's 220 on the Blood Moon left. So 2 would have to go there, and then the other 4 remaining would go on the Latios. At least that's what Evan was planning.
You think? Looks like they're going to take a moment to make sure the math is good. That's important, you know.
Well, it really depends, too. If Evan just goes to a double Adrenabrain, the Blood Moon, that takes a knockout before attacking, then you get to see some prize cards.
Right now, it looks like maybe there was a misunderstanding when the Adrenabrains were used.
Yeah.
Okay, so it looks like both players are trying to figure out what the number was beforehand. I think our judges will be able to piece this together for us. In the meantime, how do you feel about this board state for Evan?
I mean, it's fine. You can close out the game with the boss's orders on the next turn. You already have a Dragapult set up. I think the thing that's actually really helping him out is the double Monkey Dory with a ton of damage in play already. When you're just Phantom Diving for 260 damage on the bench, that's still really good. But when you're able to do 200 plus 60 plus 60, that's amazing.
The other aspect, too, of this Adrenabrain play, regardless of where that damage is going, there's also where it came from. Evan chose to move the damaged Dragapult from the back rather than from the front to make sure that back one is more likely to heal, and once it's placed in the active, when the active one currently is knocked out, it has a lot more HP, rather than moving it off of the one in the active and trying to prevent that from being knocked out.
Yeah, right now it has 200 HP left, but if it stays on the board for the next turn, double Adrenabrain means it is out of range of a Tails on that Mega Kangaskhan's Rapid Fire combo.
Rapid Fire combo dealing 200 with an extra 50 per heads flip, flipping until you get Tails. It can one-shot, one knockout any card in the game if you flip a lot of heads.
Yeah.
The odds of that are low.
They have to be in a row, too. Flip until you get Tails. Although we've seen some crazy rapid-fire combo flips throughout this season so far.
That's true. Joshua may be adding another one to the tally, depending on how this works out.
All right, yeah, so 190 on that Blood Moon Ursaluna. There's 90 on the Latios. The double Adrenabrain is spreading the 60 from the Dragapult, 30 on to both Pokemon, or no? Yeah.
Have they rewound?
They rewound
okay.
back to 4 damage, so
now that's both Adrenabrain on to the Blood Moon Ursaluna.
60
and he's declaring the
goes
Phantom
on,
Dive.
so there's 10 left on the Blood Moon.
Okay. That looks like it's been sorted out, and the remainder is going on to the Latios.
When I started playing Pokemon, I got away with it because I told my parents it's how I was learning math. And look at me now.
Damage has certainly increased over the years. I remember when 240 HP was considered a little too high to start
unattainable,
knocking out.
you know?
Yeah.
That Wailord is sticking around a while. Now you got a 300 HP Mega Kangaskhan EX that reduces 60 damage.
Why not?
Yeah, why not?
Why not?
Wobbuffet.
There's a Terra Pikachu EX in hand. I don't think we're going to see much of that this game, especially with Monkey Dory available. But, you know, beautiful card. Love the art.
It's a really cool and interesting inclusion in a deck like this. But it's really for something like that Mega Lucario matchup.
Going to Pokegear, get a Crispin out of the deck. Doesn't look like there's anything you want to be Crispining to, but that does thin the deck down. So if there are resources you're searching for, easier time getting them. I think Joshua may want a Boss's Orders here.
Yeah, Boss's Orders bring up that Dragapult EX would be great, but the board state is really just in a losing position. With another Monkey Dory.
With so many prizes taken and only 2 remaining to grab, Evan may still come out on top of this game despite those early turns. Going to go for a Dark and a Metal energy onto the Kangaskhan. You may be wondering why there's an extra energy attached to the Kangaskhan.
Why not? Got to prepare for those crushing hammers, if and any at all possible. And
There's the boss's orders. Immediately showing it going to game 2. Evan will let nothing stop him, going to proceed to take the win against this Kangaskhan deck. Joshua is going to have a hard time with this list if that Itchy Pollen happens again.
Yeah, and it just goes to show how powerful Badoo has become in this format yet again, and the fact that Evan did not find Dracloak and really just chose to go with Itchy Pollen.
Wasn't enough to be a problem. With a deck with so many different disparate basics that cannot all be searched out with Buddy Buddy Poffin, Precious Trolley is an incredibly important part of Joshua's setup, and it just was not available this game. It was in hand. You had Sight for Maniacs, you had plenty of access to it, if items were allowed.
Let's take a look at the replay. Again, it was that early Itchy Pollen, but no Dracloak in play for Evan. Just having to, yet again, Itchy Pollen. But then Dragapult EX finally hits the board, taking a knockout on the Joltik after Josh took a turn off to charge up that Mega Kangaskhan EX. And this is where the damage started to flood, where another knockout on the Monkey Dory and that Blood Moon Ursaluna EX, setting up that Latias EX to get knocked out on the following turn with that boss's orders. And now we are going on into a game 2 where both of our players have just over 20 minutes left to finish this match.
Enough time for a good game 2. Let's see. Hopefully, both players have a Pokemon that is low HP and do not make any mistakes. Last game, there was a chance that it could have ended on turn 1. That could easily happen again.
Yeah.
For either side. That's the downside of Buddy. If it's your only starter and you have no other search cards in your hand, you could lose the game.
To a Bouffalant, yeah.
Absolutely not. Absolutely
Imagine
not.
2 for 40, KO the lone Badoo in the active.
Next game.
Oh, Badoo in the active spot.
Let's see what Joshua has as well.
Oh, it's the wrong Bouffalant.
Not this time.
There's a couple basics in hand. By a couple, I mean 2 Dreepy and a Buddy Buddy Poppin'. What a hand from Evan.
Evan going first because Joshua seems to have chosen to go second. Going second in this case may allow you to Crispin and attack early turn 1. Maybe that was the win condition. Also allows you to use Joltik. So
yeah, one of the namesakes of the deck, hopefully, to charge up those big colorless Pokemon to attack on the following turn. But as has been the case in history with Joltik and like Joltik Box and everything, you kind of have to take that turn off to start charging things up.
Mm-hmm. And Evan's prizes on the right here, unfortunately prized the Pheasantipity EX towards the top. That means for most of this game, the script will not be flipped on Evan's side of the board. That could be relevant. Otherwise, the prizes are not too bad. 1 energy Psychic, 1 energy Fire is not pleasant, but those are certainly attainable in the early game prizes. Evan looks to have a decent setup. On the other side, Joshua's prizes, there is 1 Bouffalant in the prize, a Mist Energy, and 1 Joltik. Other than that,
Ooh.
Look at that.
Top deck of the Team Rockets Petrol to find that Precious Trolley. And Josh now going second. There is no item lock from Evan's side of things, and this deck is now finally fully unlocked.
We're going to be able to get any number of basic Pokemon and put them straight onto the bench, but also check those prize cards and see what is missing. Joshua is assembling the entire game with 1 Precious Trolley at this point. Bouffalant, Kangaskhan, Latias, Joltik, Monkey Dory. No lack for resources here. Going to be able to scoot on back. Almost put a light ball down, but there's no Pikachu EX in play. Don't need that yet.
It is pretty funny because I have been walking the floors during our rounds off, and I'll go and watch Josh's games for a little bit just because, you know, very interesting deck in this format. A lot of the times, that light ball, it finds its way home on that Latias EX.
Really?
Just in matches you don't need it, and you saw Josh almost do it there, but Pikachu can take a knockout on Dragapult with that light ball.
That's true. And then putting the light ball on the Latias on games where you don't expect to need Pikachu means that it's not a card you can shuffle in with, say, a Lilies or a Judge or a Unfair Stamp.
Yeah.
Just getting it out of play. That's a good idea, especially because you're not going to use any other tools on Latias.
Yeah, you don't need an air balloon Latias EX.
Nope. On the other side of the field, Evan going through with a recon directive. These players are flying through after that jolting charge. The clock is ticking for Evan to get maybe some crushing hammers in play, maybe some more pieces in play just to prevent Kangaskhan from spiraling out of control and taking prize after prize after prize.
Again, though, the thing with Crushing Hammer, this Kangaskhan has 4 energy thanks to that jolting charge. So Evan would need at least 2, and both of them to be heads to try to make any sort of change on this board.
Does this remind you of when Mega Absol, Mega Kangaskhan just debuted? It's another Mega Kangaskhan deck that's a little bit off the beaten path. But here it is in phase 2. It's doing well. We've seen from Joshua there are a lot of complex plays you can build with this whole list working together in tandem. There's too many different combos to call it a straightforward deck. I think that's what it seems like to me.
It's definitely a great innovation in this Dragapult world of a format. If you can't beat him, join him, and Josh thinks he can beat him.
Going to Ultra Ball here, going for more Pokemon. For the Dunsparce, it looks like Evan is prioritizing the draw this turn, make sure that setup is very strong, particularly when you know your opponent is about to start attacking. There's the Runaway Draw, there's a Pokepad, going to shuffle them both back in with Runaway Draw and grab out a Pokemon without a rule box. Going for the Dracloak, that's 3 Dracloak, that's a 3rd Recon Directive, that's 6 cards that Evan can see per turn.
It's pretty good.
Compared to Joshua only being able to get 2 off of Run Errands, oh yeah.
Maybe the potential 4 with that Team Rockets factory, but yeah, this is the ideal turn 2 setup for a Dragapult player. Evan has been playing it wonderfully. There is the Itchy Pollen for 10 damage, no item cards, but that Precious Trolley was already used, yeah.
Joltik is well known for thriving in these item lock formats because you don't need any items to attach a single energy and go.
Boss's orders.
Ooh. Boss's orders could target any of those Dracloak down. Probably the one with energy first. Energy on the Monkey Dory as well. Joshua has quite the setup going. Light Ball on the Latias, just like you were talking about. There's the knockout. The clock is ticking for Evan with only 2 Dracloak, no energy in play. We need to see a Crisp in this turn in order for an attack that's not named Jed Headbutt to come out for Evan.
Or Itchy Pollen, too.
That's true. We could see Itchy Pollen.
But I think if we're seeing Itchy Pollen here, we're going to probably move to a game 3.
Evan would be well behind on tempo if the Badu is attacking here. Crushing Hammer, that's off the screen. We're going to need it again. Heads. Discarding the energy from the Monkey Dory, recognizing that there's 4 on this Kangaskhan. That's too many to remove with just 1 Crushing Hammer. There's the Crispin.
All right, this hand is not that bad from Evan. I believe there's the Unfair Stamp to go along with this Dragapult.
We've heard from Dragapult players, you stack threats on top of each other. There is the Unfair Stamp. That Dragapult is very scary right now. That could be 3 prizes from the Kangaskhan if you're able to attack 2 turns in a row into it. Joshua is going to need to see what the 2 cards are off the top plus the additional draw.
It's just so oppressive. The Crushing Hammer heads, the Dragapult attacking, and the Unfair Stamp to go along with it after your opponent drew, what, like 10 cards in the turn?
Only thing you could really wish for is maybe a Boss's Orders, but once you use Crispin, that is now locked out of your option pool. I'm going to take a look at this hand. There's a Meowth to continue to...
Oh, Buddy Poppin' is so good. That Dunsparce was shuffled back in, drawing 3 cards. Oh, let's get it again.
And a Dreepy as well. Going to make sure that the lack of Dracloak in play can be fixed next turn. Look at these arts. They're so gorgeous.
It is really nice, and I'm glad they kind of kept the artwork from the Dragapult EX into the Dreepy and Dracloak, but it's seeing a lot of play in this format, and Phantom Dive, only 140 on the active thanks to that curly wall from the Bouffalant on the bench, but the 60 damage to the bench is going to be a lot better.
Joshua only has 4 cards in that discard pile. Evan checking which they are, splitting the damage counters between the Latias and the Monkey Dory, making it more likely that Joshua cannot move all the damage counters off at once. Wants to definitely move one of them off of Latias. That way you can't one hit knock it out with Phantom Dive. But if you move the damage off the Monkey Dory instead, you get the benefit of 3 damage counters. So creating a trade-off that Joshua has to decide between with his own Monkey Dory. Cypher Maniacs.
This can fetch double jumbo ice cream to heal off that 140 damage on that Mega Kangaskhan EX.
3 or more energy are attached. That's enough to trigger the effect. Kangaskhan is getting some dessert, looks like. That's the first pick. Will we see a second one? 140 is not the same as 160. That's the maximum you can heal with 2 jumbo ice cream. Doesn't matter, though. Going from 140 damage to 0, certainly appealing. You just want to make the most of that card when you have it, because heals, despite Joshua playing so many of them, are limited. You can't recover them from the discard pile.
And it's always risky leaving damage on board against a Dragapult EX deck, because Monkey Dory, Risky Ruins can come down out of nowhere.
All it would take is a single Monkey Dory to knock out that Joltik, move Evan to maybe a 3, 4, or 5 prize turn, depending on the remaining state of the board. Evan may be going for a complete 6 prize turn, if you really think about it. Not in this turn, but in the coming turns, which is now going to be prevented thanks to healing off the Kangaskhan. Looks like he's also assembling the damage counters for the rapid fire combo.
Josh taking a prize with that Adrenabrain on the Badoo.
Bye-bye, Badoo. There's the first flip, Tails. Rapid fire combo will deal 200 damage.
And I think, yeah, not using the jumbo ice cream cones at all.
No, he used one.
Oh, no, that was the Adrenabrain.
That was the Adrenabrain? You're so right. Wow. So Kangaskhan with 190 HP left, you might think is about to get knocked out by the 200 damage Phantom Dive, but Curly Wall, just like you were talking about, is going to make that impossible.
The reason is Run Errand was used at the start of the turn. So the ice cream cones are stuck at the top of the deck. So next turn can heal off the damage, but just unfortunate way of how the turn was sequenced.
No Team Rocket's Factory either. There's so many ways to get those 2 cards off the Cypher Maniacs code breaking. I just assumed.
Well, it still can survive a hit from Phantom Dive. Remember, it's doing just 140 damage thanks to that Curly Wall.
That's not enough to deal 190. Even with another Monkey Dory in play, you would need 2 from Evan in order to bridge that gap and take the 3 prize knockout on the Kangaskhan this turn. That would require a Crispin, 2 Monkey Dory, and 2 Darkness Energy. I don't think it would happen.
It would definitely take a lot of cards, but Evan can see a few, both Recon Directives. Maybe there's Ultra Ball in hand, Pokepad, Meowth EX. So Evan has a lot of options.
We're going to use that Pokepad looking for the Dunsparce instead. Going to build the combo rather than go for the double Monkey Dory play. Evan has a lot of options available. There's a lot of damage on Joshua's board already. We know there's a Meowth. That could go grab a Boss's Orders to get rid of Latias, and all of a sudden there's a mobility problem on Joshua's side of the board. Really just depends on which supporter will be committed to here. Runaway Draw is going to get 3 more cards. Is it enough to assemble Evan's ideal combo? There's a Crushing Hammer. There's a Buddy Poffin.
Another thing, too, with the Adrenabrain healing that Mega Kangaskhan EX, the 50 damage on the Monkey Dory is actually perfect for the Phantom Dive to take a knockout on it.
So there's at least 2 different knockouts available with the Phantom Dive that Evan would have to choose between, either knock out the Joltik or knock out the Monkey Dory. I would agree with you that it would be the Monkey Dory. It seems like a great way to remove a threat off the board. It's a perfect use of the 60 damage counters, and you could get Joltik anytime with Risky Ruins. Why not?
That is another avenue. Yeah, Risky Ruins can clean up that Joltik at any point in this game with the Monkey Dory. Boss's Orders is in hand.
There's a Monkey Dory. Choosing to manually attach a Fire Energy instead of attaching a Darkness Energy, that means Adrenabrain cannot be used this turn without perhaps a Crispin, but that means no Boss's Orders. He's holding it. There it is, Corbeau, Boss's Orders. And, ooh, he's looking at the Bouffalant. If you knock out one of the Bouffalant, that takes out Curly Wall. Bouffalant with just not enough HP to get through a Phantom Dive. There's the knockout on the Latias and the Monkey Dory for a 3 prize turn for Evan. That means that Kangaskhan is in danger. 1 knockout on the Kangaskhan would win the game for Evan and the set.
And again, that is just the prize map that Evan has to go through. get those free 3 prizes that are already on the board and hope to knock out the main attacker that Josh is going to have for the rest of this game. And Josh's entire goal is, I need this Mega Kangaskhan to not get knocked out at all.
Not making it any easier by using the Jumbo Ice Cream right there. 270 HP monster with another 60 from Curlywall, setting it to 330 to knock that out. Evan doesn't run Dust Noir, so that's going to take multiple turns or lots and lots of Monkey Dory in order to get through that Mega Kangaskhan.
Mist Energy was found off the run errand along with the Team Rocket's Petrol from the Poke Gear.
Joshua's options here are not the best. Needs to take 4 prizes. Rocket's Petrol is going to start assembling a combo. Let's see which combo it will be. Joshua could play this game out here, continuing to use Super Potion and Jumbo Ice Cream and just keeping this Mega Kangaskhan in the active, making it a juicy target for Evan, and then never placing down another 2-prizer. That is available.
It does look like that's kind of the plan for Josh. Cypher Maniac's Code Breaking is one of the ways to search out 2 heal cards in a turn.
Also going to set up for any other combos other than seeking a boss's orders out. Mist Energy onto the Bouffalant. That does 2 things. One, it creates an opportunity to use Boundless Power later with a Crispin. And second, Phantom Dive will not be able to damage that one. So that's at least 1 Curly Wall that's being protected right now. And a knockout on the Dragapult for 2 prizes. Joshua is very close to winning this game.
At least on the bench it does protect, but if another boss's orders gets played from Evan, you can just bring up that Bouffalant and start placing the damage on the Bouffalant on the bench with an Adrenabrain to take a knockout on the Joltik. There is ways to get the 3 prizes by avoiding the Mega Kangaskhan. It's still going to take a lot of cards.
Joltik is at least one of those pieces. Joshua cannot put down another 2-prize card Pokemon because that is the best target possible for Evan right now.
One thing that's a little lacking is the energy in play for Evan. Has that 1 fire on the Dracloak in the active, but if he wants to use Adrenabrain in combination with something like a Risky Ruins to take some prize cards, will be needing that Crispin supporter.
Going for the rapid fire, well, the runaway draw, that's going to give Evan a few more cards, and one of them is a Judge. That may just be the supporter for turn. There's 1 card of the Ultra Ball, going to need 1 more to discard. Choosing to discard a Lily's Determination. Not going to shuffle that hand for 6 cards anymore. Going to be using these scarier supporters. What's that? I think that's the Dunsparce. Just going to put that right back into play. It's not like Josh was going to knock out all these small 1-price Pokemon like a fellow Dragapult might do.
Has Evan even played a Lily's Determination this game? I think that's the first one we've seen, and it's been discarded.
I think there's a few in the discard as well. It just seems to have been not as impactful this game.
Just Crispin and Boss's Orders have been much better supporters at the time for Evan.
Recon Directive going to put a Lily's to the bottom and grab a Monkey Dory out. That other Recon Directive put a Psychic Energy on the bottom of the deck, which could fuel a Crispin. But that active Dragapult, I don't think has a Psychic Energy attached to it. That's the problem. Okay, Night Stretcher is going to cover that problem very easily. Going to set up the Phantom Dive this turn. Got to get something going. Crushing Hammer? Heads.
It almost just did not want to be heads, but thankfully for Evan, was able to find it. Only discarded an energy from the active. Still not really going to do too much. Maybe stop a Super Potion later on, but Boss's Orders. Bringing up that Mist Energy Bouffalant.
That's why the Crushing Hammer was used on the Kangaskhan, because that Mist Energy will be out of the way very shortly. Energy gone. Damage counters applied. Curly Wall off. We do know Joshua just pulled the other Bouffalant from the prizes, so could set up another one to reset up Curly Wall. It's not going to be an issue because Evan only has 1 prize left to take. Might as well.
Josh does have an out here to try and win the game this turn, though. And it starts with that Gravity Mountain Stadium from the deck. Will reduce Stage 2 HP by 30, and along with a couple heads flips from Rapid Fire combo, could take the knockout on this Dragapult and force a Game 3 with just under 5 minutes left to go.
That is a 25% chance of flipping 2 heads in a row.
Yeah.
If anyone could do it, I think it might be Joshua. Going to heal off the Bouffalante as well. Going to put the Gravity Mountain down. Needs to reach 290 this turn.
The Hyper Potion was pretty good. It stops the Phantom Dive just from taking the knockout. Here is
Oh, it's Tails.
Boss's Orders will win the game. Meowth EX for Evan. Playing it down. Last ditch catch.
There it
Boss's
is.
Orders and Evan Aguilar moving on to 9-1-1, taking down one of the more interesting decks in the field.
Mega Kangaskhan did not have the heads flips it needed to secure this game. Crushing Hammer was able to discard energy. Even though that wasn't stopping this Joltik, that was enough to get rid of all of the resources that Joshua needed to take down the game.
Now, in past tournaments, the record of X2-1 has been hit or miss on the top cut. We'll still have to see later on if it's going to be available for Josh. But let's go ahead and take a look at the round and what happened. Started off with early Itchy Pollen from Evan. Joshua didn't really have a board to set up thanks to no Precious Trolley. Had to attack with Blood Moon, Ursula Luna with 5 energy. Meanwhile, Evan finally got that Dragapult EX, taking big knockouts one after another, going down to just 2 prize cards remaining after a bunch of damage hit the board. And then there was the Boss's Orders flash for Evan to take game 1 off of that Latias EX. Game 2 started off a lot better for Joshua, top decking that Team Rocket's Petrol into the Precious Trolley, was able to get that jolting charge on the Mega Kangaskhan, but a Boss's Orders bringing up that Latias EX, taking a 3 prize turn. With that Monkey Dory being heavily damaged, Josh was able to respond back with a double knockout, 2 hitting that Dragapult EX, but Evan had another one waiting in the wings, healing off with multiple Monkey Dory throughout the game, and Boss's Orders one after another, able to seal the game for Evan and go to 9-1-1 record, ever inching closer to that top cut.
That Precious Trolley set up everything to, unfortunately, create a 3 prize map that didn't involve the Kangaskhan. Very unfortunate for Joshua, but Evan is moving up in this tournament as well. This is a big breakout finish for Evan. Congratulations.
Yeah, really trying to improve on that top 64 in Las Vegas, and is doing wonderfully with the Dragapult Hammers list that we have seen kind of take over this format.
Anytime you can discard your opponent's energy is a good feeling. There's only 1 per turn without Crispin, so that's almost a whole turn wound back if you could flip heads.
I mean, it has all the classic stuff, right? You got Dragapult, you got some Dracloaks drawing cards, you got the Dunsparce drawing cards, Risky Ruins, Monkey Dory, and then when you throw in that Crushing Hammer, it's just such a great feeling.
All these pieces synergize so well. Bud, who's starting off the game, going into continuing to deprive your opponent of resources, there is a reason it is so prevalent at these top tables.
Prevalent at top tables, prevalent here, you know. Just can't get rid of them.
Not for lack of trying.
It just helps Dragapult so much. Like, you want to take time, set up your resources, set up your board state, and what a better way to buy time than to item lock your opponent.
It's been working so far. I wouldn't want to be on the receiving end of an Itchy Pollen.
No, you definitely wouldn't.
No, you start sneezing after that.
Allergies seem to be in the air this weekend for the players, and now with round 11 finished, just what, a few more rounds until we start figuring out the ASIM top cut. And that's when the tournament really gets down to the nitty-gritty, and we're gonna have a champion at the end of today.
Players are going for their last championship points before NAIC in order to make sure their best finish limit is as strong as possible to win that Worlds invite. Every win is 1 step closer. If you can get into top cut, if you can get to top 8, if you can get to top 4, if you can get to finals, if you can get all the way to California, you may just become the world champion.
It really starts here. This is the end goal, end game for the season. All these players are trying to also lock up the travel award prizing too for the World Championships. Not to mention, you know, winning $10,000.
There's always that. There's also the title of regional champion. Many players are entering their name into the greatest of all time. The history books are continuing to expand in Indianapolis.
All right, well, I do believe Adam has our winner to talk about the game we just watched. Go ahead and take it away.
Hello, everyone, and welcome out to the floor of the Indianapolis Regional Championships. I'm here with Evan Aguilar, who you just saw win on stream with Dragapult. Now, tell me how you're feeling right now.
I'm feeling great. I really want to win the tournament today.
Oh, you're feeling confident, and I saw from your play you were playing swift, you're playing clean. You're a longtime Dragapult player, I take it.
No, I picked it up about a month ago after Gardevoir rotated.
So you were on Gardevoir first, and then moved over to Dragapult?
I was on Gardevoir the entire season, and then I was like, okay, I'm really close to my Worlds Invite. I need to lock this up. What's the best deck? What can I learn? I picked up Polk with my friend John Bulick. He's currently really good right now. He's probably top 30. He said, hey, play Dragapult. I'm like, okay, I'll play Dragapult. So I just tried to pick it up and do as best I can with it.
And did Mr. Bielik also help you build this deck list? Where'd you grab it from?
He did not help me build this. He actually told me to play Poltnor, which I ignored his advice. A little glad I did, but I actually played Hammers to LA before it was cool, and then I saw Andrew Hedrick's winning list, and I optimized it a little bit.
And so did you already think that Dust Noir versus Hammers was a point of contention? Do you like one or the other depending on the metagame or the matchups? What made you end up deciding on Hammers specifically?
So my main thing was comfortability. I wasn't as practiced on Nor. Like, I maybe would have had a week of practice. I don't think I would have done as good. Whereas I played thousands of games on live just playing Hammers all day. So I felt like I was a lot more practiced than Hammers. And I knew, like, I saw all the first places. All my friends were like, don't play Hammers. You're flipping coins. It's bad. I'm like, no, I think it's good. So I stuck with my gut, and I just stuck with it. And I'm like, hey, I think this is good. I should go with it.
And it's paying off for you here, certainly.
Yes.
Do you have any advice for other Dragapult players based on the spread you've seen here at the tournament, other Dragapult players you've seen playing the deck, but maybe not unlocking its full potential? Since you're so experienced with it after training for so much online, any advice you have for those players?
I think a lot of it is a lot of mental advice, and trying to finish all 3 games. I see a lot of Pult players, especially like when I was playing Mirrors earlier, they're playing like pretty slow. I think if you just finish all 3 games, you have the best deck in format, you have the highest chances to win. As long as you're confident and you finish all 3 of those games, you should be winning. I don't like how people are like slow playing and like taking all their time. Don't do that, just finish all 3 games. And what else? I think you should just practice on live as much as you can. As soon as you get super high up on live, all the opponents are super strong, and it's a lot better than going to locals every day where you finish 4 games where you can play like 30 games of live, and then you can VOD review it after.
So practice a lot, believe in the power of your deck, and play swiftly, get those match points, and climb up the ranks here in Indianapolis. Thank you for sharing your thoughts, Evan, and good luck to you in the rest of the tournament, where we're going to kick things over to a quick break, so don't go anywhere.
Yeah, so my advice to someone going to their first Pokemon VGC tournament is picking a good friend group and a good building group to work with throughout your Pokemon VGC career, not even just your first tournament. So many of your best results are going to come from working with others, whether that's team building, damage calcs, move selection, matchup prep, and matchup docs. That all comes through working with friends and those around you. You're never going to succeed if you do it alone.
I would definitely say I watched a lot of the older regionals, even the regional beforehand, to see what people are playing. I also look at the main teams they use. I look at all the counts. I play Pokemon GO, so like counts are important, timing is important. I'm really good at throwing at the right timing, so that's really important.
The advice I give to someone attending their first tournaments is to practice. Practice a lot, practice with friends, practice online, and yeah, get as much reps in as you can, and then you'll feel more comfortable in those tournaments that really matter to you.
So my advice for someone who's doing their first regional would be have a group of friends with you, have your arsenal ready, as they say. You need to have a team logged in or an idea of a team logged in. It's always good to go with a skeleton from a previous winning team or somebody who's already been there on that stage. Get them for some advice and then put together what you feel you're comfortable with. And then I think that's the #1 prep. And then you get to the venue and then you go on.
Yeah, for sure. And even if in the venue, there's a lot of people who's willing to help. It's always a fantastic experience to come to the first regional.
Have fun, meet new people, and don't be afraid to play side events. They're great.
I think that the most important thing you can do at your first tournament is, no matter how you do, play out the entire thing. People really underestimate the length of it and just how much of a toll it can take on your stamina. And it's important to not only play it out the whole way to get used to the length that it runs, but also you have more opportunities to make friends in the community, build connections, and at that point, I think that you have enough of a social circle where you can start to collaborate with people and overall just be part of a community that helps you improve at the game. Like, that's the most important part, is just making sure you meet the people here and taking their advice and giving them advice. It's a very collaborative thing.
For me, the answer is getting tunnel vision, not taking the time to, look at your board, look at your opponent's board, and kind of make sure you know what plays are available to you. I can't tell you how many times I've lost a match because I had this idea of what I wanted to do in my head. I needed to find specific cards, and it doesn't work out. And then afterwards, I discover I had it on board, I just didn't bother to take the time to break from my established plan and make sure I knew what options were actually available to me. So that would be the big one to me.
I think a big weakness is when you start psyching yourself out if you lose, because then you're just throwing yourself off for the rest of the day. Everyone loses, and you just got to keep rolling with it.
I think a big weakness for players is team building and trying to cover everything. And I think the best way to fix it is to just not get paralyzed and just pick the Pokemon you like and just get as many reps as you can.
I think a big weakness for players is maybe getting tunnel vision on when you think you have one win condition and getting stuck on that and not seeing other solutions that you have to winning the game. And I think a good way to fix that problem is to just play a lot of games and experience what it's like to get tunnel vision and see, looking back on the game, how you maybe could have won it differently. I also really love watching other matches and seeing if I would have finished out the game the same way the people who are playing would have, to compare my plays.
So I think one of the biggest weaknesses for players, of course, is not feeling comfortable with the team that they have. I think a lot of good players, they have a team and they do a lot of prep work and they feel very comfortable with their play style and how their matchups go. I think that I kind of look up to that, be like, if I find a team that I can play and feel very comfortable with, I think I would do very good with it.
I think the biggest weakness for players is kind of the mind side of the game. So just being mentally prepared, believing that you can do it, having the confidence. And I think that's just with reps, just practicing more, be more familiar with your matchups, but altogether just really focusing on having fun, going out there and playing and enjoying the game for what it is with the community.
Played the video games when I was young, and then after a little while, my mom taught me the card game. We played at home for many years, and then eventually I figured out that people play this competitively. I went to my first league, figured out there was a whole tournament setting, and play Pokemon and everything, and from there I just started playing more and more, and eventually traveled the world and got to do all this. My favorite Pokemon is Celebi. It's been my favorite since childhood. It's just small, cute. I really like the fourth movie which Celebi was in, and yeah, it's kind of been like my lucky mascot ever since. I always go to the bathroom before games just so I don't have additional distractions at the very least. Try to drink a lot of water and keep myself energized throughout the day. But the most important prep is probably the day before when I go to sleep early. I think that's the most important part. I play Pokemon because it's so much fun. And the game itself is a lot of fun, so I enjoy the technical aspect of it. And I also enjoy the travel, hanging with friends, and meeting new people. That's all amazing. My best talent is definitely Pokemon, but I have other things I like to do as well. I have recently picked up chess a little bit. That's been actually quite fun. And then I also play a decent amount of tennis as well, which I also enjoy quite a lot. If I could be the designer of a card, I would probably like it to have some sort of consistency ability. So something that draws cards or something that allows you to come back into games that you're far behind in. So some sort of comeback card I think would be very cool. I think my favorite Pokemon events are probably the World Championships in Hawaii and Japan. It's really hard to choose between them for me, but I'll definitely go with one of those. I actually listen to some of the Pokemon music as well, which is kind of fun. But I like a lot of fast-paced music. I listen to a little bit of everything. I'm Team Blastoise. I always pick the water starter whenever I play the Pokemon games, regardless of which one it is. So then I would have to go with Squirtle, and then that's Blastoise. So I'm Team Blastoise.
Things are heating up here in Indianapolis as we continue through Phase 2 on our way to crown a regional champion. Welcome back into the TCG side of things. My name is Ethan. Hegster Heggy Wancho Saldana is with me as we get ready to finalize our Phase 2 last final Swiss rounds, and what a matchup we have for you all, ladies and gentlemen.
I'm hyped up. We're here in Phase 2. All the best players are out there. There's a lot of Dragapult flying in the field. There's a lot of other cool decks flying the field as well. I cannot wait to see what makes it to the top. But right now, here's our Phase 2 deck analysis. Dragapult's not at 30%. It's at 18.3, still very commanding lead. Followed by Raging Bolt, 8.3. Seems like we have a good mix here in Phase 2.
This seems a little bit more balanced, Wancho. I like what this is putting up. A lot of different decks, but you really see the star of this post-rotation format, this H regulation, is the cards from Twilight Masquerade. You see the Raging Bolt EX, the Teal Mask Ogerpon EX, and of course that Dragapult EX. What an impact, Wancho, that expansion has had on our standard format.
That seems like a good pack to open, not gonna lie. Open it, and you have the possibility to make a bunch of amazing decks. But again, I just love seeing the graphic. Here, it's actually a staircase, whereas yesterday, it looked like a cliff. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
But yeah, again, a lot of amazing decks. A couple of single prize decks down there in the bottom as well. Alakazam to Dunsparce, which we do see in our top tables. And an interesting Team Rocket's Honchkrow. 11 representatives for that deck.
Take a look at our standings going into the last 2 rounds of Swiss Phase 2. So 11 rounds completed. We are playing 13 rounds total at this tournament. 8 in Phase 1, 5 in Phase 2. Alex Hamilton at 11-0, undefeated currently, and that is the true definition of undefeated, Wancho. No draws whatsoever.
That is a clean record. I'd love to see more from Alex Hamilton and a lot of our amazing players, but I believe we have the stage ready. Let's go ahead and check out the players we have on stream. And speaking of Alex, he's right there. Our 11-0 player is going to be featured on the stream right now, but he's up against Cerys Jones, playing that Alakazam, the Dunsparce. Looks like both players on this side of the field will be playing the Dunsparce Pokemon at the very least.
Yeah, this is a very interesting take on Alakazam. We'll break that down a little bit more when we get to the table. Kara straying away from that Dragapult EX that's treated her so well throughout the standard format, was on Grimmsnarl for a little bit, now hopping back to a new archetype, but over on Alex's side, tried and true, to Dunsparce, Alakazam, not going to be the choices. It's going to be Dragapult EX.
Yes. Again, both these players very accomplished. Alex Hamilton has been, his highest placement has been 20th place at NAIC 2023 with Arceus Beastar. Very interesting deck. He's currently 2-0 into Alakazam, so positive record there. Cerys Jones, however, on fire this season. He's finished in top 4 multiple times, at least into 3rd place, that's for sure. And currently 14th in, she's currently 14th in the CP ladder, and is 4-0 against a bunch of Dragapult. So, one of these players is finally going to take that one loss, at least.
Both players so far undefeated into their respective matchups, and only one player can emerge victorious as things stand. We'll see the players get set up, draw their opening hands. Interesting to see, that first opening flip. Alex will be going first in game number 1. Big advantage to have in this matchup to get some Pokemon down, as Alakazam is a deck that typically really wants to go first, utilizing 4 of those telepathic psychic energy to just get Abra into play. Alakazam evolved, eventually Kadabra, everything in between. The name of the game for Cerys will be drawing as many cards as possible.
I think for both these players, they're going to be drawing a ton of cards. I mean, Dracloak is no slouch. I mean, in the top two, you get one of them. And of course, they both have the Dunsparce package. I think the name of the game for this matchup specifically is just set up. Unless you can set up better with these prize cards, that's a lot of Pokemon for Alex, especially your big Dragapult EX. That means with 2 in the prize cards, there's only 1 remaining in the deck. The 1 Meowth as well means there's no access to a supporter search at all here for Alex.
That 1 Dunsparce in the prize cards as well means the Dunsparce also offline, so Alex on the Pokemon side of things may be a little bit on the backfield, but we are ready to get into things. Ladies and gentlemen, Swiss round number 12 between 2 players on a collision course towards greatness.
But who needs to draw cards when you can find your buddy Poffin on the very first turn of the game? Alex, of course, going to do a quick deck check. But again, name of the game is set up. Alex is already one foot ahead with this buddy Poffin. I think all he really needs at this point is an energy just to put on to aggression.
Take a chance to look through the deck, see what pieces are available. Opts to forego grabbing Budu at this point. May signal there's another buddy Poffin in the hand, so a plethora of Pokemon at Alex's disposal. We'll take the opportunity to just check through, make sure everything is good. Buddy Poffin number 1, it comes down into play. We'll see the second one be played down as well. As with this Dunsparce active, Wancho, there really isn't confirmation of what your opponent is playing. Thus, it kind of makes it a bit awkward to see how you want to develop your board on this first turn.
That is fair. A lot of decks, again, are playing that Dunsparce EX. Or no, Dunsparce, the baby Dunsparce, and the Dunsparce. But when you see your opponent play that A-Spec, you're probably against Alakazam.
Yeah, definitely getting the clue now with that enriching energy coming down. It only provides a colorless energy, but that secondary effect, drawing 4 cards every time you attach it. And you may be saying every time you attach it, but that the Dunsparce pops itself and all cards attached to it back into the deck, allowing you to reuse this A-Spec multiple times throughout the game, paired with powerful effects such as Dawn to find these Stage 1 basic and Stage 2 Pokemon. We'll be seeing lots of cards drawn throughout this game.
That's an entire line, the entire line of Alakazam into the hand, so can guarantee at least a couple of draws the next turn with that Pokepad. So at least 2 Abras will come into play, but Cerys here, without the buddy Poffin, might fall behind on the setup a little bit.
A few key cards to talk about. This entire game will revolve around hand size. What are some ways that Alex can try and disrupt Cerys from building up big KOs onto Dragapult EX?
Of course, it's going to be that number 1 A-Spec we've seen with that Dragapult has been playing. It's going to be the unfair stamp. Limit your opponent down to 2. Ooh, that seems very tough to come back from, especially when your attack depends on how many cards you have in hand. But in case your opponent can draw out of the unfair stamp, there is also one more means of hand disruption. It's going to be that Judge, of course. You know, it's not 2, but 4 at least is less damage. I think those are the only 2 means of hand disruption that Alex Hamilton has access to. But to be honest, I feel like Cerys is playing more disruption than the Dragapult player, which is odd.
Big Crushing Hammer played. If that did flip heads, it would shut off the enriching energy for the rest of the game. But no, unable to find that. Heads flip was tails, so we'll just go straight to the discard pile. One of those downsides of playing Crushing Hammer, when it does not get that heads flip, the 50-50, it essentially just reads, put this card into your discard pile. So Ultra Ball is played to grab your Cloak number 2. I believe there is a Lily in the hand as well for Alex. So already off to an excellent start setup-wise. Now just needs to find those energy cards to start to threaten Phantom Dive on the following turn.
Yeah, Lily's determination, able to draw 8. There's 2 Dracloaks to work with, so Alex is going to be seeing at least 12 cards here. Not to mention the 2 Dreepies on the bench are able to evolve this turn as well, so we can see upwards of 16 cards potentially. And people are wondering why Dragapult is such a powerful deck. It's because of this specific interaction, I believe. But right now, again, a lot of cards drawn. Would love to see another Crushing Hammer just to get rid of that A-Spec. Just not have to worry about it here on out.
We have not even seen Recon Directive be used this turn. Speaking of which, Dracloak, excuse me, number 3 coming down into play. So Alex has yet to find that energy card yet, so it still is number 1 on the priority list. See what else he can put together as things stand for the quota. There's a bit of a weird interaction in this matchup, and most players would want to go for Badu in this spot, but it's actually a pretty easy KO liability-wise. You know, the Badu can be KO'd by the Kadabra's first attack. It's a pretty easy one prize to give up. So I would be pretty surprised to see Alex decide to commit an energy to retreat this off, rather than try and threaten some Phantom Dive pressure early on. And the big card right away is that Risky Ruins, mainly because we haven't talked about it yet, Wancho. Cerys' Stadium inclusion in her list is very interesting for a matchup like this.
Yeah, very, very scary. And it's 100% going to come into play. That Nighttime Mine. Cerys is playing 4 of these, you know, as opposed to the Battle Cage. This is a Stadium that Reach. Terra Pokemon need 1 extra energy to attack. Hey, Dragapult's a Terra Pokemon, and we've seen how hard it is to really accelerate energy into Pokemon. You have to depend on cards like Crispin here. So Alex taking out energy, but Cerys requiring more energy.
This is a bit of a risk. Leaving the energy on the active spot means if Cerys can find rare candy, plus a psychic energy, speaking of which, Kadabra's Psychic Draw immediately finds that, combined with the Hilda for this telepathic psychic energy means Dracloak will go down, losing that powerful energy card attached to it.
Ooh, that was a big risk indeed. And it's not that tough of an ask, right? I mean, Alakazam is going to be drawing a ton of cards, especially with access to the Dunsparce. And there it is. Beautiful. The telepathic energy, I feel like, brings this deck just to the next level. Such a powerful special energy that Psychic Pokemon have access to.
Haven't even seen Alakazam come into play, and plenty of cards have been drawn. We see the Dunsparce grabbed from the Hilda. That will guarantee pivot out of the active spot and the later reuse of that enriching energy. Ladies and gentlemen, keep your eyes glued to the screen. There are plenty of dazzling tricks happening. As it feels like a wand is being waved in front and cards are just appearing from out of nowhere.
Yeah, the only scary thing here for Cerys is she was only able to set up 1 Dunsparce, right? And was forced to shuffle it into the deck to be able to move the Abra into the active, which means if Alex can actually hit with an early unfair stamp here and force Cerys down to 2, she might be stuck.
Yeah, but big find. Does find Dunsparce and a Buddy Poffin, so can actually just fill the deck up, or excuse me, the bench up completely. We'll play this Pokepad to search through one more time. And this is a key card, Wancho, coming into play. The Ace Nullifier ability on Genesect to shut down that aforementioned unfair stamp.
Yeah, remember that play I just explained? Let's ignore that.
Is there a tool card in the hand? And there it is, the handheld fan, just there to fulfill that requirement from Ace Nullifier, plus the Nighttime Mine, and Cerys has put together a powerful turn 2 combination of cards.
That is so much to have to deal with. You have no Ace spec, you need Crispin now because your lone energy got removed from play, and you need to bump the stadium, and you still need that 1 Dragapult that's in the deck.
Can't play unfair stamp either. That's not an option.
So no means of hand disruption this turn, because you're forced to use the Crispin if you want to attack.
As it stands, without any recon directive, Alex Hamilton actually has the combination of cards in hand. Crispin, Ultra Ball, and the Counter Stadium can take 2 prize cards in response, but will leave Cerys with this large hand size and a Kadabra in play. A big card here, Wancho, will be to find another basic Pokemon. However, you can't use Phantom Dive and Monkey Dory in the same turn. That was a concept to think about. If you could knock out that Kadabra in combination to force another rare candy out of your opponent, just that 1 energy card, right, being attached to the active, if there was 1 more in play, could have changed the course of this game.
Absolutely, that opens up Judge plays at the very least. It's going to be really tough to find that Judge as well, though, with the 1 Meowth prize. But you have Dracloaks. But again, imagine all the cards we just mentioned Alex needed. That's just the bare minimum to get an attack off this turn, which Cerys would be completely fine with. That just goes to show how good of a board state Cerys has set up for herself.
Plenty of card draw, plenty of response waiting in the wings on the following turn. There is that Crispin being played to find Psychic and Fire Energy. Looks like a Fire Energy may already be in the hand, so opting for a Darkness Energy instead. We will see Phantom Dive be fired off, taking 2 prize cards, most likely KOing one of these Abra on the bench. But every turn you allow Cerys to use more of these draw abilities, more Psychic Draw, more the Dunsparce's Runaway Draw. You know, the name of the game is draw, 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 and there's really nothing you can do once you're in that domain that Alakazam creates.
Absolutely. And I have to mention here as well, even if Alex has the Rescue Ruin right now, Alex only plays 2 Stadium cards, while Cerys is playing the full 4 of the Nighttime Mine. So eventually in this game, Nighttime Mine is going to stick. We're going to need to see at least a 3-energy Dragapult at some point. A lot to ask for. Ultra Ball there discarding just the 2 Badoos, which, you know, we're not going to go into any item lock shenanigans.
He is where he belongs, Wancho, in the discard pile, at least in this matchup. Really just not having a lot of effect outside of turn 1 when your opponent gets a lot of basics in play. It's just a big prize deficit is kind of all it stands. You let your opponent evolve into Kadabra, commit energy cards. Really not going to see it too much. There is the Risky Ruins, bumping that Nighttime Mine. Dragapult EX can now attack for its aforementioned 2 energy cost. We'll see the Fire Energy come down. And the question now is, where do we put damage counters with Phantom Dive? There is always that aspect of how consistently can your opponent set up a second Genesect. But no, it's just going to be KOing the Abra, putting another damage counter on the second one. And Alex Hamilton takes the lead yet again. The question now becomes, can Cerys find a one-hit KO? We'll need that Alakazam, an energy card, plus 16 additional cards in hand for Cerys.
Seems like a lot to ask for, but again, Alakazam draws a ton of cards. Alex Hamilton, though, draws the 2-1 of Pokemon from the prize cards, excuse me, Dunsparce and the Meow. So we'll have access to judge if he chooses to do so. The scary thing here is, again, I think you mentioned it earlier, just getting that energy knocked out means, on the first turn, means that there was no energy for that Monkey Dory. It would have been beautiful to be able to knock out the Alakazam and the Kadabra that last turn.
And I think Cerys has the plethora of supporter cards to choose from at this spot, even considering using that Lana's Aid to bring back some Pokemon. We'll just use that to Dunsparce ability, and a big card found is another copy of the Nighttime Mine to just get rid of Risky Ruins yet again.
Well, if Nighttime Mine sticks this time, you have to hope Dragapult sticks, right? So then you're just an energy attachment away. If Cerys can put together Nighttime Mine plus a knockout, I don't think there's a way for Alex to really attack. There's a lot. That's too much to ask for again.
It would be a lot more pieces, and doing all of that just to lose 2 additional prize cards is a big deficit to come behind. Things are not locked up yet for Cerys, but they are looking very promising. You don't have to worry about Unfair Stamp. It will be the Lana's Aid, and this will almost certainly guarantee the knockout. You'll get plus 2 cards in hand, essentially, from this. 1 burn from the supporter, 2 more, but then you draw 3 cards from another Psychic Draw ability. Yeah. Powerful hand now online, plus the Nighttime Mine. We'll do a little bit of math, but it's looking like Cerys is going to take down this Dragapult.
I can't count her entire hand, but just looking at how thick it is, that giant stack, you just have to know that's enough to knock out a Dragapult.
8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19. So you can afford to play something like the Buddy Buddy Poffin to grab out Dunsparce. I think that's just the consideration. Seems pretty solid. You could also bench Abra as well. You could bench 2 Abra and play Buddy Buddy Poffin and still have the KO. That is an absolute luxury to have as an Alakazam player.
Absolutely, and sure enough, there it is, the 2 Abras, but gonna go hold off on the Dunsparce.
Here we go, powerful hand, powerful indeed. Using that Psychic Power to take the KO. 2 damage counters placed on your opponent's active for each card in your hand. A unique but powerful effect. Takes down Dragapult EX, grants 2 prize cards to Cerys, and puts her just 2 KOs away from taking the KO, but it's really on Alex to see if he can put together another attack. We'll try and slow things down with the Crushing Hammer. Does flip heads, so we'll take care of that telepathic Psychic Energy. As things stand, we'll need to find one of those Night Stretcher. Does already have 2 of the 3 puzzle pieces. There's the Crispin and the Night Stretcher for the Dragapult EX. Can there be a Stadium card?
There's only 1 left in the deck.
Yeah.
That's going to be the toughest card to find
See Meowth come down into play, and this may signal Judge making his appearance onto the stage. We've got 2 of them sitting right next to these players, but I think a 3rd is needed for this situation.
Judge is a great equalizer, but the sad thing is, even if Alex decides to evolve into the Dragapult, he can't even jet headbutt.
No, not sure he necessarily wants to even jet headbutt in this spot. Judge seems to be the best user of this situation. We'll see Dragapult actually be evolved in the active spot. So there it goes. Wondering what this will signal, and no attachment. There was a Dark Energy, but really prioritizing slowly building up a Phantom Dive, understanding that Cerys may not even choose to attack something like the Dracloak unless there's enough cards in hand, so deciding to essentially bring the aggression to the active spot with this evolution.
This might be the most important turn of this current game at the very least. Just, again, Alex's only hope here is to pray that this Judge breaks Cerys Jones, right? Hope that she's not able to play anything off these 4 cards. There is no Dunsparce in play. There's no energy on the Alakazam. So, again, Alex is just trying to buy back some time at the very least, buy back some attachments.
Does find the Fire Energy, so that is an important find. Ultra Ball for Pheasantipity can grant a few more cards thanks to that Flip the Script ability. And all things considered here for Alex, pending he can find that not Nighttime Mind, the risky Ruins on the following turn, he will have the pieces lined up for a Phantom Dive come next turn.
Yeah. He can even just choose to crisp in 2 energy plus the attachment this turn. That could work out as well.
There's the Pokepad. Is in the deck. Will find Dunsparce, which was found from the prize cards on the previous turn. That coming down into play will grant Runaway Draw as an ability of choice for the next turn. But with there being no way to search out the stadium and there only being 1 in deck, there is a high probability that Alex will have to rely off something like Crisp in the following turn. Is even considering not attaching the energy card. This is where things can get tough.
I don't think we can afford to not attach with the Nighttime Mind.
Yeah.
And it's such a risky attachment once again. We've seen the Dracloak with the energy in the active get knocked out. Are we about to see Dragapult with the energy in the active?
And now Cerys just has the security of understanding how safe of a spot she's in. Your opponent's only likely playing 1 Judge. Their Unfair Stamp cannot be played, and you have Genesect in play additionally. You can basically safely build up a permanent hand from the game on from this point.
Ooh, and something of note as well, if this Dragapult goes down this turn, both Night Stretchers are gone.
True.
So that means there will be no more Dragapults for the rest of this game.
So Cerys most likely unable to get the KO onto this active, but can still draw a ton of cards in this spot. Finds Rare Candy plus Pokepad and immediately plays the Pokepad.
Pokepad can get good Dabra, draws 2 more cards.
Just looking at things here, there's really not a world where the KO comes through, but Cerys is at least trying to set up for what appears to be a 2-hit KO onto this Dragapult, and importantly wants to protect this Abra Wancho from being KO'd from a potential Phantom Dive next turn.
And that's a pretty good way to protect it. Rare Candy into Alakazam, suddenly your very small, 40, 50 HP Abra suddenly has so much more HP to work with, 140.
9 cards in hand minus the Psychic Energy, and now Alakazam has set up a 2-hit KO with this first attack. Now there being only 7 cards in hand, and actually going to attach the Lucky Helmet to this Alakazam. This is a card that was printed all the way back in Ancient Origins, has made its way as a reprint in a recent Scarlet and Violet expansion. There it is, 140 damage onto the active, and this will protect Cerys a little bit more just in case there's another Judge or some sort of disruption on the following turn.
Ooh, Ethan, I'm just gonna say I've been playing the Pokemon trading card game for a long time. I was there when Lucky Helmet was printed the first time, but I think this is the most I've ever seen this card be.
Yeah, any Twitch chat viewers know this card never saw play. It very rarely saw play. Lucky Egg saw some play. That card, you know, was in and out of the format for a little bit, but nobody was really rocking with the Lucky Helmet until now. Hand size has never mattered more in the Pokemon TCG thanks to Alakazam.
Yeah, drawing on after your opponent attacks seems pretty good. The drawing app post an Unfair Stamp, can you imagine?
Yeah. Imagine Unfair Stamp in 2015.
Oh. Would have been a completely
to be
different
fair,
metagame.
there were no A-specs in Standard at that point, but, you know, we've had reset stamp. It's close enough. So finally finding the 2 energy cards, but we are not just there yet. Wancho will see the Lily's Determination played. Recon Directive has already been used, and if there is no Stadium, this game is pretty much curtains for Alex.
Yeah, again, 2 energies not enough because of that Nighttime Mine. Big 6 cards here. Recon Directive has already been used. And
Rushing Camber, you can attempt to slow the game down a little bit, but we know Cerys is holding on to plenty of energy card search.
You ever just retreat the Dragapult here? This is your only Dragapult.
You have to. I don't think you have a choice, but if you retreat, it just also feels like losing. What do you promote? Anything you promote is going to be KO'd. Additionally, you're going to trigger Lucky Helmet. Okay, Lucky Helmet use. Let's go. Lucky Helmet on the stream, ladies and gentlemen. And it draws into the energy card. An exact perfect card to be found. Now Dawn can be played to grab out 3 additional Pokemon from the deck, including that to Dunsparce. And this Dragapult going down will seal this first game up for Cerys.
That's going to be it. I feel like just because we could Jet Headbutt, I don't think we needed to necessarily. But, I mean, because there's 70 damage on the Alakazam, you can technically crisp into a Dracloak and take a knockout.
That is true. You could do that, but at that point, you're just setting yourself up to losing, right? You're not knocking out that. You're not taking the Genesect out of play. See the Dunsparce be shuffled back into the deck. And as long as there is a Psychic Energy plus 9 cards in the hand, this will be a KO onto Dragapult EX.
Yeah, a lot of the times when you're in this situation, when you're so far behind, you start trying to think of what are your other win conditions besides winning through prize cards. And since, you know, Alakazam has drawn a lot of cards, I've seen, you know, a lot of players really sometimes depend on getting something stuck in the active and start hitting with the Bidoof. Again, luckily, it's not the Lucky Helmet on the Genesect. You know, Lucky Helmet, you are first to draw. But other than that, I think there is nothing here for Alex.
It is a weird spot for both of these players. Alex is already locked up for top cut, so he may just be trying to gain information about Cerys' deck. You have to always think about the long run. These players have a chance of facing off in top cut. They will have full deck list information, which is something to think about. You know, it is something that does slip my mind from time to time. However, knowing how your opponent plays and understanding a bit of this matchup can go a long way when top cut comes.
It's also good to just have the information early, right?
Sure.
I mean, you're sitting in it, you're stewing with it a little bit more earlier than your opponent is, but no, it looks like Alex Hamilton is just going to scoop that one up. Just a little bit too much to work through. Nighttime Mines, the Genesect, it was just a lot.
It seemed like Alex had a really solid start, but you have to really think back to that turn attachment. Putting the fire energy on the active spot, was that a calculated risk or maybe a bit of a falter as we look back on that first game?
Yeah, let's take a look at a quick replay of what did happen. And yeah, this was a big one. We saw how important it was to just have energies.
Yeah.
Just having energy, conserving it, and losing one for absolutely no reason definitely hurts. And I think this was the only Phantom Dive that ever happened in that last game.
True. It was
Take
an
2 prize
important Phantom Dive. It did take 2 prizes, but Cerys had the perfect response thanks to that safety from the Genesect. That's something that Alex maybe wasn't sure was being played. You get a little bit of murmurs in the crowd about what someone is playing. I know Cerys had maybe sent out a post that Alakazam control, maybe some control cards like the Elgyem we haven't even talked about yet. There's Genesect and Dedenne in this deck. Not cards that are most likely to come down outside of that Genesect. Alex will be opting to go first again in game number 2. We'll see if he can have as strong of a setup and more importantly, find some energy attachments.
Would also like to see maybe better pricing here for Alex, right? Just having so many of those Dragapults prize, so many of the key Pokemon prize definitely hurt him.
Sure. Absolutely an important factor going into this round. Does the Psyduck start? That's not a great Pokemon to have, as there is no Dusknoir in Alex's deck. Does have a Buddy Poffin to open things up. So we'll see him search the deck and get some Pokemon into play.
Yeah, they always just have it, right? They just
Well, you say that, and then we watched Yoshiyuki yesterday have nobody but Poppins in like any of the 3 games we watched.
That is fair. Looking at the prize cards here now for Alex, just a couple of energy, the Crushing Hammer, Lilies. These are cards you have multiples of. The energies might hurt a little bit because we have to reiterate how important those are, specifically because of the Nighttime Mines.
And no Stadium, that's definitely a nice card to not have prized 100%. And Alex now knows how important those cards are, so may prioritize those a little bit more off of things like Recon Directive.
Absolutely. Right now, 3 Dreepies on the board. Do we see a second Buddy Poffin?
We do.
Yeah. Yep.
It seems like deja vu from game number 1. More Pokemon coming into play. We'll see if Badu is played down. Once again, don't necessarily know how much I love it in this matchup. It's just an easy prize for Kadabra to be taken. There is a Dreepy prized, so you do have that flexibility of grabbing it if you'd like. But I'm not sure it will be found. So we'll just see Dunsparce come into play. The deck shuffled over, and a pass of the turn. What does Cerys have to start things off? Buddy Poffin of her own.
Bread for bread. Just matching it Pokemon for Pokemon here.
Yeah, it is a nicer Buddy Poffin, and you have to think about, you know, a little bit of a flex on your opponent when you do have a gold Buddy Poffin. You say, hey, you have 2 of these, but I've got a cooler one.
Ooh, looking at Cerys' prize cards here, the Lana's Aid, the Sacred Ash, these are cards to, you know, recur your Pokemon. These are very important because I believe Cerys only has access to 1 stretcher for Pokemon recursion. And if, you know, Dragon Ball's a very aggressive deck that can take multiple knockouts every turn, these are things you want to see in your deck.
Excellent start for Cerys, though, with the Hilda for Telepathic Psychic Energy. Can find a whole squad of Abra into play, as well as having some cards for the following turn. I think is considering playing this Pokepad. I'd like to see this just grab to Dunsparce, since it's pretty much going to be your guaranteed target next turn. But no, going to just hold that card in hand. You've always got to think about the risk of item lock. With there being no energy attachment on turn 1, it does seem very unlikely. So, you know, a bit of a heads up. You want to prioritize the amount of options you have on the following turn with Pokemon Search, as Alex will start his turn off with a Pokepad of his own, grabbing to Dunsparce. Still no Dracloak left in play, so this may signal potentially an important 3 cards from Runaway Draw.
Yeah, that might signal a little bit of desperation there. You're choosing 1 extra card as opposed to setting up, like, what, your Dracloak, but might just be that important. Does find an Ultra Ball at the very least. We know Meowth is available. Oh, there's a Pokebad in hand as well, so there's going to be a Dracloak.
Wanted to see a little bit more in terms of Dracloak, potentially from those 3 cards from Runaway Draw. Doesn't necessarily pan out, but still does find some key pieces to work with. There is the Pokepad, as mentioned, finds Dracloak, and the question now becomes, again, where do you want to evolve these Pokemon? And more importantly, if you can find that energy card, where do you want to attach it?
It has to be the bench. If Alex has learned his lesson, there is already an energy attachment on the Abra, so it's a simple energy attach to the Psyduck, retreat, and there's a potential for an attack.
It could be Meowth EX, the target from Ultra Ball, finds Lily's Determination. We'll see Dracloak evolved before that. It will be into the active spot. And once again, Wancho, we're putting the energy cards onto the active, really not giving Cerys credit to get another KO.
Okay, well, to be fair, it's a little bit harder than last turn because all Cerys had to do was evolve into the Dunsparce to get out of the active as opposed to paying for an energy. So maybe it's a little bit tougher to get the rare candy Alakazam, but if Cerys can make magic happen twice, she can punish this play once again.
Speaking of magic, this turn is not over for Alex, and Crushing Hammer would be a big find, which he does find for Lily's Determination. If it flips heads, it would actually prevent Cerys from attacking this turn. It is a big flip, but no, yet again, another Tails, absolutely detrimental, could have shifted the entire narrative of the second turn for Cerys Jones.
First Recon Directive, only Recon Directive here right now. I think that was 2 bosses orders, right? Or did I see that wrong?
We're going to see right now. No, there is the Stadium card in hand. Can finally put that into the hand. I have to imagine that's a little bit more important than the boss's orders. And now going to be forced to play the Ultra Ball, but no, grabs boss instead. Needs to get another Dracloak out just in case this active does go down to a powerful hand.
Very tough Ultra Ball here, discarding the Crispin, the mode of energy acceleration. But it's just really important to get these into play. Start a Dracloak chain going. maybe there's still a chance to draw into the Crushing Hammer to have a completely safe turn.
Yeah, there are only 2 left in the deck since one of them are at the top of the prize cards. Cloak number 2 does get evolved. As things stand quota-wise, Alex has done pretty much what he wants to on these first turns. Getting Dracloak in play, energy down. Did miss energy both games, turn 1 and 2. Does find the stadium yet again.
This time, surely we take it.
Well, it's tough. The other card is Dracloak.
Oh. Well,
they're just going to find the stadium and pass things over. And yet again, Wancho, Cerys is sitting on an absolutely incredible hand. Can draw a couple of cards with these first 2 Kadabra and already has guaranteed rare candy. That was the second one, Wancho. There was already a rare candy in hand. Cerys Jones is going to set up another KO onto Dracloak and take this energy out of play yet again. The last question, does she have Nighttime Mind? And she already does.
This is so much to work with once again. Hilda is the play, though. Able to get, again, we still need an energy to attach to the Psyduck to retreat.
The only piece that is missing here, Wancho, is there a way to establish Genesect this turn? And that may be why Cerys is digging with this runaway draw. Now, in terms of tool cards, there are a total of 3 in the deck. One of them are prized, but there's still a copy of Handheld Fan and a copy of Lucky Helmet. Cerys is still sitting on the Pokepad, so if she can find one of those 2 copies here.
Here's the thing, though. Do you risk your Dunsparce to try and get the Genesect, or just leave it on the bench the Pheasantipia as well, potentially, and even if an unfair stamp happens, you're still drawing a ton of cards.
Getting our answer right now, does not find the tool card. That would have allowed her to set up Genesect this turn. We'll just play this Pokepad, search through the deck yet again. It does find Genesect, unless I'm missing something in the hand here, Wancho. Does Cerys have a tool card to put this Ace Nullifier ability online?
It is a pretty big hand. It's hard to peek at everything, so.
True.
Maybe Cerys can give us the answer here, and no, that's a Dunsparce.
Oh, there is! Wow, Cerys Jones, perfect turn 2 in game number 1, and a perfect turn 2 in game number 2 as well. Alex Hamilton gets punished both games by attaching to this active Dracloak, and now has a mountain to climb in this second game.
Once again, exactly the same situation he found himself, except this time, he can't take 2 prize cards. The last time at the very end, when he attacked with the Dragapult, he took down an Abra. Right now, everything on the bench has more than 60 HP.
And it just felt so impossible, Wancho. How do you expect her to have every piece? But no, it's just there. The Handheld Fan can afford to dig through the deck with the Dunsparce for even more draw. And all of a sudden, Cerys has set up a near-perfect board, and Alex will have a hard time responding.
I'm trying to think if there's anything else Alex can do. Maybe let's shift some game plans, because attacking just wasn't the key here. And with that Lily's Determination played, it's going to be hide behind the Dunsparce and hope my opponent doesn't have enough cards and the boss's orders to knock out a potential Dragapult.
It's just too unlikely of a scenario. We saw a Crispin discarded with Ultra Ball on the previous turn, means there's only 2 left in the deck. Pretty unlikely circumstance, so we'll draw 8 cards with Lily. We see no Recon Directive. There is another Dracloak plus a Dreepy that can come down. Excuse me, no Dreepy in the hand just yet. There is the Rescue Stretcher, Night Stretcher to bring one of them back.
Ooh, does find the Drag... Oh, there's already Dragapult in hand.
Pheasantipity, that's a nice card to draw a little bit more with that Flip the Script ability. There's the Stadium to bump Nighttime Mind for the following turn.
Again, right now, it's just absolutely nothing. You have to question, how many cards does Cerys have in hand? Is it enough to knock out a Dragapult? Because if not, then it might be worth, again, just evolving the Dracloak into a Dragapult just to protect that energy card on the bench.
Probably have to in this spot, Wancho. It sucks to take out that Recon Directive ability, but you gotta do everything you can to protect your Pokemon in the TCG.
Yeah, and energy is just so important right now. Ultra Ball, what else could he find? It's gonna be that Pheasantipity.
Yeah, Pheasantipity's Flip the Script ability. Some of these cards look very similar to one another. You see Cerys playing a couple of the more fancy versions of cards. Some players like to bling out a little bit. Some players like to be a little bit more modest with their card arts, but it really just depends. Flip the Script will draw a few more cards thanks to a Pokemon being knocked out on the previous turn. It does find Judge for the following turn, so things are shaping up on the following turn for Alex. It's really going to depend here if Cerys has boss's orders, and immediately that Giovanni, that dapper-looking boss, already in the hand for Cerys.
That's why I like the full arts. It's a lot easier to see from the overhead.
I see how you move, Wancho. You are the boss yourself, so can't go against that. Lucky Helmet once again onto Alakazam, and we can even see Enriching Energy draw more cards. There's the boss's orders. Brings Dracloak up, not even going to play it down, just wants to power up Alakazam number 2, and Alex Hamilton is struggling, and I mean struggling, Wancho, to get Dragapult EX online.
Ooh, didn't Cerys call her deck the Alakazam Control? I can sort of see it, because she's in complete control of this match, taking out every single energy card, not by means of energy removal, by knocking out that Pokemon. Here you go, Crushing Hammer heads at the very least, could potentially slow down Cerys.
Does strip that Alakazam of its energy. Did see another one go to the bench. There was a Psychic Energy retreated off. 5 energy total here for Cerys, so do have to keep count of those numbers remaining in deck, and it will just be the preemptive judge. So Alex is not going to be able to take KO. He's most likely not going to be able to even damage this Alakazam, and nor would he really want to with that Lucky Helmet providing a bit of insurance in terms of the card draw for Cerys.
Yeah, this judge, again, it has to be the most important turn of the match once again, because this is the only means of hand disruption Alex Hamilton has. And even with the hand disruption, all Cerys needs to do is draw an energy card, and she should be good.
3 more cards from Flip the Script can be used. Does find a energy. That's nice, at least, to get Dracloak slowly powered up. We'll see the Recon Directive. Does find Unfair Stamp, but that card doesn't do anything thanks to Ace Nullifier.
Talk about blank cards. That's more blank than Crushing Hammer at this point.
Yeah, you can't even fit it out of your hand if you want to. See Dunsparce be evolved into the Dunsparce, and there's a pretty high chance here we'll just see the hand passed over. And what does Cerys find? There's the Dunsparce. Immediately can start to build the hand back up. No boss's orders, but does find a Dawn, which can research out more of these evolution Pokemon.
Ooh, yes, John able to find a basic Stage 1, Stage 2 right now. Can find, your Dunsparce line once again, and maybe an Alakazam to draw 3 more. I didn't quite see if there was energy in hand just yet.
Don't think so, Wancho, and this is sort of the debate on how aggressively you want to use your Psychic Draw abilities when playing this Alakazam deck, but with Ace Nullifier in play, and with a pretty good idea that there's only one judge, there's a pretty high chance that Cerys is just okay to use this last Psychic Draw ability, draw 3 cards, and does find another energy card, can re-bench this Dunsparce. And now it's just kind of deciding whether or not it's even worth it to take this KO. You are on even prizes currently. We will see this, take the KO, just double checking how many cards are in hand. There are enough. The Dunsparce goes down without using that ability, and all of a sudden, Alex Hamilton is down anyways to disrupt the hand, needs to find a Stadium card and an energy card here. Does find those, though, off of this Flip the Script ability.
Yeah, this might be it, though, right? This is your one chance to attack. You have to make it count. You have the Stadium bump, you have your Dragapult, you have the energy. Do we go for the attack on the Alakazam? Do we go for potentially the Genesect, which doesn't feel too great?
Gotta do something to disrupt at this point. If you can take a KO on Genesect, I'm not sure how much it really matters if you're losing your only Dragapult EX. That's the biggest issue.
2 Monkey Dory hit the board, adding 2 damage counters thanks to the Nighttime Mine. And it's even really sad when you hit into the Genesect, you have to move energy. But I guess that's not such a bad thing if your Dragapult's getting knocked out anyway.
If Alex does have Crispin, it may be slightly better than boss's orders. You can put a Dark Energy on one of these Monkey Dory, move a damage counter to that Dunsparce, and just shut off draw from your opponent. Cerys is sitting on about 10 cards at this spot, so would need to find an additional 6 without the help of Dunsparce would be pretty detrimental.
Yeah, that's a thin deck, but I was able to spot that there is still at least a Fire Energy and the Darkness Energy.
Okay.
So Crispin can still be used to accelerate.
Feels like that's the best way to just avoid your Dragapult EX from being KO'd. But no good Ultra Ball away the Crispin. What is Alex planning in this spot?
Getting a second Dragapult without any Dreepy or Dracloak in play. not quite sure why we need to thin the hand at this point. There's no hand disruption for sure.
So it is going to be boss's orders. Checking the discard pile first, wants to just see how many tool cards are being played. But you're knocking out Genesect, you're leaving Dunsparce, and your opponent is opening up a bench spot for something like Pheasantipity EX, which can draw even more cards. This is why this just puzzles me, Wancho. You do play around the Lucky Helmet, but you're taking one less prize card, and you're leaving your opponent's Alakazam to still be in play for following turns.
Yeah, I'm not quite sure if I'm a fan of that pace specifically. Maybe those 2 cards could matter down the line.
Let's take a look at the hand. There is a Pheasantipity EX. How many other cards are available? If Cerys can find Enriching Energy this turn, then the knockout may be there without the Dunsparce.
At the end of the day, even just taking your time trying to 2-shot this Dragapult doesn't even seem that bad either.
You're guaranteed playing around Unfair Stamp. You have 3 prize cards left. Your opponent has basically bench locked themselves out of attacking with another Dragapult, except for 1 Dreepy that can come down next turn. There's Nighttime Mine. And it looks like we're going to just take the turn off, it seems.
Right now.
Deciding to play Dawn as a supporter card for choice just to grab some more Pokemon out of the deck.
Adds more cards to the hand as well, +2 at the very least.
We'll show that illustration rare Elgin. Okay, we see you, Cerys.
Are we going to shift gears? We're so far ahead.
I don't know if it's that time, Wancho, unfortunately. There's still plenty of energy in the deck. So just kind of taking the turn off, and all of a sudden, Alex has bought himself a little bit of time. This Dragapult takes a pretty hefty amount of damage, 200 from this powerful hand. And with there being no Dreepy coming down the previous turn, it means Phantom Dive on the following turn is not even an option here for Alex.
Yeah, unfortunately, most Dragapult decks lately have been forgoing using Rare Candy as opposed to forgoing using Rare Candy and just adding more cards like Crushing Hammer. So, yeah, Phantom Dive is impossible. So what is plan B at this point? Do we start attaching to the Monkey Dory? Now we Crispin.
We can KO the Genesect on the bench. It would open us up to an Unfair Stamp the following turn. We'll see Crispin be played to grab these energies. I'm sure Dark Energy will go on Monkey Dory. And if there's no Stadium in the hand, which I don't think there is, we may have to see this 3rd energy be played onto Dragapult, and that is the case.
That's so painful. Forced to attach an energy to a Dragapult that has so much damage on it.
The problem, Wancho, is we're really not getting anywhere after this turn. We'll take a KO on Dunsparce, shut off that powerful ability, but then what is our plan? Mind Bend? It seems like that has to be the strategy.
I'm trying to think.
And not even taking a KO on Genesect means there's really no way to come back in this game. I really thought that was going to be what was KO'd from Phantom Dive. Just maybe assuming that there's a way to bring back that Genesect and attach a tool card to it, making that knockout almost obsolete.
Maybe, well, technically there's enough damage set up right now on the Genesect where a second Monkey Dory moving, 30 damage counters, takes a knockout then, and then you can use the Unfair Stamp.
But Wancho, how are we moving 3 damage counters on the following turn?
There's 2 damage counters on 2 Monkey Dories. We need a second Dark Energy.
Then we can't Mind Bend unless we play another Crispin, and I believe our Crispin count is getting low. Can we see how many Crispin are available for Alex? That is the big question in this spot.
Yeah, he plays 3 in the deck. He's discarded 1 at the very least. Now
he's down all 3. So he can't Mind Bend and take a KO with double Adrenabrain on the following turn.
I guess it just has to be Mind Bend, but if you Mind Bend, you lose your opportunity to ever use your Unfair Stamp, because after 1 more knockout, Cerys wins the game.
And if you Unfair Stamp, your opponent just needs 6 cards in their hand to take a KO if you promote one of these Monkey Dory. We'll see double Buddy Buddy Puffin. Cerys preparing almost for her hand to be shuffled in on the following turn with this Genesect potentially being KO'd. We'll set another Dunsparce down into play, and Powerful Hand will take a KO on Dragapult EX, leaving Alex in a spot where he is going to really struggle to take these last 2 prize cards.
Who even has the energy attachment already on the second Alakazam? So does Mind Bend even work here? Cerys can simply retreat to the second Alakazam and just attack.
It's true. Alakazam does have 1 retreat cost, so can move back and forth. The hand size is really going to be the big question. Alex did hold on to that unfair stamp. I know it's still in the deck. We'll see Flip the Script be used, and does find it. That's a big find here. Step number 1 for Alex. Step number 2, though, there needs to be a Dark Energy as well.
And all this just to disrupt for a little bit, not even get an attack off.
Yeah. And this Monkey Dory in the active spot means that it is probably the easiest target possible. Do we even see a Dark Energy in hand? Are we going to have to burn another Night Stretcher? Wow.
There's only 3 cards left in deck. Is there even a way to set up another... There's no way to set up another Dragapult.
No, we are Mind Bend or Bust, Wancho.
This is Monkey Dory deck now.
It's Monkey Dory's world, and we are living in it, whether we like it or not. Can move 2 damage counters off of this, and then 1 damage counter to the Genesect to take the KO.
Down to 2. Does find a Dreepy.
Dreepy? Is there a Dracloak Fire and a... Okay, there is a Fire Energy and a Psychic left. Unfair Stamp on the horizon will finally be played. And this game may come down, Wancho, to if Alex has a Dracloak left in the deck. And we take a look at the discard pile and see how many are in there. Because that is the big question.
Again, a lot have been knocked out.
There's so much that's happened. There is still a Dracloak left in the deck.
So there's still a chance, but it also comes down to if Cerys can just reach, what, 5 cards in hand?
Yeah. And interesting choice for Alex to have played the Pokepad and not found anything.
Also, leaving the Monkey Dory with damage counter in the active.
And this game is over, though. Cerys, off of the unfair stamp, finds Hilda, which will find the Dunsparce plus Enriching Energy, taking the KO. Powerful hand, and Alakazam at the disposal to take down the match and advance to 11-1.
Ooh, I'm an Alakazam believer. I think that's the most commanding game I've seen against Dragapult this entire event.
That may be the poster child for Genesect, ladies and gentlemen. He says there is no A-Spec fun when I'm here.
Yeah, honestly, to me, it's the Nighttime Minds who are the MVP. It's just such a big headache to try and deal with. And the fact that you're playing 4, again, it seems insurmountable almost. Like, you have to translate every one of your stadium cards into knockouts, and then even then you're taking like 1 or 2 prize cards.
Yeah, looking back on that set as we'll look at the replay, it really was, like you said, Nighttime Mind, but more importantly, turn 1 and turn 2, almost identical. Starting off in this first game, turn 2, Rare Candy, Alakazam, Energy, Genesect, and the Tool card meant that Alex got punished hard for committing energies early to these active Pokemon.
Yeah, it almost feels like, sometimes I think the big Stage 2 decks sometimes feel inconsistent because you have to get multiple evolutions in play, but no, Alakazam helps you draw, the Dunsparce helps you draw, makes you have, turns like these.
I think we're seeing a common theme here, Wancho, that Stage 1 Pokemon that draw cards are pretty good right now in the TCG.
Very important. If your card says draw cards, it's probably good. I mean, even
looking at cards or drawing cards, anything that has cards in it, invest right now, ladies and gentlemen.
Absolutely. Man, like imagine, just even Lucky Helmet seeing play, and again, this was just the end of it. Just Alex did his best. This was the play he needed to do to get back into it. The double Monkey Dory takes out the Genesect, but a singular card gives Cerys the win. And what a commanding win.
And what a season she's had so far, on an absolute roll. Found some stride with this new deck in the standard format, shifted off from the G regulation, and is now locked up for Top Cut, most likely skipping asymmetrical yet again. What a big moment for her in her TCG career.
Oh yeah, she's on fire. Cerys Joan, definitely someone to keep your eye on. No matter what deck she's playing, she's on fire.
Yeah, the big thing to think about, again, with the stadium count, historically, and I say historically in very loose quotations since this format is about a month old, Alakazam has tended to want to run Battle Cage, a stadium card that is good against Dragapult. It prevents your opponent from putting damage counters on your benched Pokemon with things like Monkey Dory and Phantom Dive. But I beg to wonder if you're really only playing the Battle Cage for Dragapult if you just send it and play 4 copies of Nighttime Mine instead.
That's how to stop damage counters. If they can't attack, they can't put damage counters. With that, though, actually, we have Adam actually ready in the lounge for the interview. Adam, take it away.
Hello, everyone. Adam Watson here with Cerys Jones, the winner you just saw on stream. Congratulations, of course. How you feeling?
Good. It feels awesome. That's last win for Top Cut, so very excited.
Excited indeed. Now, Alakazam, I think everybody at home is wondering, what put you on this deck? Where does it come from? What makes it good?
Yeah, so Alakazam had been my mom's favorite deck for months, actually, and I was like, I don't know why you're playing the Battle Cage and stuff like that. Like, that doesn't seem very effective versus Pult. So I actually made the list initially trying to improve her deck, and then I realized it's actually pretty good. So I played it here, and it worked out.
And when you brought it here, were you already tested? Were you very comfortable in the Dragapult matchup, or was it pure theory on paper that it was good?
Yeah, so Dragapult's the main matchup that I had tested. Obviously, the reason Alakazam was competitive is that it has a pretty good matchup into the rest of the field, like Raging Bolt and those other 2-prize decks, but Dragapult's always been what it's struggled with. So I really, really tested that matchup, because if I'm going to send such a risky pick, I need to be certain that it does actually beat Dragapult.
And how many Dragapults have you played so far this tournament, now that you've locked into Top Cut?
This was my 5th, and I've beaten all of them.
Undefeated versus Dragapult, so it seems like the testing has gone pretty well. Did you have some sacrificial Dragapult players in your group that were testing with you, or did you just play a lot online? What was that process like just to get good with the deck?
I did, yeah. Me and Sebastian stayed up late nights practicing Dragapult matchup all the time, all the variants, just making sure that this really was a good counter.
And now that you've put on such a strong showing with Alakazam, can I get any advice that you might have for somebody who would want to pick up the deck for the first time? What should they focus on first?
Definitely a lot of Alakazam is about sequencing. Make sure if you're using a Dunsparce, for example, if you should use that or the Kadabra first, really depends on, do you want to redraw into that Dunsparce that turn or not, right? So a lot of those micro sequencing decisions are really going to determine whether you hit all the pieces you need. And also with the next format, red card is really going to hurt Alakazam. So that Dunsparce line is going to be even more important, making sure you leave those on the bench if you're expecting to get disrupted, so you have a guaranteed draw for the next turn.
I am glad that you still think the deck has some potential even beyond the next format. So if you're looking to pick up the deck now, don't worry that it's suddenly going to evaporate on you. Looks like the deck will remain strong. Congratulations once again to you, Cerys, and I can't wait to see what happens for you in the rest of the tournament. But we're going to kick things back to the desk, so don't go anywhere.
Thanks so much, Adam. Great to hear from Cerys after her win, locking up another spot in Top Cut and cementing herself even closer in that top 16 race for the World Championships.
Absolutely. I cannot wait to see more from her gameplay, and we really will. But right now, I want to ask Pablo his thoughts on the game.
Okay.
Let's get some analysis here, right?
I want some tips, Pablo. Let's hear them.
You guys do pretty good analysis yourselves. Don't sell yourself short. Amazing game to see, for sure. I don't think we've seen a deck dominate Dragapult like Dragapult has been dominating other decks so far. So I was generally very impressed, and I think this really shows how, yes, Dragapult is 30% or more of the metagame, but when there's so much of the same, it's not an invincible deck. There's weaknesses to be exploited, and I think Cerys with this Alakazam deck is doing exactly that. What's a big, like we've talked about impactful turns for Dragapult, and that's when they go on first stamp, multiple knockout, deny resources, right? Cerys is doing the reverse of that. It's deny or make it as hard as possible for them to attack you, deny the disruption, and sure, they can still take multiple prize cards, but they do that once or twice, and then they're really struggling to even get an attack off, right? I think Juancho mentioned it himself, like, what's better than denying the 6 damage counters on the bench? Denying the whole attack.
Yeah, it felt like she was just in complete control. And again, the amount of cards that Alex had to do just to do the bare minimum of what Dragapult wants to do. And even then, Cerys is fine with an attack going off, right? That means as long as there's no disruption, that's such a good spot to be in.
Yeah, I mean, investing 2 energies to do 70 damage in 2026 is never gonna work out for you, right? So that Nighttime Mine, 4 copies, it's also like exploiting another weakness of these Dragapult decks, which are playing 2 copies on average of Stadium cards. You are playing 4. Neither player can directly search for them, but honestly, Alakazam draws so many cards each and every turn that finding them is not a problem. Dusknoir is another threat. You have the answer to that, so it's like everything that makes Dragapult strong, this deck is quite literally countering it, and then on top of that, you run into a little issue. You have LGM as well to slow them down, and they finally get an attack off, you KO them right back. So I generally think this might have essentially cracked the code on how to deal with Dragapult, and we might even see this Nighttime Mine plus Genesect package in other decks that could maybe take advantage of it.
Yeah, one play specifically in that matchup that I don't know if you caught some replays or want to break down a little bit, was the attachments on the active early on from Alex. Was that something you want to touch on a little bit? Do you agree with that early on, or are you supposed to maybe play more defensive in a matchup where there's just so much disruption?
When there's so much disruption, when there's clearly so much energy denial with the handheld fan, with the glimpses of the LGM, energy becomes all of a sudden your most valuable resource, so you want to make sure it's on the bench, right? Them getting an attack off on turn 2 is not uncommon, right? Multiple rare candy, the deck is designed to draw so many cards, be aggressive, and so asking them to have the bosses orders on top in order to threaten your energy, right? It's not a fail-safe strategy, but yes, I agree. Maybe attaching the energy would have been a great adaptation to see in Game 2 in order to have a better chance at having those back-to-back Phantom Dive attacks, which is usually what dismantles Alakazam, but Alex was barely able to use Jet Headbutt the whole game.
I believe the one time he did even use Jet Headbutt, gave Cerys a couple of cards.
Lucky helmet, yeah.
Yeah. Again, just very, very tough to deal with, but was there anything else you think Alex could have done better to try and mitigate all this disruption that
Honestly,
Cerys had?
no. I think we are seeing, like we've talked about prep, and like the key moment I want to highlight for this particular round is it happened before the tournament even started, with the deck building, with everything included in Cerys' deck, with the Nighttime Mine, with the Genesect, with the Psyduck. All of that is just really overwhelming. I want to say there's no Dragapult deck in the room that is ready for this amount of disruption, this amount of targeting against it. And then once you have Dragapult covered, as she mentioned, if you're gonna take such a big risk, you need to be sure you're good against the 30%. And Alakazam is famous for being pretty good against Raging Bolt and Meganium, and anything that has high HP and is worth multiple prizes, Alakazam can deal with. And you're denying the biggest weakness Alakazam has on first stamp with the Genesect. So you're covering your weaknesses and you're exploiting the metagame's weaknesses. So instead of complaining about Dragapult and Dragapult's dominance, they, like Cerys and her group, took the key strengths and weaknesses of Dragapult and are really exploiting it, and I think it's really gonna work out. I mean, it's already working out, right? She's in top 8, I believe, guaranteed now, or asymmetrical top god, so I'm looking forward to see how she continues to do well, if she continues to go up against Dragapult.
Seems like this is the deck to watch from this point on, and the player to watch as well. Thanks as always, Pablo, for breaking things down for us. As we get into the thick of it here, one last Swiss round between these players and that asymmetrical top cut. Round 13 is coming up right after this, so don't you go anywhere. We'll be coming back right after this short break.
have to say my favorite Pokemon card artwork is probably the Gengar Mimikyu tag team, all the way back from, I think, Team Up is what it was. I really like the dark themes are really pretty on the card, and I played that card to a couple online tournaments when it was out, so it was really nice to play with. I'm gonna have to say my favorite Pokemon's Alakazam. I like the design a lot, and also some Alakazam cards have gotten me very far in tournaments, Radiant Alakazam especially. Big fan of that card. I prefer in person a lot, even online when I'm on like call with my friends or something. We'll even use webcam as opposed to using live or something like that. It's like a lot easier if you want to like take something back. Just it's better for testing, and it feels more tactile and better that way. It depends. So recently for this format, I haven't been playing as much just because the format's so solidified, and we're about to move into post-rotation immediately after this. But usually I'll pick out a deck that I like, maybe sometimes a couple, depending, and then I just try and play against everything. I think it's just best to just play games. I think it's the most important thing. The more reps you have, the better you'll do, and that's just it. Go to locals. Locals are really good. Play in as many tournaments as possible. Even if you're playing against people that might not be the best, it's amazing practice. It's like good to get tournaments, especially with like a timer. It'll get you used to playing fast. I really like to play auto chess games. Honestly, it helps a bit with Pokemon because you get to see some of the strategy in building decks a little bit, to be honest. It's really fun. It's a nice break from Pokemon. Obviously, I gotta say my favorite player is Piper LaFine. She's the GOAT. She builds all my decks. She's basically my coach, to be honest. And then also gonna have to say Noah Sakadjian. He's like the main person I test against. And even though we don't land on the same 60 cards for most events, it's really fun playing against him. I think it would have to have something similar to Radiant Alakazam's ability, where you got to move 2 damage counters from your opponent's board to somewhere on their board. So it's a bit weaker than Monkey Dory, but I really like that effect. I think there's so many cool ways to play with it. Sometimes outplay your opponent. I really like that card. There is this one guy, he always goes around in a Leon cosplay, and every time it's so good. I really like seeing him at events. I'm gonna pick 6 a.m. I've developed the talent for sleeping on planes, so 6 a.m. will give me a nice time to get tired again for the nighttime when I gotta go to bed and get ready for the tournament in the morning.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the lounge. It's your favorite segment, Draw Your Faves with Skarzig. I'm here with Tim, and we're drawing his favorite Pokemon, Garchomp. This one's going to be a bit of a challenge, but I think I can rise to that challenge, and I hope that you in the audience can follow along and try to draw Garchomp right along with me. All right, so pay attention to me, and let's see if we can do this Pokemon justice. So, drawing Garchomp, I always like to start with the head. He's got these really cool, I don't even know what to call them. He's like a jet plane almost. But this is how I always like to start with Garchomp. He's got his eye like this, and a little star-shaped pattern on the nose. And then the neck comes down, and he's got a really big fin that comes off of the back like this. And then really cool arms like that, and more big fins that come off of the bottom of the arms. I think there's some spikes on there too, if I remember. He's also have some lines here on the side of his neck. They're almost like gills. I don't know. There's always a lot of small details on certain Pokemon that you try to remember, but it's okay if you forget. And then coming down here, we've got his big feet with some sharp claws. Oh, and he's also got a long tail like this. And there's a kind of a half moon shape off the bottom of the tail. I think there's some stripes like that. And somebody in the audience might remember this, but I think Garchomp has like little spikes here on his legs too. And it looks like he's doing a little dance, but it's okay. Garchomp is tough, very intimidating, very angry. And I think that if you're a fan of Pokemon Champions, you've been seeing a lot of this Pokemon lately, but he is always super fun to draw. I think I did it justice, but it's not just about me drawing Garchomp. Did Tim do a good job? So let's take a look, folks. Nice! Very well done. That's definitely a Garchomp if I've ever seen one. Not too bad if I do say so myself. Thank you for joining me. And thank you as well. But don't go anywhere because we have more Pokemon action coming right up.
Rev up those engines, folks. We've got one more Swiss round before our asymmetrical top cut. And I know I'm excited to see who will be our players submitting themselves into said top cut. Indianapolis is home for our last regional championship. If you've been following along, my name is Ethan Heggie. Juancho Saldana has joined with me, and we are more than pumped to showcase our next match here in Indy.
Absolutely. The finish line is right there. $10,000, the world's invite, and the prestige of becoming a Pokemon regional champion. Just a couple more games and we get to crown one. I'm excited.
Excited to see how our players have developed throughout this tournament. Let's take a look at the standings so far coming into our final Swiss round. Of course, these players have traversed through phase 1 where they needed 16 or more match points to advance, and now they're looking to get to those 32 match points. 31 or 32, but it looks like 32 match points will be safe. So all of these players essentially either locked up for cut, you see these first 4 or 5 names are looking pretty good, or our players with 29 or more match points need to win this final match to secure themselves a spot in our asymmetrical cut.
Ooh, a lot of Pokemon games, a lot of very important Pokemon games here just have to happen. Again, one game separates them from getting into the asymmetrical cut, getting a chance to become a regional champion. And man, a lot of big names are going to be fighting.
Yeah, you see lots of star-studded talent. Andrew Hedrick has locked himself up another spot in top cut with this Dragapult deck, looking to win another regional championship, but already just such a dominant season. And I'd like to take a moment to talk about Andrew for a second. He started off the season very slow. Very few top cuts, very few caches, but then he's really turned it around this season and locked in. Love to see that turnaround from him.
Absolutely. Now, let's take a look at some notable matches happening on the floor, though. And, of course, our stream matchup is going to be Bulin Zheng versus Cody Hope. That's going to be an interesting one. But, man, I wish I could just go down the floor. Wow, I'd love to watch maybe Noah Sakadjian versus Mitchell Courtney, or Matt Trang versus Rahul Reddy. I know Rahul's playing something very interesting. We haven't been able to feature that just yet, but yeah, a lot of big names still fighting for their Pokemon tournament lives.
Feature match is ready. Let's throw things down to the stage and see. And finally, ladies and gentlemen, it's time to see the wild growth in action. Cody Hope playing one of my caster picks, but we won't make it about me. Meganium with that Teal Mask Ogerpon. It is going to be a battle of the Masquerade.
And of course, he's up against the big villain, the big deck to beat, Dragapult EX. That seems to be the story of this entire Pokemon Regional. Can your deck beat Dragapult? Let's see if Cody can do just that. Again, it's going to be a very interesting one. Dragapult, again, with the targeted attacks, and has a couple of good techs actually for this specific matchup, but I mean, Meganium and Teal Dance Ogerpon, specifically with the Hydrapple EX, actually, that's a big Pokemon that does big numbers and even heals. That might be something to keep an eye out.
Looks like a mulligan for Cody starting things out. That healing factor can be important, but it's all about those grass energy cards. How many can you flood in the board? And more importantly, how stunted does your setup get from that early Itchy Pollen? Things to keep note of in this matchup.
Absolutely. Again, big plays. Both these players, though, still very accomplished players at this point. I mean, Bulin Zheng made top 64 at Portland Regionals last season, but he was mainly playing Raging Bolt. Switched things up. Best finish overall, though, was 18th place at the Milwaukee Regionals with Mega Box. Oh, he had a very fire start to this tournament, actually, starting at 7-0. But Cody Hope, no slouch either. Best finish this season was top 64 at the Milwaukee Regionals with Golden Go. And he's been switching around between Golden Go, Raging Bolt, Monkey Dory this season. He's currently 5-1 against Dragapult decks this tournament, so he seems pretty ready.
Nothing too crazy in the prizes. That one of Celebi can be a bit annoying. That traverse time attack, super helpful at getting set up early on in the game.
Yeah, again, Celebi seems pretty interesting. It's not every day I see a turn 1 attack to try and find a stadium card, but that's just very, very important in this deck, right? I feel like grass has given a new lease in life thanks to the stadium card, but right now we are starting off our last round of Swiss, ladies and gentlemen, and Cody Hope is going to be our first turn player.
Using that bug catching set, great in these grass type decks, fetches out that Teal Mask Ogerpon and a Grass Energy. Grass Energy, of course, valuable for boosting the damage, but also allows you to draw some cards every turn with that Teal Dance ability. Attaching an energy does not count as your energy card for turn, additionally draws you a card from the top of the deck. We'll take a look at Cody's hand, see what he's got going on. Not too much here. We'll see the Teal Dance to start. Does draw into an Ultra Ball, and there is a Meowth for the following turn. See Teal Dance number 2 come down into play, drawing some more cards as Cody looks to get some Pokemon ready for the following turn.
Absolutely. Name of the game is to flood the board with energy, so you're doing a ton of damage. Chikorita hits the bench as well early, so maybe you don't need to force Vitality too soon, and maybe if you draw into the Bayleaf, you can evolve it right now before you play something like your Lily's Determination. Opting to bench the Meowth preemptively. Again, you can't play your supporter on turn 1, possibly playing around the Team Rocket's Watchtower.
Yeah, that would be very detrimental in this spot for Cody. We'll find out that Meowth from the deck. There is an Ultra Ball in the hand, and I wonder here for Cody if he's debating playing that card, expecting to be put under item lock next turn.
It's almost use it or lose it at this point, right? It's a lot of cards in hand. Even has the Diplin in hand already. Could use the Ultra Ball, try and find something like the Applin. It's going to be interesting here, but it's just going to be a pass, I believe.
Yep, just a pass of the turn. Buddy Poffin for Bulin to start things off.
Okay. Ethan, hear me out. How aggressive do you think Bulin should be? He has the potential to take 2 prize cards this turn.
You could, I mean, you could take 2 prizes. That's not a bad idea. It feels as if you can match it next turn with some Dracloak, that it's probably a fine trade-off. Otherwise, Itchy Pollen is probably your next best option.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, make sure you get a chance to use those Lily's Determination to full effect. Couple of one Crushing Hammer, I believe, in hand. But it's going to be the Crispin. Yeah. I was expecting the Lily's Determination or Crispin into the Moltres that is in his deck, actually.
You may want to check, though, and see that the 2 Psychic Energy are actually prized.
Oh.
So I wonder how he wants to go about putting energies down, but it looks like we're actually just going to see energies preemptively put onto the bench Pokemon to get ready for Phantom Dive down the line.
Maybe this was a chance to, maybe he knew that there was 2 Psychic Energy prize, so maybe this was just a chance to get it out of the deck, or doesn't want to draw into it, potentially. There are Darkness Energy in the deck, so Crispin will still be live, so.
It's true. See if there is a Badoo in the hand. That's another consideration. No, we're just going to see energies placed onto the bench, allowing Bulin to have some Cody to have item cards. Crushing Hammer is off the table, so we'll see a reflip. Does flip tails, so will not discard any energy cards. Crushing Hammer number 2, though.
Another chance.
Hello. Nope.
Sometimes it's 50-50, so but surely your next 2 are double heads.
Is it really 50-50, Wancho? I feel like if I want it more than my opponent, I flip more heads than them.
But right now, this is the exact opposite of what we saw in the last match. Just the energies are protected and safe on the bench, and really chose to accelerate them right now.
See Ultra Ball be played. I'm curious to see if this will grab Bayleaf or if it's going to grab the Applin. Looks like Bayleaf is the priority, and this would mean that if you do find Meganium, you are just a single energy card away from taking a KO, thanks to that Wild Growth ability, the backbone of this entire deck.
Opting to preemptively bench the Pheasantipity really feels like he's going on the aggressive. He's going for aggression this turn, going for the knockout, and trying to play around a future unfair stamp.
Now there is a Meganium prized and one of those Forest of Vitality, so we'll have a couple of pieces unavailable to be found. Still plenty of chances to draw cards. We haven't seen Teal Dance be used yet. There's plenty of Pokemon Search left, so we'll see what Cody can find. 8 cards since this player is at 6 prizes remaining.
Big 8 cards here, and again, the hardest thing to find is the Stadium card. There's no means of search for that besides the Celebi. And right now, I don't quite see it in hand, I believe.
Stadium will start with this bug catching set. Finding a Grass Energy. There's a Diplin. See if he just decides to take a lot of energy cards here just to make sure Teal Dance can go along. Doesn't even need the Meganium this turn, as a Teal Dance plus manual attachment to the active spot would take the KO.
It's a little scary to put 3 energies onto the active, if with the potential of the Moltres for your opponent. But hey, the name of the game is to flood the board with energy, but it looks like is going to opt for the energy and the Diplin.
Yeah, and it looks like there's plenty of energy in the hand, so not much of a concern in terms of having energy cards. There's Steel Dance number 1, drawing a card from the active, and does find the Forest of Vitality. Okay,
is there a
Meganium? A big card. No, does not have Meganium.
We talked about the hardest thing to find. He just finds 2 off draw 1s.
That's true, that's true. If he wants to here, he could actually take the KO with this Diplin. Manual retreating and then using the Do the Wave attack.
Ooh, I like the inclusion of Do the Wave in this deck. Sometimes your opponent, sometimes you're up against Festival Elite and you can use their own stadium against them. But right now, just the singular attack of Do the Wave.
Yeah, it's nice to have a good attacker as a stage 1. There's really not a better Diplin to play than this one, so you might as well take advantage of that solid attack. Prize card taken for Cody. It is that Teal Mask Ogerpon. We'll see what Bulin is sitting on. It is a Dracloak plus an Ultra Ball, so if he does choose to here, he could put double Dracloak into play. Instead, going to start with this Recon Directive, and it does find a pair of Dracloak. Hello, we will more than happily take those. Here we go, Recon Directive number 2.
This is the last
the
one.
3rd Crushing Hammer.
Has an Ultra Ball in hand, the Fire Energy, has a Lilies at the very least.
I wonder what he's debating using Ultra Ball to grab. Feels like whatever you have in the active spot will most likely be knocked out, so do you maybe just promote something like Pheasantipity, hope your opponent doesn't have Hydrapple plus Meganium? That does feel like a risk. Maybe it is Badoo's time to shine.
Yeah, again, Badoo's coming in a little bit late, but wait. Hammers first. I told you. It's 50%, so the next 2 surely are heads.
Surely the last one is guaranteed to say discard an energy. I can get behind that for sure. You see the Fire Energy attached to the active and the Lily's Determination, so this turn far from over for Bulin so far.
Very important to note, this is the only Psychic Energy, again, in the deck. Yes, there are Night Stretchers to work with, so it's very important to get that energy attachment of the Fire, so that's what Bulin can choose to discard if he chooses to go into a Badoo. Could attack here with Dragon Headbutt, but, I mean, Diplin has 80 HP. But every damage counter could matter.
Every counter does matter in the Pokemon TCG, whether it's 1999 or 2026. 8 cards drawn for Bulin. Can he find a Badoo? That feels like the best way to end this turn off, as you would be 10 damage short of taking the KO with that Dragon Headbutt. But he often would be a nice card to find.
Could find another Dreepy as well.
Yeah, I wonder if using those Recon Directives early was to try and find that Moltres to use Boss's orders and take a KO. We'll never know in this spot, as that ship has long sailed. Buddy Puffin played, can grab that aforementioned Badoo plus another basic Pokemon. And it looks to be that last Dreepy in the deck.
Yeah, the beautiful thing is with the Diplin is it is protected from Moltres. Even if Moltres is a fire Pokemon, it doesn't do that extra damage unless you're a Pokemon EX.
Now, if Bulin has information on his prizes, normally you want to keep both Dracloak symmetrical, right? A Fire Energy on each. But with those 2 Psychic Energy in the prizes, it's probably better to discard this Fire if you're retreating into Badoo this turn.
Absolutely, as... Oh, that is Risky Ruins played as well. So, just bumping to say no more fast evolution. But luckily, there are a bunch of stage 1s in play. But more importantly, a lot of damage counters come into play for Bulin. So, could find some movement later down the line.
Smartly does retreat that Fire Energy. Here we go, Wancho. We're seeing Itchy Pollen a little bit later than normal, but better late than never when it comes to this Pokemon. As this is a pretty awkward hand for Cody. He's just got a couple of Teal Dance abilities to try and help out. Can't play that card. See Teal Dance number 2, another Grass Energy into play. Do we see Hydrapple? We do not. There is one in the prizes, only one available, but there is a Dawn supporter in the hand, Wancho.
Dawn could be good here.
It is a bit awkward, though. You have 2 stage 2s you want to grab. Which is better in this spot?
you can't get the Hydrapple, unfortunately, because it does require 2 energies to attack. And with the Crushing Hammer for the last turn, removing the energy, you need the Meganium to pay for those 2 energies for these, for the Syrup Storm attack. And it's also nice just to have the single prize Pokemon in the active.
You could attack with it if you want to. You could use that Ripening Charge and then manual attach. That's maybe what Cody is deciding in this spot.
Heal off that 10 damage, maybe?
Hey, we're talking about how every damage counter matters.
The nice thing is, once he does attack this turn, he does go down to the beautiful 4 prize slot, right? And that means it's just like, what, 2 EXs away from winning the game.
Yeah. And I like leaving this Dipplin active. It was a kind of a smart choice on the previous turn. The 10 damage is super relevant on that Teal Mask Ogerpon, so not having to deal with it being in exact damage range of Phantom Dive can be very solid down the line. We'll see the attachment to the active most likely. Wild Growth just boosts now. Every single grass energy in play on your Pokemon is 2 energies instead of 1. Burning the stadium, getting rid of the risky ruins, bringing it back to the bountiful forest that we're in.
Ooh, yeah, right now, there's a lot of energy in play, but technically, he has 12. 12 to work with. Very, very scary. Now, Bulin here, this is the time he has to respond, right? He has 2 Dracloaks in play, 2 energies. He will get a Phantom Dive off. It's just a question of how he does it.
Do we see something like Boss's Orders this turn that could target down the Meowth, or something like the Teal Mask on the bench to apply a little bit of pressure? Here come our first couple of recon directives. Pheasantipity found.
Couple of extra cards. I don't know if you want to put down another 2 prize liability, though. The nice thing is, Bulin can opt to attack with Dragapult this turn, have a Moltres ready as well, and then go into a single prize board to knock out something like the Teal Dance Ogerpon.
There is a Boss's Orders off this final recon directive. Night Stretcher the other choice. We'll see which card he decides to take.
Ooh, he could go Moltres right now, still maintain a single prize board, and force your opponent into the odd prize card.
Yeah, and it would take out this Teal Mask Ogerpon with 3 energy, stripping 6 energy off of the board thanks to that Wild Growth ability, essentially.
That seems pretty good, and you're attacking with a single prizer. So
the only downside is you would lose that energy on the active Dracloak by retreating it, but you've still got one on the bench that has a fire energy attached. So we'll see Moltres grabbed from Pokepad, and it looks like Bulin is lining up this play to respond in kind and even up the game at 4 prizes apiece.
And the nice thing, too, about the Moltres, it has 120 HP. That does mean Cody has to... He can no longer just keep doing the wave unless he chooses to do something like a Boss's Orders, but then you're leaving the Moltres in play.
Seeing if there's some sort of disruption as well. Doesn't look like it just yet. Boss's Orders onto the Teal Mask Ogerpon. Bulin is, of course, playing that unfair stamp as the A-Spec. There's the retreat from Dracloak into Moltres, and with its burning wings, fighting at that, takes down this Teal Mask Ogerpon with that attack, and will even things up at 4 prizes apiece and try and put Cody into a spot where he will be forced to play this 7 prize game.
Who just so efficient. I feel like this would be a completely different game without that specific single prize Moltres.
Now item cards back online. Cody did take that Hydrapple EX off of the prize cards. It will finally come into play, evolving, unlocking both the powerful ability and attack with that Ripening Charge to accelerate even more energy in play. Question now becomes, with this Meowth, what are we searching for? We've still got Flip the Script, but it looks like Cody is dead set on finding a supporter card right here and right now.
Ooh, yeah, it looks like it is going to be just the Meowth. I'm curious to see, maybe Boss's Orders at this point? Is there a means of disruption?
He wants to find Unfair Stamp, Wancho. This is a cool little combo this deck can do. Grab Cypher Maniac, stack cards on top of the deck, and then either find them thanks to Flip the Script or the Teal Dance ability. Try and make it as difficult as possible for Bulin to attack next turn with Phantom Dive or another Moltres.
Very, very powerful indeed. Let's Unfair Stamp their Dragapult before they get to Unfair Stamp us. And again, with a gigantic Hydrapple EX in the active, It's gonna be. I don't think there's anything in Dragapult that can deal with this at the moment. You can attack it with the Moltres for big damage, but 330 HP is gigantic.
Gigantic indeed. Some passive healing as well. There's that flip the script ability. We have not seen an attachment for turn. Teal Dance can draw an additional card. Bench is full now. See a little bit of a cameo made by the GOAT Tapu Bulu. We see you.
Very interesting. Another single prize attacker. And we see here now Cody just spreading energy around. That Fastendipity is one energy attachment away from it attacking as well. Could come into play. And I like the fact that he's limiting the amount of Teal Mask Ogerpon he has in play. That's technically the most susceptible Pokemon. The weakest Pokemon on the board, right? Just because it can get knocked out by Moltres.
It can. It's a bit of a double-edged sword. You've got now 2 Meowth on the board, too, so there's a lot of liabilities on Cody's board. That's probably the biggest weakness for supporting Pokemon in play, is basically riding off the back of Hydrapple and Teal Mask Ogerpon to get him across the finish line.
Ooh, and there it is, the Ripening Charge, another means of acceleration and healing that 10. And just a big unfair stamp here from Cody.
Unfair stamp, but how unfair can this card truly be? Bulin's going to get to see 6 cards next turn, choose the best 3, and still has an energy on that Bench Cloak, meaning Phantom Dive is probably an easy come-by.
Yeah, it's going to have to, he has to win in what? In 2 Phantom Dives.
Yeah.
And that is possible.
It is possible. It is difficult as well, all things considered. We'll probably need to pair something with a boss's order since this Hydrapple right now, 30 base damage, plus 30 more for every grass energy, and count double. You are not seeing double, ladies and gentlemen. That is essentially 12 energy right now on the board, meaning this Pokemon is dealing enough to take a KO on a one-hit knockout Dragapult.
Yeah, and Bulin, too, he has to be very smart about how he chooses his knockouts the next turn. He might want to set up knockouts, like attacking to the Fezandipity, not...
Oh, come on, Lisa. We are not counting how much damage this does to the Hydrapple. All right, or to the Moltres. That thing is gone.
Well, for the folks at home, that is 60, 120, 180, 240, 300, 360, so 390 damage on the Moltres.
Seems like enough, or so I've been told.
I think you can knock out 3 Moltreses at that point.
Bring them the whole flock.
Yeah. All the legendary birds. Let's get them all.
Big turn here for Bulin. Can he put together something like Boss's Orders plus a energy and Dragapult? But you do all of that just to get KO'd in return by this Syrup Storm on the following turn.
Yeah, and with only 1 energy on the Dracloak, you're almost forced into a Crispin turn. So
what are you really achieving? Your opponent's going to go down to 1 prize and just be Boss's Orders away. Speaking of which, does see it off of Recon Directive.
The scary thing, too, is if Bulin chooses to take 2 prize cards this turn, Cody does have access to something like the Briar, and there is an Ogerpon with a lot of energy.
True. What a combination here. Bulin basically goes perfect off of these 3 Recon Directives. Boss's Orders, Psychic Energy, Dragapult EX. Can now put together a KO onto Meowth. But like you mentioned, Wancho, there is that risk of Briar, assuming there is enough energy cards for that Teal Mask to use Myriad Leaf Shower.
Here it is. Dragapult hits the board.
Feels like you have to go for this because what is your best option? Just attacking with Phantom Dive? That doesn't feel like it's going to get you across the table.
Just work on the Hydrapple. Maybe just take this off the field and hope your opponent can't deal with a second Dragapult if we knock out. Yeah, if he knocks out the Hydrapple.
It's tough because if you commit to attacking into this Hydrapple, you are basically putting yourself on a 3-turn path to win when your opponent is on a 2-turn path to win. And that does not seem like a recipe for success, Wancho.
It's a tough spot. Again, this Hydrapple is perfectly positioned. I like this. Maybe if the answer isn't to win the prize race, let's take out resources, right? If you're knocking out this Meganium takes out what, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, like 6 energy-ish from play.
It's tough, though, because you're still on a 3-prize turn map, but you also burn a boss's orders. You can also put your opponent to that 3-turn spot, but if they can reestablish Meganium, which it's not a tall ask to do, you're going to be in a world of hurt. Now, there is 1 Meganium in the prize card, so Cody will need to find either that Lana's Aid or a recovery card.
Only plays 1 Night Stretcher, 1 Lana's Aid. Luckily, the stadium is already in hand. There's an Ultra Ball.
Additionally, has flipped the script and can even boss his orders this turn and kind of navigate around this Dragapult if he so chooses to.
Yeah, just go back even that way. As long as he takes a prize card this turn, he will be in that 2-turn clock window.
So here is Chikorita now, again, can use Flip the Script. Taking a look, there is a Night Stretcher, there is a Bayleaf in the deck, and Alana's Aid. Oh, already has Bayleaf in the hand, excuse me.
So this is it. Do you risk it with the Lily, or do you just go for the guaranteed prize card? Looks like we're gonna risk it.
I would have maybe liked to see Flip the Script first. On paper, kind of counterintuitive, but if you find Lana's Aid, you just want to play that card and reestablish that Meganium.
Right now, because it's Lilies, there's only 1 out here, ladies and gentlemen. It is the Night Stretcher.
Gonna see about half of the deck, so who knows? The odds could be slightly in his favor to see this card. Here we go, 6 cards off Lily, plus the Pheasantipity's Flip the Script ability. Those are just supporter cards.
Has
about a whole
Dance to work
plethora of
with.
them. There's that Lana's Aid, but you cannot play it.
Again, so you can see 4 more cards here. Here's the Teal Dance.
See Teal Dance first. And there it is, finds the Night Stretcher, now using Flip the Script. And this Dragapult EX is going to be swallowed up by the true Dragon and Hydrapple.
I like imagining that in my head. That seems like a cool Pokemon battle to see.
And if Cody wants to here, he could even heal off the Meowth on the bench. I'm not sure how relevant it is right now. Maybe just wants to make sure Meganium can move. But all of a sudden here, Bulin is in a world of hurt. He cannot boss in Crispin on the same turn. And if he swings into this active, the game is over.
Down to 1 prize card. There is legitimately no out. There is boss, the Meganium, and hope he can't retreat. I think that is the only play.
Does have Ultra Ball now for Meowth. That is a potential. There's the boss's orders. But like you mentioned, Wancho, an energy attachment and a retreat into Hydrapple means no matter what Bulin promotes, it will be KO'd by the Syrup Storm.
Yeah, this is almost like what the Raging Bolt strategy is, right? Just having a lot of energy in play in these later games means no matter what disruption Dragapult does, as long as I have an attack, I'm going to win. And sure enough, sitting here pretty, 330 HP with so many energy in play, there will be a knockout.
Yeah, this is precious time off the clock, Wancho. We are almost 25 minutes through this match. It's very unlikely these 3 games are going to finish, and both these players need to win to advance to top cut. A tie really does not do them much better. See the boss's orders onto this Meowth. Bulin still just going to play to his outs.
I guess a Jet Headbutt here puts it in range, or two-turn clock, right? So it's just a matter of if Cody has energy, he wins the game.
Yeah, we'll do the math, but there is the energy off the top. Hydrapple EX, the MVP of this game, as Cody Hope takes game number 1 on this win and in.
Big damage there. Good job, Cody. Look at him, just nice and happy to win a matchup against, again, the dreaded Dragapult EX. But hey, Hydrapple EX seems like the big dog dragon right now. Yeah, very, very interesting matchup. And it came down to the flood, right? Amount of energy on the board and being safe in those later turns. Let's go ahead and take a look at the replay of that last match. Yeah.
It's the early do the wave, and I think this was in a crucial turn early on. Attacking with this Dipplin, preventing this Teal Mask Ogerpon from taking damage. And an interesting choice from Bulin to not use that Itchy Pollen on the early turns could have really slowed down Cody's ability to attack with a Pokemon that wasn't that Teal Mask Ogerpon.
Yeah, we saw how powerful item cards really are in Cody's deck, right? The bug catching set, able to find Pokemon or energy cards. Yeah, very, very powerful indeed. And of course, There it was, the top deck-ish from the Night Stretcher. Just guarantee the knockout, guarantee the game.
Played a little bit more risky and got rewarded. Otherwise, things could have went Bulin's way on those following turns. The final Grass Energy secured game number 1.
Absolutely. But the game is not done yet. Dragapult seems to thrive of, being on the back foot, playing those unfair stabs. And I mean, Bulin here has fought tooth and nail to find himself in this spot for the chance at that top cut. So I'm sure he's going to be doing his best to try and get there. It's going to be tough, though, with the amount of time we have left.
Yeah, it's going to be hard to finish 3 games, but we'll lock in at the task ahead of us. Bulin choosing to go first in game number 2. It does open with Monkey Dory plus that Buddy Buddy Poffin.
Buddy Buddy Poffin, of course. Oh, this time just straight up going to find that Buddy. Let's slow the opponent down a little bit. He got 2 set up the last time, right? Too much energy hit the board, too many Pokemon hit the board. But yeah.
Nothing crazy in the prize cards. Meowth, of course, a little bit annoying to have prized. There is only that 1 copy of it in the deck. We'll see these 2 Pokemon grabbed right away. And a Pokepad to find what I presume to be the next Dreepy. So a solid turn 1 here for Bulin. We'll see if he can get an energy attachment down as well.
Yeah, typically you're happy to see double Dreepy hit the board, but maybe he's a little bit happier to see Moltres instead. Just plethora of attackers. Could go the disruption route, or could go, I want 2 prize cards.
Really wants to put on early aggression, and this kind of makes me wonder with the Badoo what our plan is early on. It just seems like we've got every Pokemon we want. Okay, never mind, Bulin, I see you.
Everyone was there, so we didn't need to find... I mean, Moltres is a harder Pokemon to find, right? Buddy Buddy often doesn't find it, so just spending the Pokepad there. Scan it a little bit early. You know you're going to want it there anyway.
Here is Teal Dance number 1. Does find another Teal Mask Ogerpon. Okay, can bench that as well and use that ability. So putting energy to play, drawing a bunch of cards. Cody cannot take a prize this turn, but that's a pretty good 1 card to find. Okay, bug catching set to find even more Pokemon.
So
potentially, no guarantees. Don't tell me I cast or cursed him. Okay, there's a Pokemon there.
I think the name of the game here is just to retreat into the Celebi at this point. It seems like the safest Pokemon to retreat to. You want to retreat to a single prize Pokemon just to play around the potential of the Moltres. Right now, there's no energy on the board. You might fall like Cody could fall into a false sense of security, excuse me. But, I mean, a simple Crispin could change all that.
Could definitely indeed. We'll see Ultra Ball be played, checking through the deck. And immediately that Celebi brought to the top. Can see that Bayleaf plus Chikorita are in the prize cards, but besides that, nothing too detrimental. Cody can use, of course, that attack to find some of these Pokemon plus energy card, or excuse me, plus stadium cards. And more importantly, Wancho, move this Teal Mask out of the active spot. It does not want to stay here at the end of this turn.
Big turn here. That was before the Lilies. Board is pretty much set up. You've got your attachment for turn. You've got 2 energies on the Teal Mask Ogerpon. At this point, everything you draw from the Lily is just icing on the cake.
8 cards to be drawn here for Cody. Would really like to find Chikorita down this turn to, at least threaten Meganium following up. But the check marks, like you said, are already hit. Pokemon found. Teal Mask and Teal Dance being used. Celebi ready to find some more Pokemon, and does find a Stadium. No Chikorita quite yet. There is another bug catching set.
Yeah, let's play those items while we can, right? But yeah, able to look at the top 7. Let's get some energy or a Pokemon. The nice thing is, again, the Celebi can just get the entire Chikorita line, and with the Stadium already in hand, and I don't think Bulin has means of... there is the 1 judge, so...
Going to be hard to find, though, with that Meowth prized, so taking that for granted. And not really a supporter card you want to be playing this early on. So it will be the Teal Mask Ogerpon plus Meganium. Found to the hand. That's 1 less Pokemon that can be grabbed from this Traverse time. He's already committed an energy for turn. Not sure he wants to bench another Teal Mask Ogerpon. We are going to see the deck shuffled first.
Again, Traverse Time, very powerful attack. Not something you see every day.
Oh, we are going to see the third teal mask. Okay, so really filling up the bench. Just wants to go full in with this teal dance.
That's scary, though. That's 3 Teal Dance Ogrepons. That's 3 Moltres attacks
and no
winning the
space,
game.
No space for Pheasantipity, no space for Meowth, assuming this last bench spot is going to be committed to this Meganium line. We'll go ahead and find Chikorita plus Bayleaf.
Last one could be...
either probably Diplin or Hydrapple. It seems like the best choice, but it is actually going to be another copy of Applin. Very interesting.
As Bulin just starts his turn, straight going for the Lilies, doesn't need to use anything else. So that means, I mean, Crispin doesn't matter here because that's a non-EX Pokemon in the active. So all he's looking for is an energy card to be able to retreat the Badoo. And of course, the very, very important Dracloaks to get drawing.
We'll see 8 cards due to being at 6 prizes remaining. But like you mentioned, Wancho, looking for that energy card to get into this Itchy Pollen, accepting that this Badoo will most likely fall in the following turn at the expense of just trying to slow the game down and at least threaten a powerful attack on the following turn, finds the energy card and finds what appears to be multiple ways to get Pokemon, plus a Crushing Hammer for some fun on top.
Ooh, Crushing Hammer. This is less damage, potentially. Oh.
It is a heads. Let's get rid of that energy off the Celebi, making it a little bit more annoying for Badoo to fall this turn. Pokepad number 1 being played. Dracloak on the menu.
Is that the... I believe that's the only Pokepad in hand currently. So this is there's a lot riding on the Dracloak, right?
It's guaranteed here. So he's going to look at 2 cards on the top of his deck, and there's going to be a Pokepad here. I have the script, ladies and gentlemen. I already know what's coming.
Or you could go the middleman and just find Dracloak himself, right?
Listen, that would be too iconic. We need to slow things down just a little bit here. All right, guaranteed Pokepad off the 2. That's, never mind, wrong script. That's top 4, ladies and gentlemen. We'll have to come back for that one. Looks like there is an Ultra Ball in the hand, so can play that to find another Dracloak. Not as good as Pokepad, but it will still get the job done.
Yeah, just unfortunately losing a Lily's Determination, not too bad. Buddy Popping, you're not too... beat up to lose.
Sure. So it will be the second Recon Directive. Already has the energy to retreat Monkey Dory, and it is a Psychic Energy at that, which he would like to discard more than something like the Fire Energy, just because of how valuable it is off Moltres.
All right, one more Dracloak, one more chance to find another friend, and no, just no Pokepads.
There's a Crispin for next turn, as well as a Judge. We'll see which card he decided to keep.
Looks like it was the Crispin, and it's just an attachment onto the Dracloak.
So yet again, just thinks that Cody's setup is so solid that item card disruption is just not worth it, and it's going to make him dig a little bit deeper to find this KO.
No, I respect it. Going into the Badoo, I mean, yeah, looks like your opponent already has so many energy in play.
Okay, cool.
And yeah.
We just put 6 Pokemon into play, ladies and gentlemen. Let's not gloss over that. That Stadium card is broken.
Again, no item used for that, just all thanks to that Celebi. Here's the first item used, and it is just to be able to grab that energy card. Again, now all that's missing is, one more Teal Dance on the Teal Man's Ogrepon.
Yeah,
able to attack?
Ideally, he's actually going to want to use that Hydrapple to attack Wancho, and why is that?
Oh, because you don't want to get that 10 damage early, or you don't want to either the 10 damage off the Badoo or getting hit by the Dragapult to set up a 4-prize turn.
Moltres as well. You know, it's a lot harder to take that KO if you bring that Hydrapple EX up into the active spot. Got to imagine he's really looking to find some grass energy off of these 8 cards.
Seems like not too tough of an ask, right?
Listen, nothing is impossible in the Pokemon TCG. We've seen him draw into 5 supporter cards before. And immediately in the window, there's 3 grass energy. All right, we try and make the games a little bit exciting here, but...
There's 14 in the deck.
Come on, a little bit of drama. Give us something, please.
And sure enough...
There's that ability first. Doesn't even need to worry about a second energy. Teal Dance plus the Wild Growth, just such a powerful combination of abilities cleansing together to really create something special with this energy flood deck that is Hydrapple plus the Meganium.
I think this bug catching net is going to find 2 more grass energy as well. That's a lot. That's a lot.
Why even look at the 7th card if you don't even need it? You know you're grabbing those energy cards. So 2 more grass energy go to the hand for Cody. There is no boss's orders this turn as Lily has already been played. Taking the knockout on Monkey Dory, not the most ideal, but you will jump to a prize lead and do so with this big, bulky Hydrapple EX.
And with this amount of energy in play, yeah, no, Dragapult, not even Dragapult can take this hit.
See another Teal Dance be used. And all 3 Teal Dance. Cody is really getting ready to face down head-to-head with Dragapult EX.
Yeah, he's ready for Unfair Stamp, even without the Pheasantipity. Right now, he has 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 energy already.
Count that as 12, essentially, because everything is doubled. So he is doing more than enough damage. 390 currently to whatever active Pokemon comes up. Monkey Dory goes down. Badoo is promoted to the active spot. We'll see what Bulin can put together this turn.
Absolutely, as just a buddy pop in here. Maybe just a burn. Could find one more Dreepy potentially, but I'm sure he'd like to have the bench spot open for something like Pheasantipity or Meowth.
Yeah, it is prized as well, unfortunately, so not available. Really just, I think, wants to get a good understanding of what is in the deck. Is it boss's orders or bust here this turn for Bulin?
Do you just try to do boss's orders 3 times? Is that even a possibility? You do play, what, 2 Night Stretcher. You could attack with Moltres 3 times.
It is true. You could Phantom Dive this turn to KO Celebi on the bench if you have Crispin plus Stadium Monkey Dory Dark. That is another option to just take another prize. At least try and set this up, but it's really hard to KO this Hydrapple if you're not using Phantom Dive twice or some sort of Moltres combination.
Just at this point, maybe you just have to go through the Hydrapple, right? Yeah, let's attack with the Moltres, do 220 on it, make sure it gets knocked out by a Phantom Dive the following turn, and then just have to deal with whatever comes next then.
I hate to break it to you, Wancho, that just doesn't feel like a winning strategy in this spot. You will just be so far behind, and as long as your opponent can re-establish another Hydrapple, it seems that it's just too big of a wall to climb. Ooh, see Crispin be played as a supporter for turn. This can power up your Cloak to at least launch a Phantom Dive up, but it just doesn't feel so great when you are accepting that your Dragapult, which you've worked so hard to build up, is going to be guaranteed knocked out going into the next turn.
Again, looks like the grab is Fire Energy and the Darkness Energy. Where this Fire Energy accelerated, it's going to be that Moltres, so it is going to be just 220.
I guess the understanding here is you're going to have to attack with Moltres twice regardless, so you may as well allow your opponent to go to 4 prizes now and then use a Night Stretcher again to attack with it. Is that the lineup here, Wancho?
Yeah, maybe just go back, force your opponent into the odd price raise. Right now, it looks like you're a single prize deck, right? You're doing 220, you're drawing cards, the engine is working. This seems pretty good. But is it enough?
Couple supporters of choice. Of course, that Briar cannot be played since Bulin is not at 2 prize cards. Dawn, Boss's Orders, and that Lana's Aid. Lana's Aid could be very useful down the line. I wonder if we see a preemptive Dawn played to grab a second Hydrapple line, and that may be the choice here for Cody.
Could be nice. Great way to just thin the deck as well. I don't see a better supporter.
Tapu Bulu, hello.
Oh!
Not sure Hydrapple EX is available. Don't see it in the deck. Do see the Diplin.
Is it already in hand?
It's already in the hand, so interesting choice to not grab anything else. Is actually going to go about thinning this out of the deck.
Yeah, let's find 2 Pokemon to throw away with Ultra Ball to find a Pokemon.
Preemptively finds Pheasantipity, but I feel like Ultra Ball would be a fine card to see off of Unfair Stamp, so it's a bit of a risk-reward. You get rid of those 2 Pokemon, but you lose Ultra Ball, which can be valuable down the line.
I'm sure he'd love to have a bench space open for this Pheasantipity. Right now, fortunately, we're all jam-packed.
Yeah, the stadium can't do everything, Wancho. Can't open up a bench space and allow you to break the rules of the TCG. There is the Syrup Storm. KO onto Moltres. Cody goes down to 4 prize cards remaining.
Did get a judge. That's a means of disruption at the very least. If Bulin can't find the Unfair Stamp, does find a stadium as well, trying to prevent a second Hydrapple from coming into play.
Stadium in combination could be a solid response. Here is Dracloak number 2. Does find Unfair Stamp, and Snap puts it into the hand.
That's probably a little bit better. And it's always this turn. It's this specific turn that's always the most important in the matchup. The turn that the Dragapult gets to disrupt, plus attack, and take a key knockout.
And here we go. This was that line we were talking about, using Moltres twice to put yourself onto odd prize cards. Using Crispin to power this up. The only awkward thing at this spot comes down to not really having a great place to put this other energy.
I mean, technically, you can accelerate the fire energy onto the Moltres and keep the psychic energy in hand.
Yeah, but where do you put that psychic energy? That's the problem.
Oh.
Looks like Dragapult EX is just the attacker of choice in this spot. We'll see Dracloak be used, Dragapult evolved, and I think it is Unfair Stamp time, Wancho.
Unfair Stamp time indeed. Just has to be now, but looks like there is still a place to put the Psychic Energy. There is another GP in play.
Stadium in hand as well. Bumps out the Forest of Vitality, making it difficult to re-establish Hydrapple. And Unfair Stamp disrupts Cody to put him at 2 cards in hand. This is the turn of game number 2, Wancho.
Who, off 2 cards, it's going to be really, really hard to get a knockout on this Dragapult. He's going to need, what, the entire Hydrapple line once again?
He can do it with the Teal Mask Ogerpon. Let's not forget, this thing starts to hit really hard thanks to that Wild Growth ability. So needs to have a total of 10 energy cards between both Pokemon. 30 damage times 10 plus the 30 base. Dragapult has 2, so you need to have a total of 4 energy cards on your on your Teal Mask Ogerpon, which is very feasible in this spot. You can Teal Dance 1 and manual attach.
Give me a sec to do the math.
You're
real
good.
Quick.
It's
Again,
4,
there's a lot of
4 times
math.
2 is 8, plus 2 is 10. That's 300 plus the 30 base.
All right, so what? All we're looking for is 2 energy then. So that doesn't seem like a lot then to ask for.
Doesn't seem like too much. We'll see Phantom Dive be used. I expect every single one of these Ogerpon to take 10 damage. We'll see where the last damage counters go. It looks like it will be 2 onto one of these Teal Mask Ogerpon on the bench. Does find a Grass Energy, so can see an additional card. It feels like you've got to go for this one-hit KO, but is even considering just pushing up the single energy. What can he find? Finds Boss.
It's a way to take a knockout this turn at the very least, but you want to take a 2-prize knockout here. The awkward thing is, even if you take a 2-prize knockout, the response of just Ultras works out.
Ultra Ball off the one card from Teal Dance.
He is going to lose a Boss's Orders and the Hydrapple, however.
You do, but you're going to go down to 2 prize cards. It's just so tough, though, when Moltres can respond KO you on the following turn. So what is the plan now?
Yeah, if he Ultra Balls away the Hydrapple this turn, he used his One Night Stretcher already earlier in the turn.
Aid still, that is a way to bring it back.
You can't get an EX Pokemon with Lana's Aid, so that means no more access to the Hydrapple now that it's in the discard pile. He's going to have to depend on these Teal Mask Ogerpons. Luckily, even if he takes a knockout this turn and his opponent responds with something like a Moltres, there's always the line of Briar.
Briar could be the key. The question now becomes, what supporter do you grab? And I'm looking through the deck here, Wancho, and there's only 3 Grass Energy left. Cody has to think about his prize cards, and the biggest problem right now is there's not a lot of help to be found. At best, you have a 50% chance to take a Grass Energy, and that grants you just 1 card. It really feels like here that you have to play something like the Lily's Determination, but no, we're going to try and see a few more cards off of these Teal Dance to hopefully find ourselves a Briar plus attack for next turn.
Yeah, this guarantees the energy draw. The energy at the very least. You get some draw, but now that Mouth is in play, does play a second one, so another Ultra Ball could work out.
It's in the discard pile, Wancho. That's the problem. It was Ultra Balled early on. Pheasantipity is still available as slight draw, but we've already seen so many Ultra Ball be played this game. So here we go, Lana's Aid to bring back 3 Grass Energy. Can still use 2 Teal Dance abilities. Actually can only use, well, it can use 2, but still needs to commit that 4th energy. Wow!
Oh!
What a find there. Unfair stamp. And this is the best turn to play it. Can now attach the 4th energy to one of these Teal Mask Ogerpon and draw 5 additional cards from that unfair stamp. An absolutely monumental find for Cody in one of his biggest games of his Pokemon TCG career.
Yeah, the only thing better was probably just hard drawing into the Briar.
Yeah.
But 5 extra cards to work with. Yeah, he'll take that.
I think Stamp is maybe even better here because you only have 1 Dracloak in play for Bulin, and he's down so many fire energy. Let's try and take a look at his discard pile to see how many he's down. He's down 1 fire, and there's 1 on the active, so has to find 2 energy here. Let's see what Cody can draw off these 5 cards. Cypher Maniac, that's cute. Pheasantipity for next turn. Okay, Wancho, this game is heating up.
That's 5 extra cards at the very least the next turn. Pheasantipity plus the 2 energies equal to 5 cards plus the top deck for turn. So 6 cards to potentially find the Briar.
Teal Mask Ogerpon charges into the active. It's tired of being a support Pokemon, Wancho. It's ready to fight back with Myriad Leaf Shower, dealing 330 damage and putting Bulin in a spot for his tournament life.
Right now, Bulin has to respond. I think that was a Crispin top deck. Can at least respond here.
And use Crispin. We'll see this. Oh, Recon Directive does find double fire energy.
We did say that's what he needed to find.
That is true. You know, that's a nice card, but there's not much else going on in the hand. We'll still play the Crispin. I wonder if there's 2 energy. Is there a dark energy? There is. Plenty of dark energy, so can use Adrenabrain this turn with Monkey Dory. And it looks like Briar is going to be the saving grace here for Cody in this game.
It might just have to be Briar. Going into Dragapult now is too risky. Just a single energy gets the knockout. There's a way to take 1 extra prize card here just to forego the dreaded 2 prize turn, but unfortunately there is not.
Nothing like Boss's orders to play around. There's the Team Rocket's Watchtower that would shut off Meowth EX's ability. And there it is from the Moltres. Fighting Wings KO. Can Cody find the magical Briar to win this last game and advance into the top cut?
Big, big 6 cards. I like it. The excitement is here. First draw.
Got 2 Teal Dance abilities plus flip the script. Cypher Maniac doesn't get us anything we want. Here we go.
Way to thin? No, looks like it is there. Teal Dance number 1.
That's the wrong supporter. Teal Dance number 2. Grass Energy put on, 1 additional card drawn. Can he find it? No, it's gonna come down to this flip the script, it looks like.
Pheasantipity, if he finds 1 more Teal Dance, he can still technically, he can't because there's only 1 bench space left open. Everything riding on this Pheasantipity. Can Cody flip the script?
Laying the stadium down for good measure. He's saying, I've got 3 cards and 1 shot here, ladies and gentlemen. Here we go. That's not it. Nope. Oh!
The third
rips it off the last card. Are you kidding me? Cody Hope, with the draw of his Pokemon career, advances into the top cut. What a find. What a draw.
A hope and a dream, ladies and gentlemen. Congratulations, Cody Hope. What a match. I'm over the moon. My heart rate is through the roof right now for him.
And look at the emotion on his face. You can tell this means so much to him. And what a great fought battle between both these players. Ladies and gentlemen, give a round of applause for that game because that was a great match out between our competitors.
Absolutely amazing. Excitement through the roof. But again, huge congratulations as well to Bulin to be able to get himself to this spot and just masterfully played. Single prize board, using the Moltres, and just really forcing out the Briar.
That's the GOAT Hydrapple right there, doing his work. Saw Diplin be the star of the show in game number 1. Bulin really just didn't have great attacking options on those early turns. Diplin got involved, and it was just this 2 prize early lead that was just too much for Bulin to overcome in that first game.
Yeah, but again, now in this, the Moltres trying to put in work in this first game. It wasn't enough, however. Again, just that Hydrapple, 330 HP, doing 390 damage. Yeah, that's a lot.
Wow. You saw Hydrapple get in there. It was too much to overcome as Cody took game number 1. The Grass Energy to retreat. And then game number 2, a much closer battle. We saw Celebi get involved to allow the Meganium line to be established. Early pressure from Hydrapple, and it was this Voltrace really trying to offset the prize race. It was just all for naught, however, thanks to that Briar allowing these last 2 prizes to get KO'd. Phantom Dive finally got played, and it was really this big draw here. The unfair stamp off of that Teal Dance that allowed Cody to see as much of his deck as possible, where all led up, Wancho, to this final turn. Teal Dance, plus the Flip the Script ability, and off of the 3rd and final card, Cody is able to rip that Briar and win the game.
Yeah, good job, script writers. Wouldn't have written it better myself. No, but Briar, very, very powerful, absolutely high. So much emotion here at the Indianapolis Regional Championships. We're not even in Top Cut yet.
That may be the most exciting match we see all tournament. If we see Dragapult mirrors all day for the rest of the stream, I'm okay. I can rest happy tonight and know that we saw an absolutely incredible match. This stream is like a moth to a flame when it comes to finding the final cards off draws. We had that electric generator moment. Remember that one with Caleb Rogerson? We had the
research off with the Gardevoir deck. I'm forgetting.
Yeah, Makani against Cerys, that last one with the Ultra Ball and Psychic Energy, the final turn. We've had all sorts of exciting moments. That's why you tune in, ladies and gentlemen, to the Pokemon TCG streams.
Absolutely. It's just, again, the power of cards, the excitement of just a simple piece of cardboard, getting it off the top of the deck. Again, my heart rate is through the roof. I might have to, we need to take a break after this.
Settle down, man, settle down. It's just a Briar off 3 cards for Top Cut at a regional championships. No big deal.
A chance at the World Championship. If you win this, a chance at $10,000 thanks to that Briar. I'd have that framed at this point.
Yeah, definitely gotta, get that card cemented, laminated, put it up somewhere on your wall as a decoration. Totally get behind that. Shout out to Briar coming in clutch. This Teal Mask Ogerpon just keeps getting better and better every expansion we see this card.
Absolutely. Again, it's just these Terra Pokemon seem to be just running away with this format at this point, right? There's so much support for them, but there's so much ways to really counteract them as well, like we saw with the Nighttime Mines. But I feel like Nighttime Mine won't be a problem for Cody Hope, though. I don't think energy attachment is going to be a problem.
No, you put the 2 grass on the Ogerpon, and it's almost like you have 4. You have 4.
Yeah.
That's the same as 3 in that case, right? You don't care about extra energy attachments on things. It can be a little bit annoying with the Hydrapple EX, but it's not a Terra Pokemon, so you really don't care.
Absolutely, and it's so cool to see like these rogue decks come and shine as well. I know I talk about how scary the Big Bag Dragapult is. Like, it almost feels like we're rooting against it. We're not. It's just cool to see rogue decks really shine.
True. Everybody's got to have a villain in the story. It's not a fun story if there's not someone to root against. Whether it's sports or Pokemon or esports in general, it's always fun to have a narrative behind everything. Dragapult is poised to still do well, but there are a couple really cool decks posing out in Top Cut. We've got the Hydrapple EX, we have the Alakazam with the Nighttime Mines, and who knows what else will be on the horizon. I think I saw a Crustle out in the field, possibly doing well.
Another grass deck, right?
Yeah. This may be the year of the grass-type Pokemon, ladies and gentlemen.
Ooh, maybe. There's a hope, right? But right now, Cody Hope is in the lounge with Adam Watson. I'm very excited to hear from him. Adam, take it away.
Hello, everyone. Welcome to my lounge. I'm here with a special guest, of course, Cody Hope, who you just saw win on the stream. How you feeling, my friend?
Incredible. Like, words cannot describe how overwhelmed I am right now. It has just been such a fantastic weekend. That match was really fun as well. I was really happy to be on stream against a friend. We're both DFW locals, and so it just feeling a lot of emotions right now. But
I mean, the tournaments have gotten so big, the production's gotten so big. I know that you were pretty overwhelmed. It took us a while to actually even get you in the lounge. We were fighting with the crowd out there. A lot of people out supporting today.
I'm just so blessed to have so many DFW locals who I've had the pleasure of getting to know, getting to become friends with, and they've all been so supportive to me, both in terms of just, you know, being there to cheer for me, being there to help me test. It is just, I'm just very, very blessed to have so many people here that care, you know?
Yeah, you're representing your whole community at this point. They're going to be rooting for you, and you want to make them proud.
Yes,
and
absolutely.
You brought Hydrapple. This is a deck that people have kind of speculated has a good Dragapult matchup, has decent matchups across the board. Tell me about your journey with this deck. How'd you pick it up in the first place?
Yeah, I landed on Hydrapple about 2 weeks ago. I was playing Dragapult, you know, everybody's playing Dragapult. I took it to LA, and I did not have the best run. I didn't have a ton of fun playing that deck either, and so it was kind of back to the drawing board. Very early on in the format, I was playing Arboliva, and it seems like the Arboliva side of the deck wasn't quite getting there, but I'm just such a fan of the Meganium Teal Mask Ogerpon combo. So when I saw a some Hydrapolis online that were doing well, that was a big incentive for me to revisit the deck. Did a couple games online, tested it with some friends, and I just had a ton of fun playing it. And that's really important to me, is to pick a deck that I'm gonna have fun playing for a long weekend. And so, yeah, that's kind of how I ended up landing on it.
So the deck is fun, it seems strong. How do you feel specifically about that Dragapult matchup? Are you happy about the switch?
Oh yeah, absolutely. It's interesting. I do think I like the Dragapult matchup a lot. There's a lot of back and forth there. We see a lot of decks are now taking the Moltres, which if they can back that up with some bosses orders, they can really outrace you and then make it where when they finally put that Dragapult in play, it's very hard to overcome. But I try to insulate my board as much as possible. Always try to get that Hydrapple in the active. What I love about the Hydrapple is that nothing in the Dragapult deck one-hit KOs it. The Dragapult can't knock it out. The Moltres can't knock it out. So if I can put the Hydrapple in the active, especially if I can combo it with something like an Unfair Stamp, I know that it's going to be sticking around a turn, which means I can take more than one knockout with this Pokemon.
Okay, and you've definitely showcased the power of the deck already, making it all the way this far into the tournament. So can I get any final shout-outs or thoughts before I let you prep for the rest of this tourney?
Absolutely. There are a couple people I really want to shout out. One is all of my friends at the Comeback Mechanics, my testing team. They have done so much in helping me test, getting me cards, giving me advice on decks, on plays. Like, they are just, I cannot thank them enough for all they do for me. I want to thank my best friend, O'Brien. He always travels with me to these events. He's always a very level head, always a calming voice whenever I need one. And the last and most important is my wife, Rebecca. I would not be playing Pokemon without her. She's the one who got me into the game, and she's just been so supportive as I make this world's push. She's been, I just can't say enough good things about her, man. I love Rebecca a lot. She's fantastic. I definitely would not be here without her in more ways than one. So
that is so sweet, and
Thank you.
I love that you can reciprocate all of the time and effort and support that you've received from your community and from your family, and you're pushing it forward here in Indianapolis. Thank you once again, Cody, for joining me. And we're going to kick things back to the desk and keep this tournament underway.
Great to hear from Cody. We'll be seeing him and the rest of our players in Top Cut, and it's shaping out to be a very exciting one, nevertheless.
Oh, I could feel the energy just come off the screen, to be honest. The amount of happiness Cody had in that interview, it's infectious. Loved it, loved it. And I'm sure he's going to bring that all the way into the Top Cut he's going to be playing in. But right now, though, I do want to ask Pablo to hop in, and let's talk about that last match we just watched.
That was amazing. I loved the emotion towards the end. Very back and forth, especially that second game. I feel like the first game felt very one-sided towards Hydrapple, right? Bulin was struggling towards the end. We played out a last turn where we tried to do the boss play, set up game for next turn, but asking one energy off of the Meganium deck when you haven't disrupted doesn't seem ideal, right? But this second game, definitely a lot of emotion, a lot of interesting insight, and I think Moltres is the name of the game for sure. Without it, Dragapult probably wouldn't have a good chance against this deck. I don't know if you guys agree.
Yeah, it really has found its way at high percentages in inclusion. Yeah. I think the one thing about Moltres is it's just kind of subpar against the Hydrapple. It really only shines against the Teal Mask. And I mean, correct me if I'm wrong, Pablo, but that was one big correction that Cody did in that set was he never attacked with the teal mask in a spot where it was dangerous.
Yes, that's exactly why this highlight is here. That dip lane so clutch. The do the wave attack, which is usually something we see in the Festival lead deck, which hasn't really taken off as many people expected. Very crucial here, playing around that Moltres. There was no Moltres in play, but just one energy means you can pivot into that, right? So playing around that was really good from Cody. Very smart. Shows that, I mean, obviously if you're coming to a regional tournament right now, the one deck you're testing against is Dragon Bolt, right? So Moltres is not a new inclusion. It's not a brand new thing from this tournament, so pretty good. And then over on Bulin's side, he did exactly what we talked about, I think, earlier today or yesterday when we talked about the importance of Moltres, right? Single price board. We're going to take 2 prizes. We even the price race, but our opponent can only take 1 in return. Of course, there's Briar to help fix that, but you're forcing more out of your opponent.
Oh, exactly, and that's what the last game came down to, forcing the Briar and forcing your opponent to have it. And but again, I love how Bulin just adjusted in that game to really force your opponent into that specific situation. I can't even imagine what the game would have been like without that Moltres. If you're forced to attack with that Dragon Bolt, you're giving up 2 prize cards for sure, back to back.
Yeah, and obviously, like we said, Moltres is the name of the game, and then I think this is worth reliving. The hype that we had for this moment was really cool. The draw into the final Serendipity, and very smartly done as well, keeping the bench space open, using Serendipity, lasting hype moment where it all came together for Cody, I think.
Yeah, good sequencing is, rewarded, and there it is, so hype.
Sequencing, the thinning earlier within the actions taken during the turn, really cool to see. And yeah, Cody Hope's win here is very cool to see. And I think many people are hoping that Meganium and Hydrapple will go further and continue to take down Dragapult.
Last question for you, Pablo. Are you a believer in Hydrapple? Do you think this deck has what it takes?
I am an believer in Hydrapple, yes, I can confirm.
Our believer's gone. That ship has sailed. Come on. All right, I see you, Pablo. Well, we'll be seeing more of you as we continue to break down this tournament and get into our top cut. Thank you, Pablo, as always. What a tournament it's been so far.
Absolutely, and again, it only gets better from here. I mean, Top Cut this is it. This is where there's only a couple more games left. This is where the players, trainers are going to put everything into those games. It's going to be very exciting. I mean, it's coming up shortly. Don't go anywhere. We're going to go take a quick break, but a lot of Pokemon action to be played.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to the floor of the Indianapolis Regional. I'm here with Xander Perot, and I'd like to get to know you a little bit more. You've been a long-term player, a veteran in the scene, but for those who might not be unfamiliar, what's your story?
Yeah, so I'm Xander. I've now been playing competitive Pokemon for over 16 years now, starting in December 2009. Grew up in the Chicago area, but then now, since graduating college, I now work in New York as a data analyst. So really was a huge Pokemon part of my life in terms of when I was a kid, especially middle school, high school, etc., through college. But then now I'm kind of taking a step back, still focusing on it, going to these tournaments, getting my World's Invitation and everything, but now working and kind of like having grown up with the game, now it's kind of like, okay, I love to keep playing, I love to keep coming back, but also need to be doing those adult things too.
And when you're here, is it just to hang out with friends, just have some fun, or do you feel a little bit of that competitive spirit kind of welling up?
I think still the competitive. Like if I do poorly, I'm definitely kicking myself afterwards. Like, oh, I should have practiced more. Oh, I should have done more of this. So I love the community and I love my friends that I've made in these 16 years, but also like I need to do well and I'm here to compete as well.
I love to hear it as well. You are a player, especially after so many years, just cultivating that mindset of being a competitor, sharpening your skills. What's that been like? Did you start off as a very competitive player, or were you more casual and became more competitive as your career got longer and longer?
Yeah, so I started out in my first year in like 2009, 2010, kind of getting my feet wet. Before then, I kind of was just collecting the cards. You know, I have a Charizard at recess, I'm going to play that against you or whatever. But then it wasn't until like end of 2010s, early 2011 when I actually became really good and was doing well. So I won my first state championships in like March 2010, In the following year, I won another regional championships in the junior division, and then won the national championships here in this venue in 2011 in the junior division as well. And then from there, it kind of took off of like, this is now something that's sustainable. It's something that I like enjoy, and able to travel, meet people, have a community, but then also like get some scholarship money. So it's also like kind of fueling college, as well as like a thing that my parents can kind of get behind and support.
Yeah, so it's definitely come full circle. And when you started seeing those results as a junior, like way back when, do you cite any specific catalyst for that transformation? Or was it just a perfect storm of good deck and your skills finally blossoming?
I think it was a lot of the dedication that I had towards the game. So being the kid and in love with Pokemon and super competitive, it's like that then was my travel sport. Like I kind of, in high school, I like was playing tennis, then gave up tennis to keep playing Pokemon more. But really just like the time investment and the friends and the amount of practice I was dedicating towards it was really the main reason. So practice makes perfect. And it's also just like through practice, you then kind of understand what the holes are in the metagame. You learn to make better decisions in the game, but then that also really reflects within your deck building too. For that national tournament, I won using a completely rogue deck called Bear Hug. This was the post-rotation format that they did in early rotation that year due to some of the black and white interactions with the new first turn rules. But
oh yeah, I heard about that.
Sable Donk and everything. But the Bear Hug deck basically was just this concoction of stage ones that used Vileplume to shut off the opponent's items. People didn't really know what was going on in that format, and this really rogue creation that kind of beat everything was a huge reason why. And that's also now been a huge style point for me. And how I do well in the decks I choose is I really like to innovate. I really like to kind of figure out what kind of niches I can implement into some type of deck to make it unique. I have my own flair, but then that also reflects well upon the metagame because like I have this deck that's interesting, it's a little unexpected, but it's also better than what you might see in the room from like coming off of the net deck from the previous week.
Aside from the Bear Hug deck, was there any other innovations or decks that kind of you look back on very fondly as another style marker for yourself?
Yeah, so going to 2016, I have Seismitoad EX, Manectric EX, Jinx. Jinx was a card that when on the bench, you could use its ability to heal 10 from your active. So you were both like a Quaking Punch healing deck, but then you had the aggressiveness of Manectric EX to use Assault Laser and one-shot things. Espeon Garbodor in 2017 isn't my original concoction, but I was kind of the main person to then bring it and do well, especially at the World Championships that year. Then continuing on, I have expanded Buzzwole Lycanroc, which I won the Roanoke Regional Championships with. I re-brought back Espeon Garbodor when everybody thought it was dead in 2018 and won another regional championship with that. But then also Naganadel Checkmate from 2019 Worlds. This was the Stinger GX attack with the triple acceleration energy where both players shuffle their prize cards into their deck and set out 3. So you try to use that and then checkmate the opponent by taking all your prize cards in one turn. People played that with Zoroark GX at NAIC, but then that rotated out before Worlds, so then it was unique to like still be doing that archetype. And then Arceus Dialga-Palkia GX and the Keldeo GX deck. People didn't really know how to build that. They played like Great Catcher and they were like not really having a unified strategy. But then I took those out, added in Custom Catcher and made it more defensive in terms of like knock out your opponent's Pokemon that could deal with the Keldeo. And the key card there, the innovation was adding in Rosa, which when a Pokemon was knocked out, you could search for a Pokemon, a trainer, and an energy. So that allowed you to actually use the Custom Catcher, get your deck set up. And that made the deck from being like a huge pile of variants and not very good into actually now like something that has an orchestrated strategy with like a reason for why you're playing those cards. So those are just a couple. I think the main ones are Naganadel Checkmate and then Bear Hug back in 2011.
A lot of the old heads watching right now, they're walking down memory lane right along with you. And this has been just a great showcase of how long-running and complex the Pokemon TCG has been, right? I think it's really exploded in the last few years, as we all know, as we all see with all the people here in the background. But do you enjoy now that these events are bigger, or do you kind of look back on some of the smaller events and more intimate scene? Do you prefer one over the other? What are your thoughts there?
Before I answer that, I remembered I have Aerodactyl.
He's got more, folks.
We have Aerodactyl VMAX in the Mew Genesect deck for Fusion Strike when Lugia was really popular. And then also putting Manaphy in that deck too when Kyogre was really popular.
That was you?
Yeah, those are both me. But then to answer your question about the intimacy and like the size of tournaments, I love that the game is growing. There's so many people and so many new fans, especially post-COVID, that are now enjoying the tournaments, and that's exciting. Though there is something to be said about having the old school, super tight-knit communities, but all that still lives on today as well. Like the friends that I'm here with, these are the people I've known for 10 plus years. I mean, I've been to their weddings, I've been to their bachelor parties. These are really the foundational friends that have lasted because we have this love of Pokemon and this love of competing. So there's really no downside to having bigger tournaments. I think with Pokemon XP this year, that's going to be another huge upbringing of people enjoying the city as well as just like going to Worlds for more than just the tournament. So I'm really excited to see the game keep growing, and then that ultimately bodes well for competitors in terms of pricing, in terms of visibility, and all the things that just come about from having a bigger game.
That is very well said. The scene has grown. You've made tons of friends. And I know there's plenty of people at home who are looking to stay in the scene for a long time, make tons of friends. And if there was somebody who was new to Pokemon, after you've been doing it for so long, do you have any advice for them as a veteran, as somebody who has so much knowledge to give? Is there something maybe you just would like to have known when you first got started?
I think I would say get involved with your local scene. That's really the #1 way to build community, find friends, and have some dedicated group that you can enjoy talking about or playing Pokemon with. Like, when I first grew up playing the game, I would drive an hour and a half to Rockford, Illinois from my hometown Chicago suburb to go see the same group of people that I would play with. And this was obviously no small embark for my parents to drive me there an hour and a half on a random Saturday. But really that kind of fostered the love of the game. My first tournament ever, I didn't do very well, but this very nice kid named Owen, he like helped me out with my really bad Empoleon deck and gave me some cards for free to help it. And that's really what Pokemon is about. That's kind of now what I've rediscovered being in New York and having met a lot of the people there. All very friendly, all very welcoming, and it's just kind of reinvigorated my love of going to tournaments, like even outside of these bigger ones. So get involved, and then to get better, really just practice, find decks that you want to play. And the more you practice, the better you'll get. And you'll just develop a lot of the natural things that a lot of people have developed over time in terms of like how to make these decisions, how to do these types of things. And naturally, you'll see yourself improve as a player and then have better results too.
Thank you so much, Xander, for that. Walking down memory lane, passing down some knowledge to the next, generation of Pokemon fans now at this point. And I hope to see you continuing to show up and compete, especially as you balance Pokemon with the rest of your life and how that's all come about. So thank you for joining me again here out on the floor at the regional here in Indianapolis. And we're going to get back to some more Pokemon action soon. It's a beautiful Sunday here in Indianapolis, and this regional championship is just heating up. We are closer and closer than ever before to crowning our champion. And in case you're just joining us, we're going to do a quick recap and set the stage as we move into the top cut. My name is Adam Watson, joined by Ethan Heggie and Juancho Saldana. And how you feeling, I guess is what I should start with.
We're definitely recovering off the roller coaster ride that was that last set for sure. Nice to see some good action on the Pokemon stream. We are getting notorious sometimes for our game being a little bit more tame than some of the other titles here on stream this weekend. You could probably hear in the background some of the VG or Pokemon Go noise. But when we do have those exciting moments, they are an absolute treat.
No, yeah, it was our turn for the excitement. My heart rate's still up, guys. I haven't calmed down just yet.
And it's great to have such a hero, right? With so many people here in the crowd supporting him. And like I was saying, it took a while to even get him back here for the interview because he was just getting swarmed by all of his fellows.
You were just pulling him off people saying, come on, buddy, we gotta go.
Interview this guy. But we're going to be seeing more of these players as well as move forward. But let me transition now into phase one. I know that some people like to skip right to the good stuff. Shame on you, you should watch the whole tournament. But in case you missed phase one, let's take a look at that metagame. You've got Dragapult at the top. Spoilers, I mean, I think you probably expected that. But we have the Teal Mask Ogerpon, the Meganium. We have them sort of piled together. Arboliva was the trend at one point, but now it's more Hydrapple focused. And that was making up the majority of the second spot, but just behind it was Raging Bolt, another strong pick into Dragapult. Anything wrong with what you're seeing here in the top 6? Is this what we expected?
Nothing wrong by any means. You know, players are allowed to play whatever they want. The Zoroark is a little bit surprising. I mean, it's probably a response to Dragapult doing so well, but I mean, you look at the rest of the matchups in this, you know, graphic, it just kind of gets dominated by the rest. You know, it doesn't like playing against the grass decks, doesn't like playing against Alakazam, and it really doesn't love playing against Raging Bolt. So, you know, as we kind of, you know, progress through into day 2, you know, it was a pretty expected sight to see Zoroark kind of have that fall off at this tournament.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, I feel like the last 2 spots really are the knee-jerk reactions to the metagame, right? Sometimes you're just like, oh, what has a good matchup to one specific deck? And yeah, sure enough, like the full-on Lily's Clefairy build deck, that seems like, oh, surely that wins me all the Dragapult matchups, but you still have to worry about everything else in the field. And that's what I like to see about what we've been able to show on the stream, right? Was like, yeah, Dragapult is the big scary Pokemon to beat, and there are ways to beat it without having to like do a full deck focus against it, right? Maybe you do some techs in some established archetypes, and that seems to work out.
Yeah, that's what Cerys Jones showed us with the Alakazam, of course, running a lot of cards to frustrate their game plan. And we look deeper into the best of the rest for the decks in Phase 1. There's a few other options down here that showed some promise. I know that Honchkrow is beloved by a lot of players, but it does seem to be pretty inconsistent. Some Honchkrow players are just blessed by Giovanni. They're getting all the right draws when they need to, and other players seem to be coming up 1 or 2 supporters short when the chips are down. And Lucario still kind of chugging along is another deck that, from what I've been perceiving, is doing well as long as you aren't looking at it too closely.
Yeah, a big surprise here, you know, is Lopunny, excuse me, numbers going down, and it really didn't stand up, you know, to the success. And I think that's a response of a lot of players starting to include that Team Rocket's Watchtower. I think it really got caught in the crossfire this weekend, and really just struggled to rely only off the Dunsparce when your opponents are playing that Stadium card.
Yeah, I feel like the Team Rocket's Watchtower definitely pays off. We've seen a Dragapult built specifically with 2 of those instead of the Risky Ruins, excuse me. And yeah, I mean, I feel like the Dunsparce has just been such a good engine to try and fall back on, and it's great to just shut that off. And you're not only that, you're shutting off stuff like Meowth, like the Kangaskhan draws. So yeah, Watchtower seems to be very powerful.
So Dragapult already continues to adapt to whatever decks seem strong enough to oppose its dominance in the top of the metagame. But when we all see how these decks converted into Phase 2 of the tournament, we'll see what is still standing and the remainder. So Raging Bolt now taking that second slot. We saw how Kyle Sabahouse played this on stream. As long as you're dodging those Watchtowers, you still have that threat of being able to take a big one-hit knockout on the Dragapult. That seems to be enough. And we know just from seeing Hydrapple, right? As long as you have enough attackers in play, it doesn't matter if your hand gets disrupted.
Yeah, it seems like we've kind of developed into a format where the best way to beat Dragapult is to just be a big beat stick deck. And you see here on the graphic, pretty much everything on here has a way to one-hit KO Dragapult EX. It's just what happens when you're a big Dragon-type Pokemon and the star of the show.
It can't hurt me if it's knocked out, right?
Exactly, exactly. And some Dragapult decks like to play the game much slower, hide behind the Badoo, just slowly evolve up with the Tricloaks. But if you have something a little bit more low to the ground, just keep punching, and eventually the item lock will go away and you'll get there. But when we look at the best of the rest, there's a few decks, just dwindling numbers, still hanging on. A few Garchomps out there. I know that this is a deck that people who play it really enjoyed, as long as they can dodge the grass-type lists. And Slowking, I think another deck that's been flying under the radar, but has a lot of promise for this metagame.
Yeah, deck is definitely on the come up. Its biggest weakness for sure is that consistency. And it kind of feels like you see these Slowking players run to a hot start. You know, we saw one start 7-0 at this tournament. But once you kind of hit enough rounds and enough variance comes your way, it seems that the deck is just kind of unable to beat these Dragapult players that really understand how to navigate the matchup. They know how to stagger their bench well. They know when to use their disruption cards. And that can really be a lot for those decks to handle.
I've slowly become a believer in the Slowking. I think it was my first time playing the deck just a couple of days ago, and it was a lot of fun. So I'm a believer in it. Yeah, it doesn't feel like the most consistent deck, but when you pop off, oh boy, you're popping off.
If you're gonna play a deck that is fun when it does what you built it to do, you might as well, enjoy as much of that time as possible with Slowking. And as players get more testing with it, you know how that always happens. A deck seems powerful, but it doesn't have that mass adoption right away. So when more players get convinced, they start picking it up. It creates a cascading snowball effect where more players are testing and sharing their techs, and the matchups are getting played a lot more. And that's when we can see these lists blossom. But that's enough about the metagame. We can see what actually made it towards the top cuts. Let's take a look at that bracket and see what names were able to make it to the big stage here in Indianapolis.
Yeah, we have 32 match points as the bubble. So that means if you came into the day at X2-1, sorry, but you did not have a shot at making the top cut. So a lot of these players here, battling through Swiss rounds. Some of these players came in at X1 and 2 today. Some were off to a better start. You see lots of familiar names here: Rahul, Reddy, Andrew Hedrick, Noah Sakadjian. Plenty of other talented names that we featured on the stream. It never surprises me. The fields are bigger, over 2,000 players on average per tournament, and still some of the top names continue to show up in these top cuts. Truly shows their excellence in the game.
Absolutely. It really shows that there truly is talent in the Pokemon TCGs, in our professional gamers, right? Because we consistently see names like Cerys Jones just make top cut. This is what, her third-ish time,
I believe so.
This past year?
And Andrew Hedrick, of course, maybe trying to set up another back-to-back. I'm already seeing maybe a run back, right, with Justin Newdorf already coming into shape on the bracket.
Yeah, a lot of Dragapult to no surprise. This is what we expected. There's a couple heroes if you are, an anti-Dragapult fan out here in the running. A lot of support for Cody. There's a Raging Bolt in this bracket as well. We'll have to see how things play out, or if it will just be all Dragapult's dominance. Could see it going both ways.
Yeah, again, and all those Dragapult players, these are the best Dragapult players out there. We talk about Andrew Hedrick. Noah Sakadjian is no slouch either. And not to mention, off the World Championships, Justin Newdorf. These are the best Dragapult players out there we have in the Indianapolis Regional Championships. I feel like people really brought their all for the last regional. This is it. This is the last chance to get points before the big IC and then before the big World Championships.
That's a really amazing point you bring up, Wancho. It's not just you're playing against Dragapult, you're playing against the best of the best players on Dragapult. And like we saw with Gardevoir in the past, that can sometimes result in a matchup that feels completely different. So we'll see how the players and competitors navigate that. But I'm hearing that our players are ready on the stage. So let's kick things over to the casting desk and get this top 8 bracket, top 16 bracket sorted out.
Thank you, Adam. Great to hear from everybody. And we are ready with our asymmetrical cut. Very exciting. The players have worked all the way down to this. I'm Mikela. This is Jeremy.
Yeah, it has been a long weekend so far, but now we are getting down to the single elimination part of our tournament. And there is a lot of well-known players in this top cut.
Absolutely. It is a who's who of going to Worlds this year. But there's still that chance for the direct invite. Everyone's trying to make sure that their path to the Worlds is secured and that their path to the Travel Awards is equally as strong. So we're going to take a look at our match today to figure out where is that going to shape up.
Yeah, it is great for sure. It does look like our players are at the table. Yeah, let's go ahead and take it down to the table and get things started for our first top cut match of the weekend.
The new innovation here with the asymmetrical top cut, it's been around a little while, but players do get to look at each other's deck lists. No surprises, which Justin's probably really glad for, as we saw some of his surprises yesterday on stream.
Yeah, it is the kitchen sink Pult list that Justin has decided to bring this weekend. And let's take a look at these players' accomplishments. Of course, the world finalist from just last year in Anaheim, along with multiple top 16s and a top 64 in Toronto. Justin's looking for a big regional win this weekend. Meanwhile, Larry just adding to the accomplishments board, top 16 at Indianapolis, and
previous top 64 in New Orleans. So this is a big finish for Larry. New kid on the block. Maybe he has what it takes with this Raging Bolt list, but it's not just Raging Bolt, it's Raging Bolt with some friends. So if you are Larry here, you're looking at your Lily's Clefairy EX, you're looking at your Wellspring Ogerpon. You've got plenty of options to deal with Dragapult. You're used to seeing Dragapult all day. This should be a very entertaining match between these two players.
Yeah, Yeah, Larry is 4-0-1 against Dragapult in this tournament so far. And honestly, this is Justin's first time playing against Raging Bolt this weekend.
Really?
Yeah, that is surprising with the resurgence it's kind of had.
Raging Bolt's able to do a lot of damage to these 330 HP Dragapult. They are just so full of strength. Excuse me, I meant 320 HP. So being able to hit with a one-hit knockout onto the big attacker in the format is certainly an advantage to playing Raging Bolt. But there's, of course, Mega Kangaskhan EX. Lots of players using that in different ways, whether that's run errands or trying to get heads off of the rapid-fire combo. Plenty of pieces to work with for these players.
Yeah, looking at the list, both of the players trying to download as much information as possible. And honestly, it's going to be a little hard for Larry because there is everything in this Dragapult list.
Their path here was not simple. 10, 1, and 2 for both players. That means it has been a challenging set of Swiss rounds, but that's all gone. It's now asymmetrical cut, single elimination, just like you said. Once you're out, you're out.
Yeah, and still with a great accomplishment too, top 16. This is Justin's third top 16 at least this season, and of course Larry making top 16 for the first time.
Both players looking to make it a top 8, and they're also going through their deck right now, making sure everything is as expected. Going to shuffle up and get a good set of 3 games going.
We hope, you know, that's all we can hope for. Just plenty of great Pokemon action.
I like the odds.
Yeah. Never tell me the odds.
Well, I'm not telling you the odds, but I like them.
True.
Is that allowed?
Yeah, that's allowed.
Okay, I'll tell you the odds later.
Speaking of odds, on paper, it seems like Raging Bolt has had a good matchup against Dragapult EX in this format as it's been kind of blossoming in the month that we've had it.
And seeing the share of Raging Bolt increase is a sign of that, too. Dragapult, though, has held on to its lead, even with all these new solutions coming out. So if anyone can find a path around this Raging Bolt, even though he hasn't yet so far, I think Justin can do it.
Yeah. Got the Bolt with the spice. Just going to have to find out if it's enough against this Raging Bolt EX.
Every trick in the book, is it enough or is it not quite?
Both of our players locked in for this match.
Look at those shuffles, they're so clean.
Oh, yeah. It's really interesting to see the different player shuffles. One of my favorite ones is Gustavo Wada from Brazil. Man, that guy can shuffle.
Absolutely. After 2 days of playing with your cards, you know how to move them. So just gonna make sure that deck is properly randomized. Don't want to have any bad draws on your first turn all the way to set up your first game. I think both players are hoping for a good start as well. I would imagine Dragapult would like to see a Budyuin go second, but that's not necessarily a coin flip anymore.
Yeah, we've also seen in the past for this weekend, Dragapult decks with Moltres tend to go second into these Teal Mask Ogerpon decks just because you can get the knockout and take 2 prizes right away.
And if you were the Raging Bolt deck, going second means you could maybe, not Crispin, but start using the Ogerpon to set up future attacks. Whereas going first, you could still do that, but you have less options to draw into those cards.
Meowth EX start, I think, for Larry. That's not the best.
No, but we can come back. We can come back. Players are laying out their prizes, so we'll see if there's any... Oh no. Oh, no. That's 2 Crispin in the prizes for Larry.
Not only 2 Crispin, but 2 Area 0 Underdepths along with that Meowth EX. Double Dragapult EX and a Dracloak for Justin. Ooh, these are rough prizes for both of our players here.
Area 0 Underdepths is extremely important right now because across on Justin's side, the Stadium of Choice's Team Rocket's Watchtower, that's going to turn off Mega Kangaskhan, that's going to turn off Meowth. You want to have access to those as if they're your main draw or supporter search options. Not to mention, no Crispin. That's one of your best ways to use Raging Bolt. So we're going to see off this first turn. It looks like Justin has chosen to go second, like you mentioned.
Oh, no.
Oh.
Just an attached pass on the Meowth EX. Not where Larry wants to be. Does have a copy of that Lily's Determination in hand, the one-of copy.
That's good. And then across the field, Justin has played a Pokepad down, going to go through, find out the prize cards. Larry doesn't know the prize situation yet, just flying blind.
That is also a good point. Yeah, whenever you don't have access to search your deck, you really have to make sure that you play the options that you have available to the best that you can, because sometimes you just don't have the cards.
Dreepy hitting the field off that Poképad, just going to go through the hands, see if there's any other ways to do it. Meowth comes down, last-ditch catch, going to search for that Lily's Determination, going second. It's your supporter time. Beautiful setup of another 8 cards, plays it immediately, no hesitation.
A little awkward putting a 2-prizer in play this early would be the only thing that is a little bit off for this start, but Justin really needing to find something like a Buddy Buddy Poffin, maybe an energy to retreat and start that Itchy Pollen.
Neither player has the best setup, but at least Justin is getting down those basics, and I think it's more important for him to do so.
Yeah.
Going to see those 8 cards off of Lily's Determination. What can they be? What are our paths to more Dreepy? Oh, there's the Buddy Poffin right away. Pheasantipity, Crispin, Fire Energy, Dark Energy, Dust Noir, plenty of choices.
And that Team Rocket's Watchtower to go along with it could stymie Larry's setup as soon as his second turn.
Larry's in such a rough spot having to put Meowth in the active with 1 in the prizes. That's 2 of them already down. You didn't even get to use last ditch catch.
Yeah, no. You can only use it when you play it from your hand to the bench.
I think that's your favorite. There's Badoo.
Yeah, Badoo, that means Itchy Pollen is inevitable. I don't think you would search out Badoo without a way to retreat the active.
No, I think we saw the Fire Energy as well. Maybe attaching a Dark to discard.
Well, remember, there's the 1 Dark in the deck. There's 4 Fire, thanks to that Moltres being played.
Yep. Then that Fire Energy is going away. Unfortunately, Moltres isn't able to knock out Meowth turn 1 going first, so that's no, that's no slight on Meowth. Great card. But going to have to go for the Itchy Pollen instead. 10 damage. Items are off. Fortunately, he has the Lily's Determination. There's the other 2 Area 0 underdepths that aren't in the prizes. Doesn't know that that was 1 of 2 that are available until the rest of the game.
And it works out because it's bumping that Team Rocket's Watchtower. Justin only has 1 left, so even if the Area 0 underdepths stay in the prize cards for basically the rest of the game, Larry still has a way out of the second Watchtower.
Right. If it had been done in the opposite order, the second stadium placed down for either Justin or Larry would have been the one in charge. So good analysis there. Larry's going to go through, get his 8 cards. What can this Lily's bring under item lock that can get set up?
Pokemon and Energy.
You got to hope. You can't use Crispin. You've just played a supporter. There's a Grass Energy. There's a Latias. There's an
and a Teal
Ogerpon.
Mask. Okay, this hand is starting to work out a little bit better for Larry.
Unfair Stamp unfortunately can't be used right now. It would be lovely if you could draw cards turn 1 or turn 2, but no knockouts were taken and items are off.
Is there ever a route to attach an energy to the active Meowth?
For Tucktail, looks like the play instead is going to be a lightning attachment to the Lily's Clefairy, saying, if you have a Dragapult, I have an answer. Debate the retreat, going to go for the retreat into Latias.
Ooh, this is an awkward retreat, though, because the Latias, while having 210 HP, if it takes 10 damage from an Itchy Pollen, that means an easy Phantom Dive can clean it up later for 2 prizes.
I don't believe Larry plays any Monkey Dory either, so that means the damage is going to stay on the board. We're not going to see a mass barrage of healing, just going to be hoping it keeps out of the active after this. Justin, meanwhile, is getting set up with that Dracloak, already going back in for the Recon Directive shortly after this Poképad, most likely. Pretty good setup.
Yet, would need a little bit more Dracloak to make it a really good setup in a matchup that is a little bit difficult in this Raging Bolt. But with the way Larry has started, I think Justin might have a little bit of time.
Justin barely even looking at the second card, going right for the Lily's Determination, attaching that Fire Energy, and going in for a fresh hand of 8 cards. Justin is going to have plenty of resources to get those Dracloak in play. Just a matter of, can those knockouts come out fast enough before Larry can get set up?
Again, we cannot overstate how good Lily's Determination is as a supporter in this format, and honestly, just in the Pokemon TCG in general.
There's a reason it's the top supporter card, right?
Oh, yeah.
Speaking of the top supporter card, let's see what that card is drawing for Justin. Fire Energy, Crispin, Crushing Hammer, Boss. There's a Psychic as well. There's a Buddy Puff, and there's a Dracloak. You've got everything.
Wow. This is such a great turn 2 for Justin. Still can also keep the item lock up. Dusclops found off the recon directive.
There's the hammer. Tails that will not discard any energy. What would he have discarded?
Probably the lightning on the Clefairy. Just keep it away from doing any sort of attack.
Makes sense. Would have forced Larry to use one of those 2 Crispin, which would have meant less available for the rest of the game unless they're pulled out of the prizes.
Now, this is the last Meowth available until Larry starts taking prize cards.
And this is the first deck search.
Oh, true.
That's rough. Larry's going through trying to figure out, about to learn what we know.
Yep. Oh, there's some Crispin and Area Zero prized.
Dude, where are my Crispin?
I mean, to be fair, all 6 are really bad. The Night Stretcher to go along with it. There's only 2 in the list.
Okay, there's the Mega Kangaskhan off the Serrano. It's a little hard to say how the rest of the selection's going to go because of Area Zero Underdepths. Maybe, okay, Pheasantipity. Eyeing the Wellspring. That's the final selection. It's a great card. There's no Shaman in play across the field.
That is true, and it's been one of the inclusions in these Raging Bolt lists that have pushed it over the edge in the matchups against Dragapult decks just because there's so much stuff going in these Dragapult decks, there's no Shaman. They're just not respecting bench damage at all.
Yeah. There's something interesting, too, with the prize map in that the Ogre Pawn can take multiple prizes in a turn. Raging Bolt can't. Okay, there's the Kangaskhan run errands for the water energy and a Ogre Pawn.
And with retreating for the turn already, that means this Mega Kangaskhan EX is going to stay in the active spot. So again, no attack from Larry.
Teal Dance for a fighting energy. Going to give you some options for the next couple turns, but attaching it to the Kangaskhan, it's not going to be able to attack right now.
Next turn, next turn.
Next turn. Let's see if Itchy Pollen is going to come out or if it's finally time for Justin to deal damage.
Just cleaning up the bench a little for Larry. Area Zero Underdepths always makes it a little tricky for the graphics.
Mm-hmm. The moment you decide to go off of the defense build-up mode into the attack mode with the Dragapult, that's always tough to decide when you're going to do it.
It really is just how much can you pressure Larry. Justin does have a Psychic in hand.
I see an Ultra Ball as well. There's plenty of ways to get the Dragapult. It's just, is now the time, or do you give it a moment? Maybe we could even see a Dusknoir this turn.
Dusknoir, there's also, if Boss's Orders is available, that Latias EX could be knocked out. There's been multiple times where Boss's Orders the Pheasantipity and not taking the KO, but just setting it up for a future one has been the move. And wow, Boss's Orders in the hand.
Crushing Hammer off the Recon Directive as well. I think there's potential for a 4-prize turn here if you're able to use the boss.
Tails on Crushing Hammer yet again.
Trying to decide what the move here is. Meanwhile, Larry's got that unfair stamp ready to go.
Does look
Crispin.
like able to get the energy at least and power up multiple Dracloak and just stick with the Itchy Pollen. Again, shutting your opponent off of Energy Switch has been very good in this match.
Absolutely. Anytime you are blocking your opponent from doing something they'd like to do is great, unless you're the opponent.
Yeah, it's always double-sided.
Okay, there's a Chen Pao in hand to discard the stadium. Wouldn't be super useful right now unless you wanted to get rid of maybe the damaged Meowth. But then you're getting rid of an energy too, right?
Yeah, it would be a lot better if Larry was able to energy switch before discarding the Pokemon, kind of conserve that energy. Could also be a Sob angle this turn. Sob, keep the Badoo in the active spot, and then next turn, use that Torrential Pump to take 2 prizes.
Especially when there's no Monkey Dory in play. Only problem is Dusclops could use Curse Blast.
And Larry's actually finished with his turn by the time Justin is finished shuffling for the previous Crispin.
Going to keep that deck nice and randomized. Going in with the Sob, as you said, going to lock Badu into the active. So if Justin needs to find some kind of switching out or Badu get knocked out in order to put an attacker up. Recon Directive, Psychic or Crispin.
Neither of those are that good right now.
No. Choosing to take the Crispin. Yeah, at least the Psychic is still in the deck for your Crispin.
Exactly. Second Recon Directive.
Fez or Duskull. Serendipity can't go on the bench right now, and no knockouts are being taken, but you know that Badu is looking pretty frail.
Justin would really like to evolve one of the Cloak into a Dragapult EX now, just because with the Terra, it prevents the bench damage, so it would at least be safe for one of them. And if Justin has access to it, both maybe, but then you're losing Recon Directive. It's really, it could go either way.
Going straight in with an Ultra Ball, discarding 2 Buddy Poffin for that Dust Noir. Where's it going to go?
Again, can also hold it, not having the option to attack with Dragapult EX this turn.
Lily's Determination going to reshuffle that hand. No boss's orders coming down. Going to leave that Wellspring in the active.
Oh, we also can't forget there's still 2 Dragapult EX in the prize cards. So Justin does not have the ability to evolve both of these Dracloak.
It really is a matter of timing to figure out how that's going to get resolved. Because one of the Dragapults is close to the top. So if Justin can take a knockout early on a 2-prizer, which there's plenty to choose from, should be able to get the second one, but not being able to have them concurrently could be a problem versus that Ogerpon, you're right.
A third Dracloak was found off the 8 cards. Pokepad to go along with it. Oh, and there's that Monkey Dory you were talking about. The Dark Energy is in the discard. That would force a Night Stretcher to be used to be able and attach.
Okay, gonna give that a good shuffle.
Has already attached an energy for the turn.
Mm-hmm. So Monkey Dory probably not coming down then. But it's available, and it's been shown with that Pokepad. Recon Directive. Going to take a look at 2 cards here.
And Justin not using that Ultra Ball before the Lilies to search for the Dragapult EX. Has another one in hand, but with the way this turn has been played, yeah, no evolution.
Straight into Itchy Pollen.
Still gets the 10 damage on that Ogerpon to be able to take a knockout with Phantom Dive on the following turn.
Plenty of Pokemon are set up to take a 6-prize game. There's the damaged Meowth, the damaged Latias, the damaged Ogerpon, Wellspring in the active. Chen Pao coming down, going to get rid of that stadium. So now what you were talking about where the stadium would be okay as long as Justin didn't place the second one first, Larry could end up in a scenario locked behind Team Rocket's Watchtower if no more prizes are taken.
Maybe.
Boss's orders for the Meowth.
Oh, and just a Sob here sees that there's a lot of energy committed to the board. So something like a Tuck Tail may be a little harder to accomplish.
Especially because he knows Justin's energy counts are very low. Only 8 energy in the deck, 4 of them are gone, 1 in the hand, but you need 3 in order to use Tuck Tail.
Also 1 in the discard with that Dark Energy.
Mm-hmm. Crispin's going to snag 2, but that means one of your manual attachments going to the Meowth that turn. You can't attach the other one until next turn. So
imagine the energy switch.
Oh,
you know, there's already enough cards in this list.
Why not? Add another one. He wouldn't let Larry use his.
Yeah.
So I guess he doesn't get to use any energy switch that aren't in his deck.
And the big play from Larry using that boss's orders to bring up and Sob lock this Meowth EX, that means Larry's going to have access to items on the following turn.
That's right. Finally, we could play maybe not Buddy Poffin, but an Ultra Ball or something.
Yeah, there's no Buddy Poffin in this list.
No. It's usually a Buddy Poffin when it's Dragapult versus Dragapult.
That is true, yeah. Raging Bolt, the reason it kind of has a good matchup too is just there's not a lot of items in the list. You have 4 Ultra Ball, 4 Energy Switch, and then like Stretcher and Glass Trumpet, and then your A-Spec, but that's pretty much it.
Recon Directive there, how to choose between a boss's orders or a Moltres with Fighting Wings. Chose to take the boss's orders.
You can always find the Moltres with Pokepad or an Ultra Ball later. But there's the one Dragapult EX finally for Justin.
It has emerged. All the hopes of this game are on that Dragapult. Maybe you could try to take a prize with Dusknoir in any other circumstance, but there's nothing with low enough HP to reach.
Second energy for the Meowth. That Tuck Tail is still not available to Justin. And this Sob from Larry seems to have paid off.
It's going to give Larry a chance to retreat into the Kangaskhan, run errands for 2 cards, and start attacking, which would be a guaranteed knockout into this Meowth to set him ahead 4 prizes to 6. Look at that energy switch. It's there.
Yeah, finally. 3 energy on that Mega Kangaskhan EX can start using Rapid Fire combo. And thankfully for Larry, there is a free 2 prizes with that Meowth EX.
There it is. Larry's picking up a Meowth, finally has access to a Meowth, and the Area 0 under depths. 2
very good cards for Larry in this matchup.
Those were resources he depleted. Now they're back. Justin, on the other hand, drawing a card, has Unfair Stamp available now this turn, and Dragapult is, of course, ready to go.
And now with the Dusknoir, Justin has the option to take a KO on this Mega Kangaskhan if he chooses, but with Moltres Boss's orders in hand, can also just threaten that Teal Mask on the bench.
I'm a little bit nervous about it, considering the boss Sob play.
This is the play for Justin, being able to Curse Blast, 130 damage on that Lily's Clefairy EX, the one thing that is threatening this Dragapult, and it taking 4 prizes with the boss's orders and Unfair Stamp. What a turn from Justin.
Larry is in trouble.
Yeah, you could say that.
Once that Unfair Stamp comes down and sets your hand to 2, your best draw options are the Flip the Script and the Mega Kangaskhan, but both of them are liabilities.
Imagine if the second Watchtower is drawn from Justin here.
Exactly.
Still has access to 2 recon directives.
If Justin can get that Rocket Watchtower down, Larry has almost no outs. And the Clefairy's gone. That's one of your best. Oh, look at that. There it is.
It is like it is written in the script already. That powerful stadium card in this
Holding it, there it is. Rocket Watchtower.
And Phantom Dive for 4 prize cards, taking out that Wellspring and that Lily's Clefairy.
Lily's Clefairy was one of your only ways to take that knockout here because Raging Bolt is still in the deck. It's not even close to being played right now. And without the Wellspring Ogerpon to get you ahead on prizes, you need to find a clever way to take the remaining 3 against a deck that has a famously beefy 2-prizer.
And already having that 10 damage on the Latios EX on the bench means just another boss's orders can seal the game up for Justin. There's 3 in the list. Played, what, 2, I think?
Flip the Script did not get any kind of Crispin, just grabbed a Serrano. That's not what we're looking for in order to get maybe a Raging Bolt in play.
Larry has Ultra Ball, Energy Switch, Night Stretcher. That might be able to do it. I mean, that can, with the Psychic drawn, Lily's Clefairy can take the knockout now.
Okay.
That was the one card missing.
It's the problem, though. Both Psychic Energy were just picked up off of the run errands. That means Crispin can't grab Psychic Energy out of the deck, so you'd have to make sure there's 2 other cards to get.
There's the Energy Switch in hand. It's hiding at the very end.
Oh, okay. Very
so
nice.
With the Night Stretcher, Psychic and the Energy Switch would be able to power up that Full Moon Rondo.
Eyeing up the Meowth as well. There's the Stretcher. Going for the Meowth instead.
Well, again, if Justin just has a Dragapult EX, it knocks out the Clefairy and that's game over. So trying to mitigate as much damage that Larry can do. Eyeing down the Crispin, there is 2 different types of energy.
I think the plan may be to go for a Raging Bolt. That way it doesn't get automatically knocked out.
Yeah.
There it is. Crispin coming down. There's the 2 energy needed. One of them is not a lightning energy, but just like you said, there's the energy switch available.
This is Larry's route to try and steal this game out from Justin's board.
Justin's board, on the other hand, is extremely commanding. All it takes is a boss's orders, and that's it. Even if Dragapult gets knocked out, there's still boss's orders on the Ogerpon.
Yeah. And you kind of have to assume that Justin has it. He's just flipping through the one card that is in the front of his hand, waiting for this Moltres to take the game.
Plenty of energy on the field. There is the, I don't know if that's Psychic Attachment. I think because he had to do one from the Crispin onto the Bolt. No, it was the Energy Switch. He's
Yeah,
good.
yeah.
He's good.
And
There's
there
the boss,
is the
immediately
boss.
showing it.
And just like that, Justin Newdorf takes game 1 here in our top cut in Indianapolis. This kitchen sink bolt seems to have been doing wonders for Justin throughout this entire tournament.
Incredible performance as well, even with 2 Dragapults tied behind his back. Nothing was going to stop Justin from getting set up, drawing all the cards, unfair stamp at the exact right moment. There was just a little bit too much for Larry to recover from.
Yeah, it was an awkward first couple of turns, but let's go ahead and take a look at the replay and go again through what happened. Started off pretty awkward where Larry had to just sob before a couple turns, but took a KO on Meowth, but this was the big turn for Justin in this match. Dusknoir Curse Blast, 130 on the Lily's Clefairy EX, and boss's orders up that Wellspring Ogerpon to take 4 prizes. Now, Larry was able to mount another KO on that Dragapult, but boss's orders with that Moltres that was already set up from the Fire Energy seals game 1 for Justin.
It's a testament to how powerful Budew is. You think 10 damage is not that much, but it's exactly what you need to knock out these 210 HP basics in combination with Phantom Dive.
It's like Budew was made for Dragapult EX.
Their best Budews.
Yeah, best buddies.
Going to get set up for this next game and figure out who's going first and second. After that, Larry is going to put the pedal to the metal and try to take 2 more games. Justin only needs to win a single game to advance from asymmetric to top cut, getting closer every moment to maybe seeing the finals.
Yeah, it's something that is very possible, especially with the way Justin has built this deck for this format. Larry did decide to go first in this game too.
Already starting with an Ogerpon, plenty of energy in hand, but they don't look green. That means we're going to need something else to Teal Dance with. And we don't have Teal Dance as an option right now. Instead, going to manually attach a Lightning Energy, which you could use to retreat, maybe with an Energy Switch. Plenty of choices to make it work, but then passing right back over. Another double Crispin prize situation as well for Larry. Just working without Crispin.
Not only the Crispin, but the Meowth and Area Zero in there to go along with a Lightning and a Fighting. There's only 2 of each in the list, so that's going to really hamper the ability to attack with Raging Bolt this game.
Across the side, Justin is getting set up with an Ultra Ball, but his prizes are a lot more even. Only a Dracloak and a Meowth. Certainly never want to prize your only Meowth, but you can work around that if you're Dragapult. Dawn, Crispin, Night Stretcher, and basic Psychic Energy are not too bad of a loss. You never want to prize one of your very few energy, but you have other Psychic Energy to work with compared to Larry, who's got 1 each of the relevant pieces for Raging Bolt.
Oh, I have a feeling that this Ultra Ball was hoping for that one Meowth EX that is stuck in the prize cards. Justin was eyeing down a Lily's Determination, and if there's no supporter in this hand, ooh, it could get tricky.
Absolutely. This may be the opening that Larry needs, despite not having the Grass Energy for the Ogerpon. There's a Rocket Watchtower. If I don't get Meowth, you don't get Meowth. I think pass it over immediately, bumping with the Area Zero. Larry's going to have access to Meowth with this Serrano, but once you've used Serrano, you can't use another supporter.
Hey, that is fine with the way Justin's turn 1 just went. Having access to just a Dracloak Unfair Stamp in hand is not the best. It still has some play for the following turn, but this Serrano's really going to help Larry set up a pretty well-built board.
There's Mega Kangaskhan coming out. There's Latias. Just going to figure out if that's the 3. Looks like he's about to commit. There he is. Meowth, Kangaskhan, Latias. Precious Trolley who?
Exactly. Unfair Stamp's just too good of a card for these decks to kind of ignore. And when you have a supporter like Serrano.
I mean, with Justin's board state, though, you have to be looking at Wellspring Mask Ogerpon.
Yeah, that could be an option. Again, looking at the prize cards, the water is still available, but the double Crispin really puts a hamper on being able to power up that Torrential Pump turn after turn.
Very unlikely to see a knockout on both Dreepy, even if there's another turn in play. But for now, Larry is going to get the Kangaskhan on the active, going to use Run Errands and see what other options are available. See an Ogerpon and a Night Stretcher. So fortunately got a Grass off of, it looked like maybe the top deck.
Which would be pretty great because it enables these Ogerpons to start cycling through Larry's deck.
Okay, going to attach a Fighting Energy as well. Plenty of options for energy switch in the coming turns. Might as well do it now before Budu comes into play. And a pass over.
Right. What was the card drawn for Justin? Lily's Determination off the Recon Directive, and Justin is back in this game.
Incredible. Pokepad going to go through, grab a Pokemon of choice, but that Lily's Determination is going to save Justin from having a rough start, hopefully into maybe some Buddy Poffin.
It's definitely going to be what Justin's looking for. Finds the Dracloak, which after discarding one with the Ultra Ball on turn 1 and prizing the other one, these are the only 2 Dracloak left for Justin this game as of right now.
That's never a good feeling. Night Stretcher is available, so there are some ways to pick up that last one out of the discard pile, but for now...
Yeah, only 1 Night Stretcher, though.
Right.
Other one's in the prize cards.
Yeah, for now you're going to have to try to make a combo, if at all possible, with just 2 Recon Directives available. Instead of the usual 6 or 8 cards per turn, only get to see 4 and take 2 of them.
This is going to be a big 8 cards for Justin.
Monkey Dory, Dragapult, Pokepad. I see a Duskull. That's something. No Buddy Poffin.
The Night Stretcher found, but no... Or I guess you can Pokepad for the Dreepy.
Taking a Hammer over a Moltres on that Recon Directive. Going for the Hammer immediately. Tails.
Sigh of relief for Larry's side of things here.
Duskull entering the field is going to create opportunities in the next turn for a 1-hit knockout on perhaps Raging Bolt. Not quite yet on Mega Kangaskhan without Dusknoir, but it's close.
This is a little awkward. Justin has the Fire Energy to attach. You can attach it to the Dracloak on the bench, hopefully get a Dragapult next turn. Or there's the option to attach it to the active Dracloak and retreat it to something like the Duskull or this other Dreepy. Just because this Mega Kangaskhan is going to be taking a knockout with just a single energy.
Going for a Dreepy on that Pokepad instead of Budu means we're probably not going to see Itchy Pollen.
It's a little too late at this point, you know.
Yeah.
All the items were played from Larry, you know, the energy switch.
Might as well, yeah. Larry's going to give that deck a cut. There's Monkey Dory coming down. No Darkness Energy yet. Just like you said, there's the retreat into the Monkey Dory.
And again, there's no Risky Ruins in this Dragapult list, so it's a lot harder for Justin to build damage, to use Adrenabrain to kind of manipulate these damage counters and the HP of Larry's side of the board.
Especially versus a deck that plays so many big attacks like Larry's. Rapid Fire Combo deals 200 damage. Nothing on Justin's board can sustain 200 damage except a Dragapult that isn't even in play. So hoping your opponent damages you with these attacks is not enough to trigger the Monkey Dory. Duskull bossed up into the active. Larry does not want any chance of getting 1 hit knocked out next turn. Clears it off the field.
Little does he know the Dracloaks are so precious to Justin in this game.
Dracloak not going to come out without that stretcher, and it's the only stretcher. So any Dracloak knocked out are going to stay down. It's just everyone's so used to seeing infinite Dracloaks, it's hard to notice.
And now Justin has that 1 stretcher available for the Dracloak that was discarded on turn 1, so 3 Recon Directives available once again.
Duskull returned to the board. There's that Night Stretcher coming down. Looking at taking the Duskull instead of the Dracloak. That's an interesting move.
Again, just trying to keep ability to Curse Blast alive in play in case another boss's orders gets played from Larry's side of the board.
Absolutely, and it's almost invalidating the prior boss's orders. Maybe you would have rather used that somewhere else, Justin is saying.
Well, it still stops the evolution. Remember, there's no rare candy in the list. Larry knows this from looking at the list before the game started.
Hey, there's that one of Darkness Energy.
A lot of good it's doing right now.
No, but at least you have it. Anytime you can get an energy onto your Monkey Dory is a good day, except when you're out of Night Stretcher and you need to retreat the Monkey Dory and you're about to remove it for the entire game.
Yeah, Monkey Dory is just going to get knocked out by Mega Kangaskhan next turn.
Justin continuing to threaten here.
That's his job.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Dusclops into the hand off of the Poképad, just signaling that there will be a Cursed Blast, whether you like it or not. Going in with the first Recon Directive, Moltres or an Unfair Stamp, certainly taking that Unfair Stamp.
Card's pretty good.
Second Recon Directive, Crushing Hammer or a Dragapult. Both of them are excellent pulls. Gonna go with the Dragapult, putting the Crushing Hammer back. There's already one in hand, I think. Yep, there it is. Do you want to stack these threats now, or do you want to wait a turn and start attaching energy?
Again, no way to attach and retreat with the lilies being played. Or you already attached the fire for the turn. Just take the turn off, and then next turn is when you play everything. And yeah, Justin's holding that Unfair Stamp.
The stakes are so high. Choosing to pass here is not a play that everyone would make. Pretty good, though. Across the field, run errands. Larry is going to capitalize as much as possible on these early prizes, I would say.
Ooh, and some grass energy found for both of these Teal Mask Ogerpon to start using that Teal Dance.
First Dance pulls out an energy switch, can use the energy switch. Not sure what else you'd want to charge up, though. Everything on just inside of the field can be knocked out with Rapid Fire combo.
Larry's got to try to thin this hand down as much as possible in preparation for the Unfair Stamp.
Right, there is the Meowth. Meowth is going to search for a supporter of choice here with its Last Ditch Catch. Can only use one Last Ditch ability per turn, but we haven't seen any other than Last Ditch Catch yet. Boss's orders.
Oh, Larry is eyeing it down this Dracloak now with the 2 Duskull in play. The option to cut off Curse Blast is no longer available, so might as well go after the energy.
And once that energy is gone, Night Stretcher's not available anymore as well. Justin has removed too many ways to get Recon Directive, so only going to have access to 1 Recon Directive? Is that right? When is the last time a Dragapult only had 1 Recon Directive this late in the game?
Usually when they're losing.
That's unfortunate. We'd like maybe to see a good game where you don't have that problem, but this is Larry's chance to come back in.
Another Teal Dance, building up the energy. Now 6 total in play.
Plenty of choices available. Justin doesn't know about the boss's, well, Justin knows about the boss's orders from the Meowth Last Ditch Catch, but there's a Ogerpon coming into play. There's a Psychic on the Latias.
Yeah, this is a play that a lot of Raging Bolts can do. There's 2 Psychic Energy in the list, so would be able to use the Latias EX's attack for 200 damage to take a knockout in combination with Lily's Clefairy EX.
We may be announcing an Eon Blade. Just like you said, though, the Dracloak is down with the energy with it, leaving only the one in the active, and unfortunately, once it evolves, Recon Directive is gone.
Taking a quick look through the deck with that Buddy Buddy Poffin. Justin's just trying to think what resources he has left available. Again, there's still that Moltres. I can always get worked into things if there's no Dragapult available in the following turns.
This Recon Directive may be extremely important because without energy attached to that active Dracloak, the supporter has to be crisp, and that means no boss. That means you're stuck attacking into the Kangaskhan. That's not your ideal prize map. I mean, if you're Justin, are you looking to get a bunch of Meowth? Where are your knockouts going to come from?
Yeah, that's true. We saw last game, it was the Dusknoir with the Curse Blast that really helped push Justin's aggression when he decided to start attacking. And that step one is going to be Pokepad for Dusclops.
Dusclops' Curse Blast won't be enough to knock out the Mega Kangaskhan, but if a second Dusclops comes down...
Oh, now you're getting crazy.
Well, that would give Larry 2 prizes.
Yeah.
Dragapult is in play, but what is it going to attack?
And with that Dragapult being a Terra Pokemon, now Justin can utilize the Area 0 Underdepths to play that Pheasantipity EX. Heads on a Crushing Hammer. Does that Psychic get discarded? No.
No, it's the last Fighting Energy. Not that Justin knows this, but that was the only Fighting Energy Larry had access to the entire game. Larry cannot respond with a Raging Bolt.
Unfair stamp for Justin. That means 5 cards plus 3 with the Pheasantipity EX to try and find Crispin to start using Phantom Dive this turn.
Never hurts to shake Larry's hand down to just 2 cards with just that and a draw for turn to work with.
This is going to be a big unfair stamp for both of our players here in our first top cut match.
I don't see the Crispin yet. One more card. Nope. There is a Psychic Energy. There's no path to a Meowth, and Meowth is in the prizes. Justin's kicking himself going, maybe I should have put 2 Meowth in.
But
Badu.
I guess it is a way to turn off cards like Energy Switch and force Larry to just have an energy to attack and take the KO. If Justin does decide to go for that, it would require another energy to retreat this Dragapult EX.
There are 2 Dusclops in play. It is possible to knock out something, I think. No.
Big 3 cards. Flip the script. Is there a Crispin?
Yes.
Ooh, Crispin, but there's 3 energy in the hand.
There's one. Is there another one? There's a
Oh,
Dark
there's
Energy.
Dark. Okay. Justin is still found a way to get this Dragapult EX.
The one of
attacking.
Dark Energy saving the day.
And with Crispin attaching the fire with the supporter, Dark goes to the hand, but then Justin can just attach a Psychic for turn.
Unfortunately, no boss available this turn, so boss's orders would have maybe put up a very nice Meowth knockout, could have set up something on the Latias. I think that Phantom Dive damage counter is going to have to be very carefully placed to mitigate this problem. Crushing Hammer, Tails, no discards.
1 for 3 yet again for Justin. Does have that Team Rocket's Watchtower to turn off the abilities, but also discard some extra Pokemon for Justin, getting rid of that liability in Pheasantipity EX.
And the Badu, so no easy prizes there. There's that Psychic Energy you mentioned, holding it just to be careful. Larry preparing those damage counters. Anything else left to do before you commit to the Phantom Dive?
There is the option of double Curse Blast, but I don't think you ever take that.
It would be cool, though.
It would be cool, but it would possibly also be losing.
That's true. And they're still available for the next couple of turns.
Exactly. Maybe even with that Dusknoir.
Kangaskhan's very damaged, but it's not out of the count yet. Unfortunately,
Oh.
Run Errand is offline.
There's just nothing in this hand.
Heads.
Okay.
We need 2 more. That was off. I don't think that was it. So 250 damage onto this Dragapult, leaving it right in the range, but not knocked out.
Could you imagine?
That'd be incredible.
The 3 heads knockout. You have no Dracloak in play. You have to play with just Dusknoir taking your prizes.
Back against the wall. No, thank you.
Which could take 5.
Not even any Monkey Dory damage to move at that point.
Curse Blast taking the knockout on the active Mega Kangaskhan EX. 3 prize cards for Justin now. Could find the Night Stretcher to Dusknoir yet again.
Does Justin have a way to take all 6 prizes this turn? You'd have to use the Night Stretcher on the Dusknoir, like you said. You could knock out the Meowth. I don't think there's any. You could put the Dark Energy on the Monkey Dory.
Oh, okay.
That may have been extremely relevant to take the Night Stretcher over the Crispin as the prize.
Oh, and this is just game. Dark Energy, Monkey Dory, Adrenabrain move the damage over to the Teal Max. Now can be knocked out with Phantom Dive. Dusknoir taking the knockout.
No, that's Dusclops.
Oh, Dusclops, but still,
Dusclops enough.
fine.
It's enough.
It's adding perfect math. 5 damage counters plus the 6 from the Phantom Dive. And Justin Newdorf taking down this match.
All 6 prizes in a single turn. That's exactly how Dragapult likes to operate.
This is the Dragapult of old days. The original Andrew Hedrick win where just Dusknoir with the Dragapult is honestly a better pair than Badoo sometimes.
Turns out you could teach an old dragon new tricks.
Yes, you can. And an old dragon still making top 16 in Larry. Congratulations yet again on this finish. But now with Justin winning, looking at the bracket, there is a rematch from our day 1 round 9 into top 8.
That's right, Justin Newdorf versus Andrew Hedrick is coming up because of this win. Justin is going to be able to run back that tie and see which Dragapult once and for all. But let's go into this replay. There it is with the Kangaskhan taking the first knockout on the Meowth early. Starting Meowth was very unfortunate, set Justin up for a tough time, but was not stopped, was able to use Itchy Pollen to spread 10 damage on plenty of good targets and clean up the rest of this game, taking a knockout on that Wellspring Ogerpon, closing it out on the Raging Bolt. Larry did his best to take out those threats, but everything was set up for Justin that game. Closing into the next game with Duskull being knocked out early by the Rapid Fire combo, going in, getting rid of the second Dracloak after that boss's orders under the Duskull made it harder to get things going, but Justin coming in with that damage Dragapult, doing enough with the double Dusknoir Dusclops to take a 6 prize turn, knocking out Kangaskhan, Ogerpon, and Meowth. That's technically a 7 prize turn.
Exactly. What a way to close out our first top cut match. Justin Newdorf doing it yet again with this insane Dragapult list.
It is so spicy. When he called it Dragapult with the spice, he was correct.
Yeah, it's like a 5 Thai spice level, you know? Like, this is going to make some people cry.
The chili pepper rating is off the charts.
Yes, yes.
Congratulations, Justin, for closing it down in asymmetric top cut. Wonderful games to see. Larry as well. That was an incredible performance from both players. Dusknoir is just good.
Dusknoir's just good, especially in a matchup like Raging Bolt, where your opponent is going to have those 3 prize Pokemon in Mega Kangaskhan, and just ways to close out Dusknoir Curse Blast with a Phantom Dive. That's 190. That takes out a lot of the support Pokemon for Raging Bolt.
And both players working against incredibly difficult prizes. Getting rid of the Night Stretcher early, only having access to 1 Fighting Energy. It seemed like, and at least 4 total Crispin prize for Larry. That's all of the Crispin across both games.
The Meowths in the prizes, and then just the Watchtowers didn't really do too much early game because Larry was able to have that Area 0 bump every time. But we saw towards the end of that game too, that Watchtower with the Unfair Stamp, that Mega Kangaskhan was not able to draw some cards, and Larry had no options.
Absolutely not. But let's hear from Justin in our Players Lounge. How did that game pan out? Let's take it to Justin.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to the lounge. Adam Watson here with Justin Newdorf, who you just saw win on the stream. How you feeling, Justin?
I'm feeling amazing. I'm just really shocked because I really did not think I'd get past ASIM. I struggled in ASIM at Houston, and I'm just really happy because I didn't know I was on this deck until actually Thursday night, early Friday morning. I tested with my friend Matthew Pottiger, and he helped me get convinced on this deck. I was experimenting a lot, and I'm very happy I landed on this.
And so when you broke through that wall, here you are into top 8 officially. How are you feeling about the deck choice specifically? Now that you're playing it, you're feeling comfortable. What was the other deck that you were considering before you switched to this one?
So I was considering Dragapult with Dusknoir with the rare candy version. That's kind of similar to my deck, but I feel like the biggest issue with the rare candies is that they aren't very strong into the Dragapult mirror match, and I knew I'd see a lot of that here, and I feel like having the Crushing Hammers gives me an edge. Today they haven't worked out great for me. I think I may be 1 on 20 for coin flips today, and I feel like if I'm still getting the job done, just that one hedge was a pretty big deal in that game, and just getting 1 flip, even if it's a very low percentage, I'm not hitting them a lot, it's always a 50-50, and even if the odds are not in my favor to always hit them, being able to have that option and potential to be able to win a game because of a flip is like really strong. I feel like without them, the mirror is not as good for the
Okay, that sounds really great that you've also found a variant that you enjoy. Having the Dusknoirs in there for the extra combo potential seems to be working out great. Do you have any shout outs to give to people who helped you practice with the deck or prepare for this tournament?
Oh, for sure. I have a ton. Definitely Matthew Pottinger. He's the reason I'm even on this deck today. I'd be on like a completely different deck, probably Dragapult Dunsparce, maybe even potentially with no hammers, which would not have gone well. And my family and my sponsor, Player One Services.
Okay.
For all the support.
And now, and of course, again, world finalist, you struggled a little bit in Houston, you're here in top 8. What's your goal for the rest of the season? What's the future of Justin Newdorf?
I'm just hoping to hopefully like continue playing this deck until NAIC too. I want to hopefully maybe make some modifications, and I just hope that the deck can keep improving. Like I know they do a special red card. The card seems pretty good for this deck in the new expansion Chaos, and I feel like just that card, being able to play that in this deck too with the hammers, is just very powerful, and I expect the deck to just keep adapting like throughout this tournament.
Okay, sounds like you've got a great long-term plan. You're really practiced on Dragapult. You've got a current build that you like, and you're gonna keep riding that train until the wheels fall off. So thank you for sharing our thoughts with us, Justin.
Thank you so much.
And we're gonna kick things over to a quick break, but when we return, we've got top 8 coming right up, so don't go anywhere. Hello, everyone, and welcome to the lounge. I'm here with a special segment, joined by Christian Fontenot. He's a longtime player, of course, but I wanted to get to know him a little bit better, and he wants to share a little bit of his story with us. So, Christian, for those of you who might not be familiar in the audience, tell us about yourself.
Yeah. So my name is Christian Fontenot. I've been competing in Pokemon tournaments for about over 10 years now.
Wow.
Traveled a bunch for them, of course. Been playing full-time for about a little over 2 years now. So Pokemon's been a really big part of my life for the vast majority of my life at this point, right? So really glad to be here. Love talking about my story, love sharing my story, and just love Pokemon. So it's going to be fun.
And thank you for sharing it with us. When you kind of transitioned from competing just, you know, there's casual competitive, really hardcore competitive, and now full-time competitive.
Yeah.
What pushed you to make that choice and become a full-time competitor?
Yeah, so I've always been very ambitious, right? Since the first time I kind of figured you could compete in Pokemon tournaments, like, oh, I really want to attend the World Championships, right? That was my big goal when I kind of first, you know, learned about the competitive circuit. And then I attended my first World Championships in 2018 in Nashville. And then after that, I was like, well, this was really cool, but now I want to win the World Championships, right? Like, I'm not content. There's more to do, right? I want to win now. And, you know, we're not there yet, right? It's probably going to take a while longer, but that's been the big goal. And, you know, I was young and in school, and kind of what happened is when I graduated high school now a couple years ago, like in 23, I was like, you know what? I kind of want to take a gap year, hang out, move back to my home country and all that, right? Like where I grew up, and kind of like see what happens before I jump back into education. And what ended up happening was that while I was looking for a job, it ended up being Pokemon that was paying my bills, right? For, you know, tournaments, I did a bunch of coaching, I wrote a bunch of articles and stuff like that. I kind of reached a point where, like, well, you know, at this point, Pokemon's paying my bills anyway, right? Let's, like, compete full time. And I've been doing that for now, like, 2-ish years. It's been really, really fun, super rewarding. It's not all sunshine and rainbows, you know, like, it's still a job, right? Like, you still have to, you know, show up every day and put in a bunch of effort for the not fun parts of it. But if it means I can compete at the level I do and travel as much as I do and just get to play and enjoy as much Pokemon as I do, I think it's absolutely worth it. I've been having so much fun with it as well. It's really, really been a blessing to be able to play Pokemon full time.
And we had some discussion, especially here, like in the lounge amongst the casters, about how the meta kind of shifts a little bit between EU and NA. Has that actually been your experience, or is that just maybe a statistical bias that people have?
Yes and no. It's really interesting because I can never quite get a grasp on it myself, admittedly. I think it's been very different from meta to meta and like from year to year especially. I guess right now, if you look at pre-rotation, I think EU was very skewed towards Dragapult for a long time, right?
Yeah.
So you would kind of assume that like, oh, well, now Dragapult's like the best deck ever in perfect order. So you'd assume that like Dragapult's going to be more played in EU, but I actually think that in a lot of cases, the EU players really don't like to play the best deck in the format. I don't know why that is, but it's just kind of been the trend, which I guess that makes sense. I don't like to play the best deck in the format either, so I'm not here to judge, but what I noticed is that I believe in LA, Dragapult was like roughly 35% in the format, or 35% of the meta, but in Utrecht this past 2 weekends, I think, ago, it was only 25%, which really surprised me because I assumed, well, EU loves Dragapult, surely it's at least 30%, but it turns out that like desire to not play the BDIF ended up, I guess, overriding EU's love for Dragapult. So maybe that's something to consider, right? Like maybe if you're in Europe, like obviously the best deck is going to be the most played deck in a lot of cases.
Yeah.
But maybe not by as much as you'd expect in North America. So that would probably be my biggest takeaway for sure.
Yeah, Pokemon, from what you've been telling us, has sort of been your own thing.
It has.
For all of your life, even though your family's supportive. You've been the one going out there, playing, competing, prepping, making and building that foundation to have it be a full-time line of work. And maybe it will culminate in you getting your final goal, that deep run into the IC. And do you have any goals set for yourself beyond that?
The big one has always been winning Worlds. I think I just talked about not setting rigid goals in Pokemon, right? But
Worlds at some unrigid, defined time in the future.
No matter at what stage in my career I've been in, I've always had this idea in my mind that no matter how the journey goes, what happens along the way, I 100% believe that one day I will be world champion, which I think is crazy to sit and say. I'll hear other people say like, oh, I'm gonna get this result, and I look at them, I'm like, no, you're not. Like, but I think it's the idea that a goal is only impossible if you say it's impossible.
Right.
Because while I look at myself objectively as a player, and if I cloned myself and looked at myself as a player and I said, I'm gonna be world champion, I'd say, maybe in like 10 years, buddy. But you know, when I made my first day 2, no one really thought that I had it in me, right? Made my first top 8, no one really thought I could do it. And won my first regional, no one really thought I could do it, right? But at every single point in my journey so far, there's always been at least one person who truly believed in me, and that's me. And that's not to say I don't have support from people and I don't have people who believe in me, because I do. I definitely do. But
if you don't believe in yourself,
you can never make something come true. I think that self-belief and that willingness to be a little bit arrogant, maybe, with your goals, that ambition, even delusion, I think is a very apt word for it. I think you have to be a little bit delusional to actually say you're going to win Worlds one year. And I think if you don't embrace that almost insanity of it, you're probably never going to reach that point. I don't think the path to becoming the best is one that is ever going to be linear or ever going to be easy, or certainly ever going to be normal. So I think you have to be at least a little bit crazy to even try in the first place. And I am, well, maybe a little bit crazy for that then.
It is certainly a bold declaration, but after everything that you shared with us today, certainly seems a little bit more plausible, certainly to me, and hopefully to a lot of you in the audience at home. I want to thank you once again for sharing your time and your journey with us, and good luck to you in your Pokemon journeys.
Thank you.
But don't go anywhere, because we've got more Pokemon action coming right up.
The last stop on our regional tour is Indianapolis, where 8 players remain. Only one can become a champion. Welcome back in to the TCG side of things. My name is Ethan Hegster Heggie. Juancho Saldana is with me. We are here to see who will be advancing to receive a medal and all the glory that comes with top 4.
Ooh, just a couple more games left, Ethan. I feel like it was just yesterday we were playing a ton of Pokemon TCG. But yeah, here we are, top 8, and oh boy, some big names for you here. It's gonna be really exciting. Let's go take a look real quick at the brackets. I mean, again, a lot of big names.
Almost all of our top 16 asymmetrical matches have finished. The only one still waiting is in Game 3 currently, where Cody Hope is up against Kira Melville. That will be Hydrapple up against Dragapult EX. The other matchups that we saw here, Matthew Liu advancing with Dragapult. That will be up against Cerys' Alakazam deck. It will be a Dragapult mirror with Andrew and Justin. Alex will play the winner of that matchup. And then our featured match, ladies and gentlemen, will be Noah Sakadjian up against Rahul Reddy, and we are finally featuring these two players. We cannot hide from Crustle any longer. Get out of your shell, my friend. You are here on the spotlight on the stage.
Did not expect Russell to make it all the way here into top 8, much less such a seasoned player picking it up. Again, Rahul Reddy, no stranger into top cut. Again, multiple top 4s, top 8s, top 16s, but is really going for that regional championship win. While we have Noah here, who has that regional champion win, a very recent 2026 Orlando regional champion, and has just had an absolutely beautiful season so far.
Rahul has had a great career in the Pokemon TCG, but that win has always eluded him. He's been very close, top 4 at OCIC in 2023. That was probably his closest finish, besides the second place at the Dortmund Regional Championships with Lugia V-Star. But it all comes down to this, and what a great bracket he has, and what many would consider a favorable matchup. Noah does still have lines to play with this Dragapult deck. We're not going to be seeing much Phantom Dive here, though, Wancho.
Not at all, unless maybe there's some Pokemon on the bench we have to hit. But right now, let's take a look at some prize cards. For Rahul, Jumbo Ice Cream, Spiky Energy, a Crushing Hammer could be important. Something big there is the stadium, the Rockets Factory. I can double check how many he plays, because again, his opponent, Noah Sakadjian, does have the dreaded Watchtower to have to watch out for.
It's true, no missed energy in the prize cards. Wancho, talk us through why that card is so important in a matchup like this.
Well, Dragapult's attack does 200 damage in the active, but more importantly, the 60 damage to the bench are damage counters. Missed energy does protect you from any effects of attack, and damage counters are effectively effects. Right now, we do have our top 8 ready to go here. Rahul is going to start us off. Start strong with a Kangaskhan in the active.
Finds that Lily's determination, wants to play these item cards on turn 1 before they're shut off. Spiky Energy onto this Kangaskhan.
I like the Spiky Energy on the Kangaskhan. That just means if Badu wants to maintain item lock, it's going to have to hit himself a little bit harder. And just like that, just what I was talking about, the Watchtower, the dreaded stadium for all these colorless Pokemon. That means no more extra draws, no more running for errands for Mega Kangaskhan.
I think it's just considering what to put down into play. There is the Moltres and the Judge. So all of a sudden here, Rahul is put under a bit of pressure. The Watchtower shutting off the run errand, and we'll have to shuffle that Lily and other cards back into the hand, into the deck to draw just 4 cards left.
Just 4 cards. Again, no help with the run errand, and I got to double check Rahul's list. He only plays that one stadium, and it's in the prize cards.
The one Team Rockets Factory, meaning this stadium will stick in play. So opportunities emerging here for Noah, depending on what Rahul can put together.
The thing is, too, Noah can start putting the clock on, right? Yeah, Badu's in the active, but the Moltres is also on the bench fighting wings. We've seen that very powerful attack come off. It's 100 damage. That's 3 attacks into the Mega Kangaskhan, and things could be over, but no, it's just going to be the Itchy Pollen.
And wow, what a card combination for Rahul. Lily's Determination plus Dwebble and an energy, the growing energy at that, and this was the big turn where that Judge needed to provide some disruption, and Rahul just has the combination of cards he needs to get out of it.
Well, maybe we should go into game 2. No, I'm kidding, of course. But that was a very, very big turn. Again, I've mentioned this time and time again. The turn to watch out for when you're watching the Dragapult matchup is the turn of the turn of hand disruption plus some sort of attack. It just so happens Noah just does it right off the bat. Right now, Hero's Cape hits the board. That Dweeble is looking very, very safe. How much HP does it have now? Base 70 plus the 20 off growing plus 100, 190.
Yeah. It's got a lot, and it will get a lot more when it evolves into Crustle eventually. Monkey Dory comes down. Very important here to see if Noah can find a Dark Energy to allow this Badoo to continuously use Itchy Pollen. Otherwise, it will be knocked out from the 20 residual damage from Spiky Energy every turn this Badoo attacks into the Mega Kangaskhan.
Ooh, if a Dark Energy does get found, that's the Spiky Energy almost becomes such a huge deterrent. Just like that, sometimes we've seen Dragapult really struggle to generate their own damage. That's why we see them play stadiums like the, I'm forgetting the name, but it does 20 damage when you
Risky Ruins, yeah.
Risky Ruins, excuse me. But right now, the Spiky Energy acts as if a pseudo damage generation.
Here we go, big recon directive. Do we see the energy? Not sure. It may actually already be in the hand here for Noah.
I mean, there's a lot of cards.
There's the boss's orders. That could provide some pressure on the following turns. There is the Adrenabrain Itchy Pollen next. And we'll see what Rahul has. And immediately Crustle in hand slams it down to evolve. And the Mist Energy will prevent effects of attacks. And additionally, that Mind Bend from Monkey Dory is one of the best ways for Noah to get back in this game. He will not be able to confuse Rahul's Pokemon thanks to Mist Energy preventing that effective attack.
Yes, again, the only other non-EX attacker in this matchup, again, it is that Monkey Dory or attacking with a Dracoloak. Yeah, you're right. Shutting off the confusion is very, very big. All the special energies coming in clutch here for Rahul. More HP, protection from effects, but of course there are ways to remove these special energy.
This is a bit of a weird spot. Noah is slowly building up damage while item locking Rahul. If he can continuously buy enough time and keep the item lock pressure up, there's no way for this Pokemon to heal outside of the few supporter cards that Rahul is playing to heal this Pokemon.
It does play cards like Pokemon Centered Lady or even Bianca's Devotion, which is a very interesting one. Would love to see that come into play. But right now, again, it really does depend on the Jumbo Ice Cream that we've seen. Yeah, here it is, the Bianca's Devotion. Heal all damage from one of your Pokemon if it has 30 or less HP remaining. Seems really specific, but being able to heal everything, very powerful. Big Crushing Hammer here, but it's a Tails.
And nothing is going Noah's way, it seems, in this game. We'll see the last Recon Directive be used. Does find a Crispin.
I guess one way to break the item block really is just if you attach a second Spiky Energy onto the Kangaskhan.
That's true.
The minute the Badoo hits for Itchy Pollen, it's knocked out.
Here we go, another Itchy Pollen onto Kangaskhan. Finds boss's orders. There's another Spiky Energy in the hand like you mentioned. The question now becomes, where do you want to commit? Do you continue to just invest all in on this Crustle, or do you try and apply some pressure with the Kangaskhan in the active?
Ooh, I feel like right now, maybe you should start attaching energy to the Kangaskhan, right? Like I mentioned earlier, the Spiky Energy in itself is just such a huge deterrent, and then maybe from there you can start swinging. You have the two energies on the Crustle right now already.
And I'm sure Rahul was looking to find that Team Rocket's factory, but it is in the prize cards. That one stadium, like you mentioned, would allow 2 cards to be drawn from that run errand, and 2 thanks to that Petrol Team Rocket supporter being played. Now we'll have to do a little bit of adjustment as Hilda is grabbed. Cannot be played this turn, but shaping up to get some more Mist Energy into play possibly on the following turn.
Seems pretty good. I think Petrol was Rahul's first deck search after all. So big surprise there.
There is the Spiky Energy. A big find, like you mentioned, means Badoo will now KO itself if it decides to use that Itchy Pollen attack.
That means Noah might have to start shifting gears. Could opt for something like the boss's orders on the Crustle and start Itchy Pollening that.
Yeah, but then you just start to KO it. Big Crushing Hammer flip, and it's another Tails. You see the thumbs up from Rahul. That's just salt on the wound.
Well, let's try and find one more Crushing Hammer. Let's see if he's still smiling if we get rid of one energy at the very least.
Something about 50% on this card, something.
Yeah, we've already hit 2 tails, so we're due for 2 heads.
So Noah building up a pretty large hand size. See the energy come down onto Dracloak. but it really isn't able to efficiently trade attacking-wise into this Crustle. There's the Adrenabrain moving 20 to the Crustle.
And is it time to Gust? Is it time to hit with Dragapult? That doesn't feel great. Yeah, it has to be time to Gust here. And, well, if we can't use Dragapult, let's go ahead and use Dracloak. It does have the Dragon Headbutt attack, 70 damage, just like that, 130 damage onto the Crustle. Still has quite a bit left.
And we see plenty of healing cards in the hand. Crushing Hammer of Rahul's own. Come on.
Well, we said we were due for 2 heads.
It can't work. It can't work both. It can't work one way and not the other, right? Come on. There is the Pokegear 3.0. What is Rahul looking for? Does find Hilda. As it stands here, we'll need an energy card to KO this active Pokemon.
And it would be such a big KO as well. Both energy, all of Noah's energy actually going to hit the discard pile. Then, and more importantly, get the 3rd energy in play to be able to heal with the Jumbo Ice Cream, because there is that requirement of having 3 energies.
It is the Mist Energy as well, just wants to do everything to prevent against that confusion from Mind Bend. Number 2 goes down. That's the attachment for turn, the Jumbo Ice Cream, healing 80 damage, all that work Dracloak put in, and more is gone as Superb Scissors takes the KO.
Taking the Lily's Determination off the prize cards, not too bad. Right next to that, though, one more potential Jumbo Ice Cream. Feel like Team Rocket's Factory still sitting pretty on the top left there, so very unfortunate.
Big turn for Noah if he can find that unfair stamp card paired with a Crushing Hammer that could maybe find himself back into this game. Otherwise, it just feels like whatever attack he's putting on, he's just not getting a good trade into this beefy Crustle that blocks a lot of the major damage output Noah's deck has to offer.
Just almost no good attacker into the Crustle, really. Yeah, you may be looking at Noah's board and seeing, hey, wait, there's a fire Pokemon on Noah's side of the field, the Moltres. But again, Moltres only does big damage onto Pokemon EX. So yes, it can do 20 when you multiply it by 240.
Yeah.
So that's something.
Can Crustle for one day be a Pokemon EX? Or for one time? Okay. Speaking of unfair stamp, though, let's lock back in a little bit. Is this going to be the disruption? Noah wanting to find one of those Crushing Hammer. You have to state it as it is. Got to stop this Crustle from attacking. The Mist Energy is problem number 2, but problem number 1 is just stopping this Crustle and hoping to get a few unresponded turns with Dragon Headbutt.
Yeah, again, it's 220 HP right now. That's what? How many turns do you need? 4 turns with a Dragon Headbutt? That's,
yeah, assuming your opponent has no energy or Jumbo Ice Cream.
Seems to a lot
and
to
there's
ask.
a Jumbo Ice Cream in the hand.
So now 5 turns to take a knockout on this Crustle.
And I'm not sure there's a Crushing Hammer, but that would be the last card to be found in this spot. Ultra Ball goes to the bottom. Here we go, 2 cards. No Crushing Hammer. Can look at another card. I believe there is also a Pheasantipity in the hand. There was a knockout taken last turn, but the bench is full, unfortunately. See, everything is... Noah really likes to condense his board the entire time, so it's pretty hard to see what's always going on.
Hey, this Itchy Pollen does matter. I mentioned 5 attacks, right? So 210 now.
Yep.
So does make it divisible by 70 at the very least.
So here we go. Noah really looking for Crushing Hammer in this spot. 3 cards. Does not find it. If he wants to stay in this game, he needs to find Crushing Hammer, and he's promoted this Dracloak with energies. He is all in on finding this.
Luckily, those energies were attached the last turn with the Crispin, so he could still technically try and set up a second Dracloak here. Can guarantee at least 140 damage on the board.
See what else he has. Another Ultra Ball, just trying to thin the deck out as much as possible.
And you just have to feel for Noah, though. This seems like such a bad spot. The fact that you're hoping to draw into a card that works 50% of the time, and the fact that it hasn't worked at all for you. It's worked 0% of the time right now for this game. But that's your only chance. That is your opportunity to get back into this game.
Needs to find it. Rahul does not have an energy card in the hand, so again, if this can stick for a few turns, it might get the job done, especially if it gets rid of the one grass energy that special grass energy, the growing grass energy. So here we go, 8 cards for Noah. Can he find Crushing Hammer? And there it is.
There it is.
Big flip, ladies and gentlemen.
I think
it's another Tails.
I think Crushing Hammer reads only works if you're Rahul ready.
There is still one more in the deck, so Ken use these recon directives to try and find them.
And the downside of trying to, you know, use these 50%, the flip coin type items, always a chance.
Yeah, there is always a chance. It only takes one. You know, some people want a year, some people want a week. All I ask is you give me one more flip.
Let's see if Noah gets it right now. Still has a couple of Dracloaks to work. Deck is very thin.
Just a fire energy. We'll take the Monkey Dory instead. No Crushing Hammer yet again, and that's going to be a resource that Noah's going to have to waste here, essentially. Most likely retreating this Dracloak. Is he considering swinging in? He is. He's going to swing into the active, and Rahul is waiting with the trap. Jumbo Ice Cream to heal off. He's got 2 of these cards in his hand.
Yeah, that heals even. It heals the entire attack +1.
Wow, it takes the growing energy off of the prizes. Absolutely brutal. Means that when Noah eventually tries to remove this. Okay, come on, give me 1 heads, please. That's over 4.
The math isn't mathing here. Statistics.
And we're going next.
I don't blame Noah. I love that he still has the composure, though. He's still smiling despite hitting 4 tails on his Crushing Hammer. His one real way to win this matchup. But Rahul Reddy, though, taking down the big dragon. Again, these pros really are ready for the metagame.
You see the power of Crustle against Dragapult. That's why Rahul has ran so far through this tournament. Let's take a look back at that game 1, see how things progressed through. Scratch that. I have the highlights for you. Ladies and gentlemen, here are the breakpoints. Crustle was evolved. Crustle was powered up. It had a Hero's Cape on it, and there were no Crushing Hammer heads flipped.
Yes, tails, 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 tails. 4 times?
I'm doing this for free, ladies and gentlemen. Next time, you're going to have to pay, all right? Expert breakdowns here from Hegster. You know how it goes. I have some spark notes for Noah here. Flip heads on Crushing Hammer. I think that's really what we have to do here.
I think
in game number 2.
That's the major adjustment he really needs to work on, you know?
Do you flip a red Fennekin coin, or do you roll a dice?
I feel like you roll a dice, just to be fair. I feel like he should take the dice he has been rolling, though, and it goes to dice jail, and he needs to find a new one.
Do you know about the red Fennekin coin?
Yes, I do.
Okay. If you know,
I just want it to be fair.
If you know, you know. No, there is no being fair against Crustle. We cannot be fair against this deck.
That is true. You know, if I can't hit you, let me at least hit your energy after all.
So Noah did everything right on the first turn of the game. He found the Watchtower. He found the
turn 1 judge.
He had some disruption. See how things change in the second game.
He could have put on the prep. Oh, that's a...
Oh, Meowth start. Hello.
That's different.
And a Bunny Poffin. Okay, not what you want to see.
Right now.
Rahul, wipe that smile off your face. You cannot be smiling out here with Crustle. If you play Crustle and I see you smiling at an event, you're not allowed
Ethan, you played Crustle, didn't you?
And let the record show I did not smile once during the event.
Okay, that is fair.
Yeah,
that is fair.
You listen, Henry Chow banned me from playing Gardevoir. I had no choice. I had to lock in, okay?
All right, look at the prize cards right now, though. 2 growing grass energies are prized here for Rahul. Yeah. And I think that is his main way of providing that grass type, the grass color for his Crustle.
Only plays 4 ways to provide grass energy, so we'll find out very quickly next turn with this Hilda that one of those cards are gone. And if he's not careful about how he staggers these energy cards, a few Crushing Hammer flips, and we could be seeing the next game.
Oh, but he attaches the growing grass energy right away.
He doesn't have knowledge of that. He hasn't gotten to... Oh, he did check his deck, so Rahul took not too much time. I wonder if he saw that 2 of those energies were unavailable. So sometimes you just kind of turn the brain off when you're playing Crustle.
So a hammer here would be absolutely massive. That takes out half of Rahul's available energy, potentially. And
it's still so weird. You can do really weird things in this matchup with spiky energy. You can throw 3 spiky energy on a Crustle and then just sit there while your opponent tries to attack you. But then there's like Deck Out Wars, and Rahul plays Zerosix, Machinations in his deck, and it could be weird. But honestly, I would be down for a weird game number 2, Wancho.
I'm down as well. I'm down as well. Just show me ways on how to beat Dragapult is the main question. Oh, Noah, again, just these aren't the cards you normally use to find these Dreepies.
Yeah.
spending a Pokepad, an Ultra Ball, and discarding 2 cards for the effect of one Buddy Buddy Fluffin.
There's the Hilda, so Crustle comes into play immediately, as well as the Mist Energy. I think Rahul will now take note of those growing energy in the prizes, but Noah does not know that, so he may still try and target the Mist Energy down first, which is, normally what you want to do in this situation.
Yeah. You also have to assume he hits heads first before we start deciding on which energy
Surely he's due for 4 heads this
Oh.
game. Okay, Rahul has not flipped tails. He has now flipped tails.
Okay, that's fair. Now it's fair.
Okay. Come on, you got to start blessing. We can't be cursing people here.
Ooh, Bianca's Devotion. There it is once again.
Yeah, usually showing a card like this is not great since it is sort of a tech inclusion, but this is open deck list, so both players have that knowledge.
So Noah might want to play around putting down the Crustle to less than 30 HP. Just another piece of math to keep track of.
See the Dreepy come down, most likely. May hold on to it. I like benching it here just to have another Dracloak. There's the energy card, and we're just going to see the turn pass back over.
Ooh. Of note, though, Noah still has yet to play down a stadium, so Rahul has been able to draw at least 4 cards at this point using that run errand ability. And
just immediately with the Hero's Cape, just wants to protect this Crustle as much as possible.
Remember when we could use Arvin to get an item and the tool? But
yeah,
Petrol is just going to have to work out.
Yeah, no technical machine energized, turbo energized anymore. No evolution TM, none of that fun stuff. So we will just go ahead and see the, looks like Ultra Ball be played here. It's going to discard the Kangaskhan and the Lily's Determination. Just going to check and see what's happening. 1 card in hand. Noah's really reliant off of these Dracloak's recon directives to do anything, but unless he can find a boss's orders, and even at that, how great of a play is that?
Boss's orders into this Crustle with a lot of HP, with a fighting energy as well. It is ready to go. The only question is moving the Kangaskhan from the active.
Crushing Hammer. That card glows green in the hand, ladies and gentlemen. See another recon directive. Looks like Buddy Poffin and potentially another card. Budu is still an important strategy to try and use against this deck just to prevent some healing, disrupt while you get rid of resources. So as a lot of people would say, oh, you have all your GPs in play. Oh, that's just a snap choice at the bottom. Noah's really thinking about what he can do in this matchup to maneuver this situation.
Yeah, the unfortunate thing is, though, in terms of setup, Rahul already has 2 Pokemon in play, and like Itchy Pollen doesn't really stop supporters like the Hilda from getting the energies and whatnot. It does stop Crushing Hammers, though. So.
And nothing stopping these Crushing Hammers. Rahul is just hitting heads after heads. At least our players are having some fun given the circumstances. Rahul has yet to play a supporter card, so still thinking about which is the best to go about.
Yeah. We're all
Lily's Determination, just trying to cycle through the deck, find some more energy cards.
Not too bad here from Rahul. Again, no prizes have been taken just yet, so full 8 cards here. And yeah, Ethan, we're having fun playing the Pokemon trading dice game at the moment.
I don't know if I'm having fun watching this, to be honest. I kind of feel for Noah in this spot, but if you're Rahul, you're having the time of your life right now.
And just the spiky energy as well. Just the excessive riches there on one Crustle, while the other Crustle just sitting here with no energy.
All right, Crushing Hammer again. I wonder if Noah now makes the adjustment to try and get rid of the growing energy instead of something like the Mist Energy.
Yeah, since there are 3 different energies already attached to the Crustle, plus the one, the one growing grass energy, it might just have to be the ideal target at this point. Although the Mist energy is still very, very tempting.
Yeah, it's kind of hard to have that information of which is more important. Noah's got to find those Crushing Hammers first, and next he's got to do the hard part, which is flip heads.
Absolutely. Again, still has a lot of... Oh, just one last Dracloak here.
See the recon directive be used. Does find Judge yet again. Saw him opt to take Pokepad instead.
So, I'm trying to think, when is it the right time to judge?
Clearly not now. Let's go to the bottom of the deck.
Maybe you just hold on to the Crushing Hammers here, right? Don't use them yet. Use them all in one go. Surely one of them is heads, and then you go for the judge.
It's just tough. I mean, this is a good idea to use Budu just to make it so your opponent can't attack you with Crustle and play boss's orders in the same turn as it stands. I think that's really the use here for Noah. You've seen some spiky energy get committed. That's good. But all this Kangaskhan does is just sit here and draw cards. It's fine to give up the 3-prize liability that it is.
Could maybe go for some deck out strategy, force him to draw a couple more cards. I mean, oh, that's a good way to get Meowth out of the active,
Have
out
some
of harm's
fun.
way.
Save the dark energy on the Meowth as well by picking it up to the hand. You leave yourself open to switch plus boss's orders, though, taking a KO on your Dracloak with an energy card if Rahul wants to.
It is
as
just
those pieces.
The one switch in the deck, though, so that the one switch is the only way to switch the Kangaskhan out of the active. Now, normally the main way to find it is with a Petrol, which is your supporter for turn.
See another one top decked. There is a Crushing Hammer again, just constantly playing them. This one is a Tails. That is 3 Crushing Hammer down for Rahul. Hilda played yet again. We'll see if Rahul decides to grab another Mist Energy. We'll get note, though, of the amount in the deck now. I think he does see.
I feel like with the information you have, you don't attach the Mist Energy here, right? So now it is clear the most ideal energy to remove is just the Growing Grass energy.
Yeah, that's true. So if Noah can flip a couple of heads, then he might put himself back into this game. Here we go, big Crushing Hammer flip. It's another Tails. That's over 5, ladies and gentlemen. Come on, give him 1 heads. Okay,
hey.
He got one. Round of applause for Noah here. And still gets off the Mist. Again, you can't blame him since he doesn't have that information that 2 Growing Energy are prized. He just really thinks Mind Bend is the strategy to win this game.
Well, that could still work here. Again, there's only 1 Mist Energy remaining on to that Russell, and there's still 2 Crushing Hammers available here for Noah's occasion.
Leave just 1 Crushing Hammer. Or no, he does have 2 left.
Oh, 1 is in the prize cards.
There is 1 in the prize cards. That is correct. Yeah, 2 down, 1 in the prize cards, so only has 1 Crushing Hammer left as it stands. Even if he flips double heads, if Rahul takes any prize cards, he's going to draw that Growing Grass energy first since it's at the bottom of his prizes.
Yeah, and he could, again, since the main attacker is something like Dracloak or the Monkey Dory, 1 attack from the Crustle is going to be a knockout. I'd love for it to come down to confusion and then just have to flip through it, to be honest.
Yeah, that is really the best strategy for Dragapult in this matchup. Does he have a boss's orders? We'll use Meowth to search out what I assume will be the boss. There it is, Boston. He's actually going to bring up the other Crustle. Interesting.
Crustle still has a lot of retreat costs, a little bit of a heavy Pokemon there, and you know, it's not, now that Kangaskhan's not in the active, we're not getting 2 extra cards every turn.
Yeah, and one thing that came to mind was deck out, but it's just so hard against the list that Rahul has built because he plays both the Eerie and the the Zerosix Machinations, just making it so difficult to do so. We'll have to keep track of how many Lily he is down, as he'll need a way to recycle his hand into his deck.
Ooh, if it's going to come down to that, strap in, ladies and gentlemen. We're going to be in here for a minute. And
there is the Eerie. Of course, both players know the lists. They know the deck counts. That will be prepared for future turns.
It's so intimidating, too. You use the Petrol to get the Eerie, so you can't use it immediately, but you're threatening your opponent. You're saying, hey, next turn, say goodbye to your items. You got to use them right now.
Got to use them. Got to flip heads on Crushing Hammer as you find them. There's Recon Directive number 2. Number 3 being used does find a Lily's Determination, considering keeping that in the hand.
Ooh, that's a lot of cards in hand.
Is a lot. Scary to see that you're going to lose some of these item cards probably too.
Ooh, and a big item card that could be lost is that A-Spec.
See this Pokepad grab some more Pokemon.
Noah here
he's considering grabbing another Dreepy.
I think Noah here needs to find something like the Lily's Determination just to shuffle his hand, get rid of the A-Spec. Even Judge.
You would effectively bench lock yourself by benching Dreepy. I mean, the Meowth can pivot out of the active spot. It is possible. We'll see Dreepy as the target of choice. Not benched quite yet.
Oh, Zach not looking too thick as well. Has drawn quite a bit. Imagine Rahul did Petrol for Airy, but then just goes, oh, never mind. Let's go 0-6 Machination.
Yeah. That would be pretty cruel indeed. And yeah, just going to play the Lily, shuffling the hand back in, drawing 8 cards. Does seem like the doors are slowly shutting for Noah in the second game.
Lily, he's still going to be drawing 8 cards because no prizes have yet been taken this game number 2 into top 8.
So looking to really not draw into some key pieces. It seems counterintuitive, but with Eerie on the horizon, don't want to see things like Unfair Stamp.
This is one time you're like, oh, hopefully he doesn't draw the pink card.
Even Night Stretcher as a draw is just not great. And immediately going to play the Eerie. Does find the Night Stretcher.
Yeah, just 2 items in hand. Let's get rid of the Buddy Buddy Poffin as well.
Sees there is a Judge in the hand, but it's really not going to do much. More recon directives to be used, and you have to wonder, what is the game plan here for Noah?
Again, it just has to be the hammers in combination with pressure, though. It just has to be in combination with some form of attack.
Let's put the Crisp into the bottom of the deck. Lily's Determination, another grab. Just considering what to do in this spot. It's just so oppressive to stare down Crustle.
Yeah. Ooh, Crustle. Again, Mysterious Rock in.
Yeah, if you're wondering why Noah's not using Phantom Dive, it's because this Crustle cannot take damage from V or EX Pokemon. Importantly, EX Pokemon are in the standard format currently, so you cannot use Phantom Dive. And additionally, it's all effects, so you can't even use Phantom Dive to place damage counters on it on the bench.
Ooh. Yeah, but right now, still just going for the Itchy Pollen. The Dracloak on the bench was evolved into the Dragapult. I thought we were going to start seeing some Phantom Dive, maybe put some damage onto the Kangaskhan only at this point.
Yeah, but Rahul is just abandoning this Crustle in the active spot, going all in on the one with the Hero's Cape, essentially saying, look, I don't care if I'm not attacking. You're going to run out of cards before I am. I've got ways to deck you out.
Ooh, that's not fair, Rahul. You should treat all your Pokemon equally. You shouldn't have a favorite Crustle. No, but of course, the one with the Hero's Cape, a little bit more special than the other one.
Noah continues to cycle through the deck. Another Itchy Pollen used. No items can be played. Rahul's still playing supporter cards. Will be the Petrol.
Are we going to start counting cards in hand, cards in deck?
He's going to grab, I mean, it's open list. I feel like it's okay to just grab the Xerosic, and
yep.
Rahul is going to do so.
And now, Noah suddenly has to thin down his hand once again. Maybe this is the time to use the Judge.
It's just so difficult. You use the Judge, but it doesn't change much. Your opponent eventually will redraw back into that piece. Tough. Your opponent's up a game. They've got Lily's Determination still. They've got what seems to be about the same amount of cards in deck and in hand as you. Eventually, they're going to play a Lily, and you're not going to have any way to shuffle your hand back in.
A lot of energy now on the board. I believe that is... No, there's still 1 fire energy available.
Yeah, a lot of these lists playing 4 fire energy now that the Moltres is included into this deck list. But it's had no use in this matchup, even as a non-EX Pokemon. And we see the Judge be played just to try and play around and buy some more time from the Xerosic's machinations.
Yeah. It seems almost counterintuitive when you're trying to potentially go for the deck out. But yeah, protect yourself from the Xerosic's machinations. Terrifying, terrifying card.
Very, very scary indeed. And Rahul still has all those healing cards available, plenty of supporter cards. Noah really just slowly running out of option as Rahul has abandoned this Crustle in the active in favor of the one on the bench.
How many more turns? 11 more Itchy Pollens and it should get knocked out. Oh, wait. Shifting gears here.
Can get a sort of card advantage by slowly placing damage counters on the Kangaskhan to take prize cards and then shuffle those back into the deck, but I just don't know if it's enough.
Phantom Dive for the big 60 damage on the Kangaskhan. That's it. 60 damage on Kangaskhan. How many? Now it has... what, 120 damage on it, 180 remaining, so 3 more Phantom Dives.
Yeah, this may be because Noah understands that he has a Crushing Hammer in his prizes.
Who, of note, I think we failed to say it, but the Switch is actually in the prize card.
Yeah, even with the Switch, it's just you have no incentive to not let your Kangaskhan get KO'd. It just feels like another resource that could be useful if Mind Bend ever comes into play.
Fair enough. Right now, it's like Noah is going for the boss's orders here.
He really wants to take this Crushing Hammer off the prizes and give himself a chance. There it is, Phantom Dive, damage on the bench, as Rahul will start his turn up now.
Up right now, Crustle on the bench with 100 damage, so it only has 50 HP remaining. It's as good as gone if Rahul opts to not attach a Mist Energy on it. He can't heal it at the moment.
So Crustle cannot be hit on the bench with Phantom Dive. Does prevent all effects of attacks. So the Crustle is safe as it goes, but even if the Crustle would be knocked out, it really just would not matter in this spot.
Now, I believe the damage counters do matter.
Take a look again.
That's why it does have 100 damage on it at the moment.
That's true. Prevent all damage done to this Pokemon. I should know this. Played the deck, but a lot of times they're just not using things on the bench. So it does not prevent the Phantom Dive. Another Tails, it looks like, off Crushing Hammer, just unable to do anything in this spot.
And is that the last Crushing Hammer available? No, he did get the one off the prize card, so still should have 1 more remaining. But the Crustle in the active has 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 energy on it.
Just a couple. Oh, he does find the last Crushing Hammer. There it is.
But at this point, what do you remove?
Yeah, it just feels like it's too little too late, Wancho. You can take this prize on the bench, Crustle, but you still have to deal with this one in the active spot. And as long as Rahul has healing cards, it's going to be too much.
I think maybe at this point, yeah, you just go for the Phantom Dive, take the knockout on the bench one, and then take a hit with a Dragapult, right? And then eventually you could start moving that damage with Monkey Dory.
But if your opponent has boss's orders, you just lose a turn of attacking, and that's the biggest issue.
Fair enough. That's why it is going to be just the Dragon Headbutt. 70 damage now onto the Crustle. Still has 220 HP remaining.
Well, we'll get a chance to take a look at the discard pile, see how many energies are gone. There is the Jumbo Ice Cream healing off that 70 damage.
Yeah, and just like that, it's as if your 2 energy and your Dracloak did absolutely nothing, and you're about to lose it.
There it is, superb scissors for the KO. Noah struggling to find a way to deal with this Crustle. Does have the unfair stamp, but what does it do here?
Yeah, you can disrupt, but what is there to disrupt when everything you need is on the board? That has been the way to beat the Dragapult decks with like Raging Bolt or the Meganium decks that we've seen. Is just having the energy on the board means even if you disrupt, the win is right here. And with Crustle with that much energy, the win is right there.
Noah seeing the deck, seeing that there are very, very few options available. Can he do anything to win this game? Just seems so improbable, so unlikely, and that will be it. Rahul Reddy takes things down with Crustle and advances into another top 4, looking to finally get that victory he's been searching for.
Ooh, big top 4 here for Rahul Reddy. And again, Noah Sakadjian just doing his absolute best against a matchup that just seems a little bit too hard. But again, amazing to see just these Dragon Slayers really come up on the stream. It almost seemed as if the format was just solved, right? Everyone was just playing Dragapult, but everyone's playing Dragapult. Just gotta be, play a little smarter than that.
Yeah, you have to wonder, Crushing Hammers go Noah's way. Maybe that Watchtower sticks in game number 1. Things play out a little bit differently, but it is not to be. Rahul Reddy advances to top 4, where he is 2 matches away from finally becoming a regional champion.
2 matches away. I'm sure he wants it. Let's go ahead and take a look at the replay here once again. And yeah, it was a lot of just superb scissors, a lot of Rahul Reddy just having a Crustle that never went down.
And he was on fire in terms of draws. Had the growing energy when he needed it. Always a double mist energy to prevent around Monkey Dory confusion. And you just can't attack with Dragon Headbutt enough times to win this game. You need some Crushing Hammer's help on your side. It wasn't there in game number 1. Noah picked things up and went to game 2.
What is his record? What, 1-6, 1-7?
It was pretty bad. It was not good enough to win the set, that's for sure.
Unfortunate there, but again, you have to think, even with the Crushing Hammer's heads, look at how much energy is there on the Crustle. All Rahul really had to do is ensure that he could attach almost every turn, and with most of his deck, if it's not a healing card, it's a way to find these special energies. And sure enough, Rahul finds those special energies and finds his way into top 4.
You either love this deck or you hate this deck, ladies and gentlemen. There really is no in-between. Was Crustle the meta call for the weekend? It's really going to come down to how many Dragapult Rahul can hit, because the Alakazam is in top cut. That matchup seems a little bit difficult. You have the Mist Energy, but they're playing double Enhanced Hammer. They have the Dedenne to bring back the Enhanced Hammer.
Sometimes the LGM. Oh, no, LGM doesn't work.
Can't use LGM, unfortunately, on the Mist Energy Pokemon. But you could just keep recycling Enhanced Hammer over and over again until you win. That has to seem like a matchup that may be difficult for Crustle.
Yeah, so it's just a matter of what does he run into? And he only has to run into, what, 2 more people?
It's true. He's got 2 more people to go about at this point.
And odds are it might be just another Dragapult. I think majority of our top cut just was Dragapult. And, I mean, it was, what, 30-something of our metagame, so it really is no surprise.
Yeah, we'll see exactly how everything else is playing in terms of the top cut. Looks like top 8 has begun, so there's a few updates going on out in the field. See how every match plays out here as Rahul Reddy gets ready to talk with Adam, and when we are ready to throw that down, we will let you know.
That's for sure. And again, let's just talk about that match once again, just how commanding some of these decks were against Dragapult. We've seen, what, 2 different decks at this point that just seem to have almost a 0% way to lose against Dragapult, right? The Nighttime Mine Alakazam, like, I'm still struggling, still trying to think, how do we take down Dragapult? How does Dragapult take this Alakazam down? We've seen the Hydrapple with the 330 HP, all the energy on board. What can you do then? And now Crustle with the wall. There's so many different ways to go about building your decks and choosing your decks for this regional. Yeah, I'm no longer doom and gloom that this is Dragapult's world. It's a wild, wild Pokemon world we live in, ladies and gentlemen. Play almost anything.
Yeah, so as we get into our top 8, looking at the decks, there is one deck outside of Crustle that is not Dragapult. It's 6 Dragapult EX decks and 1 Alakazam deck. And as an update, Alakazam, piloted by Cerys, has won in top 8 already, so she will be at another top 4 match, and what a big moment this is for her in her career.
Oh, so big. So many people want this regional championship when only one person can have it. I believe we do have Adam with one of those people who really want it, our last round winner, Rahul Reddy. Adam, take it away.
Hello, everyone. Welcome back to the lounge. Once again, Adam Watson, joined by Rahul Reddy, bringing Crustle to the heights of Indianapolis. How you feeling?
Feeling good. Didn't really expect to be doing well this weekend. Kind of was just a meta call. You know, playing Crustle is not the most fun, but you just kind of attach and attack.
If you've got the read, you've got the read.
Sure.
Was it your idea originally to play Crustle, or was it someone else in your testing group thought that they had the vision?
So I flew in from Japan on Friday, so I was pretty jet lagged. Didn't really have a lot of time to think about the meta. And I played this Lucario Dunsparce deck last weekend, and I got top 16 with it. I lost my win in, unfortunately. And so I put myself in a spot where I was like, well, where's the meta gonna go? A lot of Watchtower, a lot of stuff that's gonna come out of Dragapult decks, and I thought that Dragapult this weekend would be the most played it's been played all format, just because there's a lot of people who need very important finishes this weekend.
That makes sense.
And people are in a spot where, like, you know, they're not feeling like they want to try something fun. They want to just go there, they want to play. If you're coming all the way out here to play at this point in the season, you're doing some good stuff. So I came here and I was trying to think of what to play. And honestly, Slowking was the deck that was speaking to me a little bit. And then my good friend Cheesecake, Carter Malneg, he's out in the audience. He was like, yo, man, I've got this broken Crustle deck. You got to trust me with this. And I'm like, dude, I don't even have the cards for it. So at 11 o'clock, I'm running around trying to find Dwebble. Shout out Lillian for lending me basically the entire deck. I think the only cards in this deck that are mine are the Kangaskhan's. Everything else is something that I borrowed. You know, shout out to them for kind of putting me on the deck. I kind of expected to have a pretty early departure from the tournament, and here I am somehow in top 4.
Wow, that's a great story that your friends just came together. They had the read. We believe in the Crustle. We believe in you, Rahul. You've got to take this to the top of the tournament. But you had a couple losses early. Yep. You thought you were going to be dropping from the tournament. What matchups does Crustle just kind of lose to?
So a little bit of scary factors in this top cut for me, especially is the Hydropple deck. The Tapu Bulu is something that I can't really get around very easily. It does 220 damage, but the hardest part for me is that they can kind of chain the Tapu Bulu a couple times. And once I've dealt with that, they have the Meganium to kind of punch through. So it's not something that I can like really deal with the early aggression. Cerys's Alakazam deck is very scary for me as well. The Dedenne is something that I don't really think I have a great answer to because the Enhanced Hammers can continuously be looped. And I'm just going to be sitting there until my 13 energies are in the discard. And, you know, just pick up my cards after a very depressing game. I mean, it's only fair. I'm playing like a bad guy deck, so. And then I think some of the other matchups that are a little tougher is like something with Starmie. And Starmie's been very popular in the last couple of regionals, I know, but it hasn't really performed. So I kind of was hoping that people wouldn't play it, and I was pretty lucky to dodge it in the first couple rounds. And then Lopunny is also pretty tough. So there's actually a lot of really bad matchups, and I kind of only beat Dragapult, and I've hit, I want to say 11 Dragapults now.
Okay.
So that's been quite fortunate for me.
So the math has been falling on your side, really threading the needle, hitting the Dragapults when you need to.
Absolutely.
And you've gotten this far.
A little bit higher than that 33% we saw on the graphic on day one.
Yeah, and now that I've got you in the lounge, we've got some extra time here.
Absolutely.
There's some fans of yours in the audience, I'm sure, who have been missing you, right, on a lot of these broadcasts. So maybe let us know what you've been up to. What plans you have for the future, Rahul?
So for everyone watching, the reason I haven't been at regionals recently is I've actually been living over in Japan for the last couple of months. Wanted to do something really cool with Pokemon. I figured that it's an international game. There's a lot to be learned. And I wanted to kind of go over there where like it all began and kind of like experience the roots. And something that's been really fun for me, I've been competing over in Champions League, City Leagues, their whole circuit, honestly, it's been a lot of fun. It is best of one, so it's a little bit more treacherous in terms of the bad beats.
I hear you.
But a lot of the fun has been something that we don't get to do over here is because by the time regionals come to the West, we have a defined meta. We have decks that are performing over there in Japan.
Exactly.
Something that I got to do was really cool that brought me back to the roots of Pokemon that I really enjoyed was I got to kind of experience a meta developing in week 1. So like you get to see like people in real time figuring out these like softbox decks, these Greninja decks, these like things are being discovered on the ground, and it's like a lot of fun because like I'm constantly thinking, I'm constantly adapting, and I'm seeing results. I'm like, why is this deck good? Where did this Arboliva deck come from? Like I've never even read this card in my life. So that's been a lot of fun, and it's kind of been somewhat of like not a soul searching journey for me, but it was something for me to fall in love with Pokemon again.
Yeah.
The social aspect, the competing, and I think my results have somehow spoken for it. I got a reinvigorated passion in me to let you guys know that this Unk still got it.
And that's great too that you have another angle to look at the game when you're deck building. You're keeping an open mind as a player. Because I think that mindset really leads to somebody saying, trust me, bro, you've got to play this deck. And if you are maybe a little bit too, down in the dumps or really hyper-focused on a certain meta game, you might not be open to that choice.
No, absolutely. I think one of the things that I've definitely learned to let go over my course of my career is my pride. Because pride doesn't do you any good when you're trying to win a tournament. It's you bring it with you to the table and you leave with it. But trusting in your friends, the people that brought you this far, there are people out there that are way better than me. Every single day I'm reminded of that. And I'm very grateful to hear from them, to be able to talk to them in tournaments, to get their insights. And when someone is working much harder than you, you'd be a fool not to listen.
And that's a great transition as well when it comes to hard work in the Pokemon TCG. There's a lot of players now with our season coming to a close. Worlds is right around the corner. NAIC is right around the corner. And as always, that's a great jumping on point for a lot of curious players that want to begin playing competitively. What advice do you have for them, Rahul?
I think get in there, have fun first and foremost. I think if you're not having fun, like whatever goals you have, like fun should be the first one. Like when you go to a local, when you go to a regional, whatever, have fun. I know there's going to be pressure when you're going for those Worlds invites, something that's higher. But at the end of the day, I think if you're not coming and you're not having a good time in your 9 rounds, that pressure is going to seep in. It's going to like affect your own play. And I think one thing that I like to tell everyone is think about your actions before you do them. And what I mean by that is like very simple. Just like every action you take in a Pokemon game should have meaning that's going to help you win.
Right.
So like don't play cards for the sake of playing cards. Kind of understand why you're doing something. And just by getting to the point where you start understanding, you start thinking a little bit more critically, where it's like, okay, I know why I'm doing this, which means I should know why he's doing this on the other side.
Oh, yeah, yeah.
And so it becomes a little bit more than just play the cards in my hand, follow a simple flowchart, and you start to break away from the mold a little bit. And that's where you start winning those games that, you know, you're not winning normally.
Yeah, you're making a lot of sense, Rahul. Don't be hasty. Think critically about your games so you can understand it from your opponent's perspective.
Absolutely.
You love to hear that.
Yeah.
And can I get any final shout-outs from you as well before I can let you take some rest?
Sure.
Prepare for the rest of this tournament.
Shout out to everyone at home watching. You guys are awesome for supporting me. Everyone who's been coming up this weekend telling me they love the Japan content. I really appreciate you guys. It was a lot of fun making it, and I'm going to continue doing what I can to show you guys how much I love Pokemon. Shout out to Cheesecake for the deck. Carter, you're awesome. I'll give you credit for it today. Shout out to Lillian for all the cards, and Mustafa for always being a great roommate. And for all of you guys here watching, producing the show, a lot of hard work comes into it, so thank you guys for being here and giving me a chance to speak.
Very well said, and congratulations and good luck to you going forward through the tournament. And for you folks at home, don't go anywhere because I also did a special interview with Joseph Musad. So let's hear about his journey and thoughts on the Pokemon TCG as well. Hello, everyone, and welcome to the lounge. Skarzig here, and I'm joined by Joseph Musad, who is going to give us a little bit of a deep dive about his journey as a Pokemon player. So, Joseph, tell the folks about yourself.
Well, I've been a Pokemon player for about 2 years now. I used to play other TCGs. Honestly, this is my first real life trying to go and travel and do all these things, but Pokemon's been my first love since I was a kid. And ever since, I used to play like video game, but not competitively, just for fun. But I've always loved card games as a concept, and I've always been good at strategy games. And when I got into Pokemon, it kind of was a perfect fit. And so throughout my experience, I'm from the Bay Area, and there's a lot of amazing players in the Bay Area. So my experience was a lot through learning through them and how well they play. And so that experience led me to keep enjoying Pokemon. And then when I went to my first regional, I loved it. I loved the community. And so it just kept me to continue playing the game. And then we'll talk about it later, but as my results came in, it made me even more motivated to keep going. So overall, loved my experience in the Pokemon community, and I'm excited to show you a little bit more about who I am.
Yeah, and you had a community that helped you jump into the game and start playing competitively. And was that initially your goal? I know that you liked card games, as you said, but do you consider yourself a very competitive person?
Yes, I would consider myself a competitive person. I've always been playing competitive games even as a kid. My dad and my grandpa used to play backgammon together, and they would always be competing with each other. And then I went into like a chess club when I was in elementary school. And then even as I got older, I was in a collegiate League of Legends team. And I was really competitive, but I had known I wasn't at like a world-class level in anything other than card games. I just knew that I was good at those kind of games. I think I like the aspect of the RNG mixed with the strategy, and I think Pokemon has that balance that works really well with my brain.
And when you were coming from your competitive background, your strategy background, and you began competing and you started seeing results, what was that like for you once everything started to come together? Was there any particular catalyst that you recognized that made your success begin to manifest?
Well, when I first entered my first local, I did really well from the start, surprisingly, and people kept asking me if I had come from another card game, and I had to tell people, not really. I mean, I played online card games, but I just really enjoyed Pokemon as I understood it really easily. But actually my first few regionals, it took me 10 regionals to make my first day too. A lot of people don't see that sometimes because
that is
the results are. So I put in the work to really improve because I knew that I was better than what my results were showing. But I know it's hard. I had to break away from that results-oriented mindset and thinking about, am I improving as a player, and is my mental fortitude strong enough to compete? And I don't think it was strong enough in the beginning. And so as I kept playing, I started seeing the results once I realized that I needed to calm down and focus more on just my mental well-being rather than the strategy. Because I think I had it down from the beginning, but it was more being able to deal with the stamina of a regional that took me a while to figure out. But once I figured it out, it became smooth sailing when it came to results.
You're really hitting the nail on the head, I think. A lot of competitors would agree with your point. Don't get too hung up on results. Focus on correcting your play, correcting your mindset, and having a more analytical eye, especially coming from chess, as you had mentioned earlier. And do you think that had maybe a little bit of a decision on the sort of decks that you were gravitating towards?
Yeah, I've always been like a very analytical person. Like I went to UC Berkeley. I was like, I actually had a full scholarship there. It was really cool.
Okay.
A little brag. No, but it was that I already knew my style. Like I can't play the super aggressive fast decks. Like I just get bored. And when my ADHD goes off, I just start not focusing, and I'd start, I needed something that had a million lines, and I wanted to understand every single line I could do in every moment. So the first deck, well, surprisingly, the first deck I actually gravitated towards was Lugia, but that's just because Lugia was my favorite Pokemon, and then I realized this deck is not what my playstyle is.
And Lugia was really ridiculous back in the day, so I don't blame you.
When I started, it was actually after. It was when it was just colorless and single strike. It was after everyone was saying it was really good. So I started at a really weird point. So then my next pivot was towards a Palkia V-Star deck, actually. That had a lot of lines. It was a unique, with the Melody card where you could just charge up.
Oh yeah, I do agree. It started off, I think, pretty one note, but it got more complex as time went on.
Yes, yeah. And so that, I hadn't taken that to a regional, and I really wanted to. Unfortunately, that's one of those missing decks from my profile. And then I gravitated towards Giratina V-Star, like Lost Box engine.
Oh, that's a great example of a deck that everybody said was strong, but nobody was really bringing the results at first.
Yeah, so when my first few regionals, I got paired into the best players. Like I think my third regional, my round 2 was toward
Oh man, trial by fire.
Yeah. And I was like, what is happening? And we actually tied. And he told me, like, you're a really good player, just continue. And it inspired me to continue playing, as well as my local friends and teammates pushing me to continue playing and striving for better, because I had been told, like, you're the best player to never had made a day 2. And that kept getting to me. And I know that my first day 2 was going to be something major, which ended up happening.
And what was that like?
So after I didn't make Worlds, which was a pipe dream, my first season, because I started like halfway through, I really wanted to just improve. And so over the summer, I kind of had my own boot camp on learning Control Pidgeot. And I tried to master that deck as best as I could as a relatively new player. But I really became good at that deck. And my first regional with the deck, I started off 4-0. I hit an amazing player, Brent Tonneson, and he beat me, but I should have won. And I had known that I should have won. And from that experience, I just kept playing more. And my first day 2 was with Control Pidgeot, and I got top 16. So I'd blown out my expectations, really.
Sticking with the deck that really meshed with you as a player, that you truly believed in, and also we got to give a shout out to you just not getting tilted.
Yes.
I know that it's one thing to lose a game, but to throw a game that you should have won can really get to a lot of players. So that's part of your mental training, like you were talking about earlier.
That mental training came pre-Pokemon.
Yeah.
That had been something, as I'd grown up, my mentality has always just never give up. I used to play like Super Smash Brothers with my cousin. He was so good and I was not. And let's say our results was probably like he'd win 1,000 games, I'd win 1. But that one game, I chased the high of it so much that I just keep playing and losing and losing and losing, to the point where losses didn't mean the same thing anymore. I didn't get deflated when I get a loss. I'm like, oh, what did I do wrong here? How can I learn? And I just basically copied pasted it into every other strategy game I played, and then including Pokemon, which benefited me when it came to all of this. But the problem was that I'm spending money every single regional. So I had to rectify the fact that I'm spending money every regional and losing. Let me convince myself to keep trying and continuing to do it. But I'm glad I did.
Right, and in order to keep your competitive journey afloat, I mean, you're working, right? You aren't a younger player like we're seeing right now with this audience. So what's your experience been like balancing your work and the rest of your life with competing now?
Yeah, it's been interesting trying to have this hobby mesh with my life. I'm 28, I have a full-time job. I've been in the career for over 8 years now. And so it's hard to balance trying to be a full-time Pokemon player essentially and a full-time like worker. And so part of it has been trying to manage my time efficiently. There's times where I would want to play Pokemon for 16 hours a day. And some of my weekends have been that, where it's just cup weekend into cup weekend, it's a regional. But I need to like have that mental fortitude to be able to go from work into Pokemon and have it not stress me out either way. So some days I'll be stressed out from work. Let me just take a break from Pokemon and not like add that stress to my Pokemon training. That's like a big aspect to it. And so when I can go into a regional feeling like better about myself or refreshed, I tend to do better. So.
And that's teaching you even more discipline, time management, which are super important things for being a competitor, and managing your expectations as well. You aren't as stressed about the deck. And I think with less prep time, you kind of make more efficient choices with how you're testing. And that probably loops us back around to your choice for this tournament. You've basically been known in recent times to be playing the Absol Kangaskhan. And this is a deck we alluded to, something very difficult to play correctly, something with a ton of lines. And what was your journey like picking up this deck, especially from the very beginning when it seemed like nobody thought the deck was good, or only Tord was the one that could really put results up with it?
Yeah, first I want to give a shout out to Tord. I swear, we have the same mentality, but we never talk. Every deck that he picks up, I tend to gravitate to the same stuff. My mentality has always been consistency with decks. I don't want to play a deck that doesn't play, you know? Those are like the worst games for me, was when I like look at my hand, I can't play anything. And so I remember we played the same regional, I think it was Baltimore regionals, we played Control Vidya. And so then when I saw he created this deck for Mega Absol, I was like, I should probably check it out, but I had been in a weird rut where I had already made Worlds in the previous season, and I had felt like my goals were not really, like, I didn't know what to aim for anymore.
I see.
Because I had already a top 8 and a Worlds. I didn't know what else I wanted to do with the scene. And so my friend, shout out Fernando, he told me, you should try this Mega Absol deck. It fits like the control play style plus the like Dragapult like damage spread. You should just try it, like see how you play it. My mentality when it came to approaching Mega Absol was not to take it as a 2/2/2 prize racing deck, was more to take it as a control deck. And let me just try seeing how I could abuse the retreat lock mixed with the, bait and switch in terms of they punch you and you penny it, and then you basically negate a turn that they did, and try to, stall out the opponent in a way that I'm moving all their resources. And that was a big aspect of when I first learned the deck and why I had so much success with it early on, is that I was just playing it much differently than everyone else, especially the American players. I don't think there was any American player that was taking the deck as seriously as I was, in terms of trying to really master the deck and playing it. And I feel like I played it in such a massively different way, so that the results came in when I started taking it to regionals. And right from the jump, I almost like top cut essentially every event I took it to, which is quite an insane journey.
And it really came full circle, the analytical mindset, just the discipline that you've been cultivating this whole time, and your fateful encounter with Tord Reklev, right? Him giving you a little bit of encouragement, and finding out that you're on the same wavelength as competitive players. That's a really endearing story.
Yeah, it was interesting when I took in my first regional, which was Merida. Well, actually, I had initially wanted to take it to Toronto, but I had flight issues. And I was so ready to do well, and I had won an online tournament with it the night before Toronto. And I'm like, I would have done well. And then in Merida, I started off 7-1-1, and then I got food poisoning, and I couldn't.
Oh no!
I couldn't do well day 2 with like no sleep or I mean, back to what I was talking about with the mental fortitude. My mental was not there for that day 2.
That's understandable.
Yeah. And my round 1 day 2 was Gustavo Wada. Like, I cannot play this with a mental fortitude that I need. But then when I ran it back, the next regional was UIC.
Oh yeah.
I basically had the result to go 9-2-1 or whatever, X2-1 to go into cut. But that regional wasn't an X2-1 cut. It was an X1-2. So I decided to I actually hit my roommate in the last round, and we decided to just ID and then make it out. But I think if I had a chance to make top cut, and I played that matchup, and it was the Dragapult matchup, which was something I'd been prepared for. I could have had my first top 8 be at UIC, which would have been really cool. And then Seattle was the regional right after, and considering Absol had just won, it had a target on its back. And so I was a little nervous about repeating it, so I decided to tweak the deck a little bit. And this was the first time I really trusted my gut in terms of deck building, and building this list based off something I just saw with my own self. And that's why my list looked really weird compared to everyone else's, because a lot of people adopted those lists from EUIC, and I decided I'm going to build my own variation. And I continued that mentality when it came to every other regional I took Mega Absol to. I would just started using my own experience as the baseline and building decks the way I want to play it.
And that just shows your evolution as a player, right? Where you're beginning to trust your own instincts and recognizing yourself as a bit of an expert on this archetype now, especially since the band of players that were putting up results with it have remained, I would say, pretty narrow. And what is your goals for the future now that we've got some big top cuts under the belt? And you said that earlier in the interview that you were feeling a bit aimless, but do you have some targets in sight for yourself?
Yeah, I mean, now that I've top cut 3 times, winning a regional would be amazing, or top cutting an IC or even Worlds. Those are definitely on my radar. But also partly just continuing to have fun. I think an aspect of the game that I've really enjoyed this season is being able to have fun and meet so many amazing people, especially through the influence of Mega Absol. Being the main champion post-rotation of the deck has garnered me a lot of people that are also like the deck and they want to support me. So it's been amazing meeting all those people and championing something that's not Dragapult in this format, which has been nice. And so the goal is just continue to have fun and potentially win a regional if I can.
And I guess one more question then, as you said, a newer player, somebody who kind of jumped into the scene, had to stick with it to see success. Do you have any additional advice? Maybe something that you wish you would have known back when you first started cultivating yourself as a player and jumping in?
Yeah, I think one thing that people don't realize is that, I mean, they do partly realize, is that you need to play a lot of games. You just need to play a lot of games. Don't get hung up that when you lose a game and it tilts you when you stop playing. Just keep grinding through it. Another thing is reach out to the support. Like, reach out to people better than you. Even if you lose to someone, ask them, how could I have done this better? Or just run through a line with me. Within reason, you have to ask them. Some people don't want to do that. But if you're friendly enough, I think people will be more than happy to tell you where you went wrong or potentially where you went wrong. And then taking that advice and not, being defensive about it. You're like, oh, you know what? I could have done that better. And trying every mistake as a learning opportunity. And then on top of that is when you don't see the results, even after 10 regionals, trust me, it will get better as long as you keeping the same mindset. And who knows, you can, top 8 another regional. That'd be really cool. Yeah.
Thank you so much, Joseph. This was just a fantastic interview to get to know you as a player, hear a little bit more about your story. I'm sure that me and the audience at home will be looking forward to your exploits moving forward.
Thank you. Ready?
Yep.
Ready?
Yep.
Good luck. Here first. Go! Slowpoke. I have 80 HP.
No!
Don't forget to draw for turn.
Draw for turn.
Oh, we're good here.
I'm bad.
You don't have anything? Energy? Pass?
Yeah.
That's all you got? You don't have energy?
Supporters are overwhelming me.
Oh, okay. Well, I'll go.
Bad
Draw for turn. I'll play telepathic energy. You know what that does?
What?
Telepathic energy.
Get 2 psychic
That gets
Pokemon.
2 psychic Pokemon. 2 basic psychic Pokemon. I'll put another Slowpoke.
Slow.
And I'll get a Smoochum.
I don't even know what that does. Everything
Does delightful kiss. Mwah.
Yeah. Is that how ugly is that?
Cutter tap. Oh wait, not yet. I'm gonna play my switch to my Smoochum. And I'm going to play Lilies. Oh, this is a perfect turn 1.
Lily is not determined. Why?
Look how much HP Soul Rock and Lunatone have.
You're gonna... Oh. You're about it.
I'll Ultra Ball.
Ano?
I'm gonna get... Oh! I'll get Slowking.
Please.
What are you looking for?
I'm looking for a Barbacle.
For next turn, we just put that down. Pass?
No, asking you to cut.
Oh, okay.
Okay, now I pass.
You're gonna pass with the Lunatone into active?
No. Feed!
Okay. Super Cybolt. 120.
If only Super Cybolt worked with Alakazam.
Wait, I should have done something else, but okay, that's fine. I forgot. I forgot I had my secret weapon.
Duffer.
Yeah,
I bet they're laughing about my prize cards.
maybe. You know my secret weapon? Enhanced Hammer.
Oh, come on!
I forgot to use it a while ago. You know what? Not only that. I'm going to...
Hammer?
Judge.
Oh, come on! I had that last special energy in my deck. In my hand.
I need an energy, the Slowking, and then a Curum, and I'll be so happy.
I need an energy.
Energy, Slowking, and a Curum. That's a lot to ask for from a judge. Maybe I'll draw Pheasantipity. That'd be great. I'll tap.
I'll tap.
Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4. Oh no. Oh no.
Ha. Can I read this?
Ultra Ball.
Can I read this?
Sure. This gives me free retreat. I'm gonna retreat to this guy. I'll get Academy Knight. I'll put a card on top of my deck.
Curum.
And then seek inspiration.
Curum.
Curum. We'll do Trifrost. I'll discard all my energy. I'll do 110 to 3 Pokemon. I'll do... It doesn't knock out Okie Dokie.
I'm a dude, man.
I'll do 220 to Okie Dokie.
What can I do? What can I do? I wanna be
80.
I'm a dude.
40. And I'll knock out the Lunatone and the Soul Rock.
Wait, how much
Bang,
damage
bang.
do you do each?
110.
Why is 210 here?
You're weak to Psychic.
Yeah. Wait, does it apply with weakness?
Yeah, it applies.
Let me read.
Yeah, here, this attack. We don't trust me.
Why would I?
Hey, it says there, don't apply weakness to the bench on Trifrost, but it applies weakness. You don't trust me?
Why would
I'm
I?
your father, trust me. You got this, play your turn. It's either you win or I win.
Yeah, just to be safe, I'll place these two down.
Okay.
Just to be safe if this option fails.
Yeah, boss, you could have won.
I don't have boss. Ha.
Knockout?
Yup.
Knockout? Okay.
I have to waste these PPPs. They're so beautiful.
Okay, you're down to 1 prize card.
If you play unfair, this would be ended.
All right, here we go.
Immediately.
Cypher Mania still breaking.
What's your ace spec, Gassert? The headphones?
Yep. I'll get this.
You know, if you knock this out, you don't win, right?
Oh, maybe. We'll see.
Because of this.
Go, cutter tap. Can I read Legacy Energy real quick? Why did you throw it like that?
I'm a good man.
Yeah, okay. I'll go Pheasantipity.
Oh no! Damage counters kasi.
Wondrous Patch.
Oh no!
You ready? Are you ready?
I'm not good, man.
Night Stretcher.
Oh.
Axorus. Axorus, I'll do Academy at Night.
Knock out this.
We'll seek inspiration. Hexerus, I'll use Axe Blast, which is not attack damage. It's basic Pokemon is knocked out, and because of that, Legacy doesn't work. I draw my prize. Good game.
Sayang.
Good game. I wish I got this, and then we go sudden death.
Can I read the Hexerus?
The Hexerus. You're basic, and you're knocked out. It's not damage, so the Legacy doesn't help you. Close game.
Close game.
Close game. Good game. Good game.
Welcome back to the Indianapolis Regional Championships. Our players are working their way through their top cut. My name is Mikela. This is Jeremy Jallen. We are going into our top 4 match following the rest of the tournament. This is very exciting. How are you feeling?
Oh, I am feeling great. Just 2 more matches of Pokemon until we crown a champion. They get their direct invite to the World Championships and, you know, $10,000 richer.
Very nice, as well as some booster boxes to go with the effort. This is the time to put it all out on the table. Our players are going to be working very hard for all those wonderful incentives and for the travel award to NAIC to lock in their position on the leaderboard. This is where you get the championship points. This is where it all comes down to this.
Let's go ahead and remind everyone at home of the decks that made top 8 this weekend. And it's a good spread of them. Of course, a lot of Dragapult EX, but an Alakazam, a Crustle. What is going on?
And they're well positioned. My understanding is that both of those decks have been chomping through Dragapult all day. It's entirely possible that they're not scared by this finals at all.
Not at all. And a lot of great names in this top 8. Now, let's go ahead and take a look at the bracket and see how things shaped up for this top 4. Now, Justin Newdorf took down Andrew Hedrick in the rematch from our Swiss round 9. That first one ended in a tie, but Justin taking this one 2-0.
It was close before, and now that score is settled. Justin is on top. Not only that, Justin just ended Andrew Hedrick's undefeated streak in top 8. He was 25-0-6 in the past 2 regionals. That is quite the accomplishment, and Justin is now picking up all those aura points for himself, as it were.
Yeah, but a tough opponent in the semifinals up against Cerys Jones with that Alakazam. Meanwhile, we saw Rahul Reddy take down Noah, a regional champion, just a few weeks ago, and now looking to battle against Kira in the top 4. But this is our match for the stream. Justin Newdorf on the left, playing that Dragapult, Dusknoir, Moltres, Hammers, Watchtower, everything up against Cerys Jones, playing the self-described Control Alakazam.
Absolutely. Both players had the chance to look at each other's lists. Justin is studying very hard because that Alakazam list is unusual. Not that Justin isn't bringing some surprises of his own. We've seen his list play just about everything but the kitchen sink. We were able to talk to Justin just before the match and let us know, at least Justin told me, that he had played this deck 10 times before sitting down for the regional. He's played the deck more at the regional than in practice.
Just that top player difference, you know?
Absolutely. The skill necessary to do that is through the roof, off the charts. Cerys is not going to take that line down, though. Cerys has all kinds of resources in this Alakazam list to chomp through Dragapults and has been doing so. Currently 6-0-1 against Dragapults in this tournament, going for his 7th win.
And of course, Cerys has 2 top 4 placements this season at regionals so far, really hoping to make a finals and finally take down a championship in the Masters division. Meanwhile, the same could be said for Justin. This is now his best placing at regionals, replacing his top 16s. Of course, got 2nd at the World Championships, but this is still a big accomplishment, trying to make it to the finals and win. Both of our players are very young as well. It's the new age in the Masters division.
It's the new rotation. It's a new era. Cerys Jones, 14th ranked globally, looking to up that number today, right now. Has had a lot of top 4s this season. This is her 3rd top 4 to regionals. trying to make it to finals, trying to make it to that champion spot.
And honestly, with a deck that a lot of people were counting out, Alakazam has kind of been on the downswing, at least just with how the Dragapult matchups seem to have been going. But Cerys has somewhat unlocked the treasure chest here for Nighttime Mine, handheld fans, and LGM with the Dedenne to really kind of put a lot of pressure on these Dragapult lists.
This is a great innovation. Players have been discussing Behem. LGM, oh no, it's in the prizes.
Oh
well,
no.
I was gonna say, LGM lets you move energy around almost like a mini crushing hammer, except it's all the way at the top. We're probably not gonna see LGM this game. No, Psyduck as
along
well.
with Psyduck, a Nighttime Mine, but then double Dragapult EX yet again from Justin. We just saw this in the asymmetric cut.
Justin's not afraid of that. Already won a game that way. Gonna do it again.
Gonna be a little bit harder in this match, though. You're gonna have to see both our players are ready. And of course, the Psyduck being prized is very big with the Dusknoir line in Justin's deck as well. Cerys starting things off.
Good news for Cerys is that Psyduck is early on in the prize cards towards the bottom. That means if Cerys can take some knockouts quickly, Psyduck will enter play before Dusknoir is even a thought in Justin's mind.
You have to hope, but starting things off with a Pokepad here. Going to take a quick look through the deck. Some of the times with these heavy Dunsparce decks, you'd see something like a Fan Rotom, but no Fan Rotom in this list for Cerys. Trying to just fit as many of these tech cards as possible.
Players are used to seeing risky Ruins and Dragapult decks, but Justin has brought Team Rocket's Watchtower, so Cerys' colorless Pokemon like this Dunsparce are not going to be able to use Runaway Draw when Justin puts the stadium in play.
Honestly, the stadiums are probably some of the biggest aspects for this match in particular. The two Watchtower up against the, what, 3 Nighttime Mine now because the one's in the prize cards?
Absolutely. Nighttime Mine being able to prevent Terra Pokemon from attacking without an additional energy attachment. An Abra and a Pass? Oh no. Where are the basics? Where's the energy?
In the deck. Yeah, no telepathic energy to be able to search out for more Abra. And if you don't have those basics on the bench, that's going to limit the draw power later on with cards like Kadabra, Alakazam, and that's a Dunsparce.
Can't evolve if you don't have an Abra in play. Justin instead going to take this turn to Buddy Poffin and get out plenty of basics, so that is helpful if you're going second, is helpful if you're going first. You just want to have basics in play on your first turn. That's going to give you more momentum as the game progresses. Cerys is going to have to rely on supporter cards like Dawn or maybe Hilda to try to get combos going.
And this is also somewhat of a rematch as well. I believe both players played in a previous regional towards the end of day 2, asymmetrical cut, and Cerys did come out on top. Justin hoping to answer back with a victory of his own.
Justin looking to change the record. Cerys looking to lock in. Double Buddy Poffin from Justin Newdorf here is certainly not going to give her an easy time. But I think I see a supporter in her hand. Is that Dawn?
Well, it has to be something because nothing else was played.
Yeah, we need to see something immediately to get that board going because Alakazam is all about constructing the deck onto the board. You want all those pieces at once. You can't just go one at a time like you might with a big basics deck.
Look at this turn from Justin. Has the energy on the active to retreat into this Badoo to start the Itchy Pollen, but not before a Lily's Determination for 8 after filling that bench up perfectly.
Going to cut those cards, see where we are after this supporter. Cerys is going to need to set up a board without the use of Buddy Poffin. Fortunately, Telepathic Psychic Energy is available under item lock. That will allow her to search for 2 basic Psychic Pokemon, put them directly onto the bench. There's that retreat you're talking about. There's the Itchy Pollen for 10. No items for Cerys.
No Team Rocket's Watchtower either to shut off the potential of that Dunsparce that Cerys searched last turn.
Straight in with a Kadabra. That's not going to be an Alakazam, so no attack with the powerful hand this turn. Instead, going to evolve up that Dunsparce into Dunsparce and draw 3 cards. There's a Hilda.
Hilda can go ahead and grab that Telepathic Psychic Energy, not only grabbing Abras for the bench just to not potentially lose next turn, but also with the energy to the active, Kadabra will actually take the knockout on Badoo if Cerys chooses.
Super Cybolt, that'll get you.
it'll get you, but sometimes Unfair Stamp will get you too. So usually Genesect is going to be the card to stop that ace spec, but if Cerys' hand does not have access to it, then Justin could have a pretty big turn 2.
An Unfair Stamp would be very scary for Cerys here. The good news is that once you have all your Abra in play, you can use the Psychic draw off the Kadabra to maybe get out of an Unfair Stamp. So it's a different story compared to where you have 3 Alakazam, no Dunsparce, then you get Unfair Stamped. You're struggling to assemble a combo. Pheasantipity.
Again, just trying to pump up the board just a little bit more. And Psyduck found off the prizes cards, like you were saying, just trying to get those prizes early to fetch out those powerful tech cards.
With 2 Duskull in play, it's especially important to have access to something to block Cursed Blast, because Kadabra only has 80 HP and Abra only has 50. That means a Dusclops is enough to get rid of an Abra in play.
The Crushing Hammer was tails for Justin.
Recon Directive for Lilies.
It's not bad. Again, just 8 cards. If these cards in hand aren't doing it, you can always refresh them.
There's another Dracloak in play. Plenty of Ultra Ball to work with, lots of outs to get whatever Pokemon you want this turn. It's just a question of, is Justin going to go aggressive and maybe get rid of some of the Abra in play? Or more slow, more steady, setting up patience, the way we've seen Dragapult most of today?
Maybe just another Badoo angle. Night Stretcher could also fetch the Psychic, but Badoo is going to be the choice. That means Itchy Pollen is the play yet again. It might be in combination with a Curse Blast just to take a knockout.
And to get the Duskull out of the active, because now that your manual attachment's on the Dracloak, you can't manually attach to Duskull to pay its retreat cost.
Now, one thing Justin has to be careful is, yeah, those Abras have 50 HP, but if you do take a knockout, that will trigger Flip the Script on the following turn for Cerys. Meanwhile, Lily's Determination yet again, another 8 cards. Is there anything this Dragapult deck can't do?
Well, it can't evolve immediately. It's going to have to wait another turn. No rare candies available. Every other trick that Dragapult has been loaded into this list by Justin.
It really is crazy to look at. It struggled to think that this is actually 60 cards, you know?
Right. Fortunately managed to have enough Crushing Hammer to get some disruption going on Cerys. Cerys is no stranger to disruption. If a Nighttime Mine comes out, that's going to require a Crispin onto the Dracloak that's already got energy attached. The Lilies, what's the last card? It's a Psychic Energy. That's enough to start attacking until Nighttime Mine comes into play.
Curse Blast. Where does Justin choose the 50 damage? He will take a knockout on the Abra on the bench.
This is so risky. The Badoo has very few hit points. Kadabra's already got enough to knock it out. Ooh, Dragapult EX off the prizes. We had mentioned earlier that with 2 of them in the prizes, it was going to be extremely relevant when that last one came out. There it is, and a Nighttime Mine for Cerys as well. Plenty of ways to slow down Justin.
Is Justin eyeing down another Ultra Ball?
Not worth considering. Who doesn't want more Recon Directive?
Could also be another Dusclops.
Get rid of the other Abra, and then all of a sudden, there's nothing you can do. Unfortunately,
it's hard to recover these Abras under Itchy Pollen.
Absolutely. With the Itchy Pollen adding another 10 damage, it's also possible to play around Nighttime Mine by taking Dracloak's attack for the remaining 70 to clear out the Kadabra if it doesn't evolve.
Yeah.
Kara's checking the discard here, making sure she sees what is or is not available. Looks like checking the Lily count. I see 2. Is that third? Is that a third? 3 Lily in the discard already?
Yeah, both of them, 2 of them being played, another one being discarded. But I think Cerys is more just saying that Justin played a supporter this turn.
There it is, that double Cursed Blast to get rid of both Abra, that telepathic Psychic Energy, undoing that clock entirely. Cerys only has 1 attacking Pokemon. Ooh, at least got an Abra off the prizes?
At least, but that Psyduck that Cerys found is not looking that good anymore with both of those Dusclops being used. And that's honestly just heads-up play from Justin as well. He's giving Cerys extra prize cards. That's more chances to get the Psyduck that he probably figured was prized.
This deeply unfortunate top deck of a Buddy Buddy Poffin cannot use it. Instead, going in to flip the script. Are there enough basics in play? I see an Alakazam. 1, 2, 3 off the Psychic draw. There is a Dunsparce. At least the field is not empty.
The field's not empty, but it very well could be on the following turn, depending on a Dragapult EX attack. Cerys has plenty of cards to take the knockout on the active. And wow, thankfully, the Lana's Aid, the one way to recover these Abras from the discard pile under item lock.
Absolutely. Lana's Aid being able to put up to 3 in any combination of Pokemon that don't have a rule box and basic energy. There's Genesect as well. Absolutely cool. Oh, in the Nighttime Mind. Refusing to be hit with a Phantom Dive next turn, if at all possible.
Again, Justin has been saving the Team Rocket's Watchtowers in the hand for this moment. This is the one benefit of being able to see your opponent's list in these top cut scenarios.
Justin now has 1 turn to maybe clear out Cerys' board. There's 4 prizes remaining for Justin, only 2 for Cerys, but only 1 Alakazam as well. If at all possible, if you clear out all 3 Abra and Alakazam, that opens up the route for Justin to just win this game.
Yeah, the turn's pretty scripted from here for Justin. Psychic Energy, Dragapult EX will be able to take a knockout on the active Alakazam along with an Abra, but with this
heads on the crushing hammer
here, Justin might pivot towards a boss's orders play.
With the handheld fan on the Genesect, it does not have air balloon, so it's harder to keep it trapped, or it's hard to get it out of the active. You can keep it trapped a lot easier. Definitely going to be very cautious and patient here in figuring out what target to boss up. You can't just get the Dunsparce. It's going to scoot itself back in. Rocket Watchtower being shown and played, getting rid of the Nighttime Mind, making it easier to attack. There's that boss.
Yep, bringing up the Pheasantipity EX. And this is a play that we have seen multiple Dragapult players do time and time again to bring up that Pheasantipity EX. Phantom Dive is not going to take the knockout, but 200 damage will make it just 1 damage away from the knockout on the following turn.
Alakazam being a Pokemon that requires 1 energy to attack normally isn't so disturbed by Crushing Hammer, but because it needs to also attach 1 to retreat this Pheasantipity, Cerys has been put in a lose-lose situation unless there's a way around this attachment problem.
There's not. Looking at the list, again, with the Telepathic Psychic Energy being released, all these Alakazam lists are going down to 1 basic Psychic Energy, and they used to utilize Wondrous Patch to kind of cheat out an energy, then you can Enriching Energy in the same turn to draw some cards, but that is not available to these lists anymore, and right now, with the way the board is, it's almost checkmate.
The other thing, too, that Justin knows is that there are no air balloon in Cerys' list. That means you can't just attach a tool to get out of this problem. Cerys instead opting for the handheld fan and Lucky Helmet. We see 1 on the Genesect. That's what you get the tools for, but without an air balloon, there's no way to attack and retreat at the same time. I think you might be right.
Yeah, and if Cerys decides to retreat, the Pheasantipity is getting knocked out anyway from Phantom Dive damage. And if you don't retreat, your Dunsparce is getting knocked out from Phantom Dive damage. It is really bad here for Cerys.
At least with Flip the Script, there could be an option here to boss's orders and pull up the Dreepy?
Maybe, but Justin has played this game pretty tight on resources. Still has a lot of available. We haven't even seen a Crispin yet.
Could also combine that with a Nighttime Mind to create the same exact problem for Justin if there's no responding Team Rocket's Watchtower. But holding those Watchtower early was so important because now there's the last one available. Oh no, it's in the prizes.
Wow, okay. So there is some sort of route for Cerys to mount a comeback, but it's going to take a lot. Boss's orders, Nighttime Mine, and hope that Justin just does not have the answer.
Leaving the Pheasantipity in the active to use the Telepathic Energy to at least charge up an attacker. I guess Cerys recognizing that it's going to get knocked out anyway.
Yeah, well, you kind of have to do it because if you retreat to anything, that's going to get knocked out by Phantom Dive along with the Pheasantipity.
There's the Nighttime Mind that's going to create an opportunity. There's the boss's orders going to pull up something. You could pull up the Dracloak. I'd probably get the Dreepy.
I don't think it matters too much. I think Crispin is a win anyway because you're able to attach and get the extra energy for the Nighttime Mine.
Okay, going for the Dreepy. It's got the lower HP. It's easier to knock out. Why not? pass over.
Big turn for Justin. Has the boss's orders, but if you boss, you cannot use that Meowth to find Crispin.
Ultra Ball is going to go in the deck. Check the energy. I see 3 fire. Is there another
There's
type?
a Psychic.
There's a Psychic.
And Justin's going to have 3 Dracloak with Recon Directive to try to find a Crispin here.
Meowth.
Oh, Meowth, yeah.
Meowth.
Okay. No, but actually, he won't be able to, because you need a boss in the same turn to win this turn.
That's true.
So a little bit of a puzzle for Justin here.
Because of the evolution of the Dunsparce, there is no easy Phantom Dive target right now. Okay, going to manually attach from the discard using the Night Stretcher, just picking it up, putting it down. There is the Meowth. Going to grab a Lily's Determination instead of a Crispin, recognizing that without the boss's orders, there's no viable play here.
Well, you know a viable play is drawing into Crushing Hammer and using it and getting heads.
That would be nice.
That would be nice for Justin and terrible for Cerys.
Justin has that option, but because of the manual attachment and not using Crispin, the only ways to get this Dracloak out of the active
Is nothing.
It's nothing.
Yeah. So really just relying on Crushing Hammer. But also, Cerys would need a lot to pull off, although there's a lot of cards in Cerys' hand.
Absolutely. If Cerys can assemble a boss's orders and an energy this turn, that would be enough to take the knockout for the final 2 prizes onto the Dragapult. We're going to see Justin use Recon Directive, going for those hammers. Gets a Poképad. Could thin the list a little. Second Recon Directive.
Ooh, there is 2 hammers used, just 1 left.
Choosing not to get the unfair stamp. Didn't get a knockout last turn. Might as well leave it in there just in case. Moltres and a Fire Energy. That's not a hammer. Just passing over.
Wow. All right. Enriching Energy. Boss's orders. Where are you?
There
it is. And Cerys somehow able to pull off the victory here in game 1 of top 4. It looked dire. There was no Abra on the bench at all, and just pulling it off at the last second.
I think she's showing that the Psyduck was prized. Cute little crochet Psyduck in the corner. Definitely a rough scenario. Anytime you are an Alakazam player, you're very cautious of getting knocked out this early, losing all your Alakazam pieces. Cerys was able to navigate that so expertly, making sure there was a Pheasantipity, even though it was a liability in theory. It was also a way to make sure that bench wasn't completely empty, so the Dunsparce could be used safely to draw more cards. Unfortunately, the Pheasantipity got stuck in the active for a little bit there, still found a way out by retreating using Enriching Energy, not a common use of that card.
Let's go ahead and take a look at the replay for game 1. Started off early with Itchy Pollen, but Cerys had the Telepathic Psychic Energy on the second turn in combo with that Kadabra, the Super Psybolt for the KO. But this was the big turn for Justin. Had the Dusclops in the active spot, used Curse Blast to KO on the Abra, started playing through a lot more cards, found another Dusclops, both Abra down, but with the double Curse Blast being used and then another Itchy Pollen, Cerys was able to grab 4 prizes pretty quickly, and that led to this case scenario. Crushing Hammer able to get the energy off. Boss's orders brought up the Pheasantipity EX Phantom Dive to set up game on the next turn, but Cerys had everything possible, even evolved into the Dunsparce Nighttime Mind, putting in a lot of work, and Boss's orders with a hand of like 30 cards, able to take out that Meowth EX.
Yep, need at least 16 to knock out a Dragapult, need a lot less to get rid of the Kitty Cat.
Yep.
Cerys will advance to this next game with a win already on her side of the screen. 1 more will take her to the finals. Justin Newdorf needs to win 2 games in the remaining 57 minutes in order to do the same.
And thankfully, Top Cut, you have plenty of time to finish these 3 games. And with that first one going how it is, I cannot wait for these next games that we are going to have.
Psyduck hopefully won't be stuck in the prizes again. Won't be stuck in the prizes again. Let's see if we can get a slightly better set of 6 cards for each player to fuel a good game 2 in this set. Cerys is looking pretty favored so far, considering all the tools available to knock out Dragapults, but Justin able to clear out those Abra very easily and continue to do so when Dragapult is in play using Phantom Dive. it could come down to how the early game setup is.
I also always love the banter that our top players have in these top cut rounds, especially when both of them are feeling you got a good game between each other and you're just like, oh, wow, if I would have got this, then this would have happened and this happened, and you love to see it.
Extremely rough for Justin not being able to get any more Crushing Hammer off of those recon directives. The double Dragapult EX prize too. That's just, no one ever wants to see that when you do your first deck search. Justin navigating through that situation as best as possible under the conditions. Cerys just reversed the exact same thing that was done with the boss's orders. That's all.
And Justin did opt to go for second in this game too, trying to start off with a strong Itchy Pollen.
Good fist bump. Setting up, Justin will go first in the second game. Monkey Dory in the active. Not too bad. Double Pokepad.
The build your own Buddy Poffin.
We have Buddy Poffin at home.
Taking a look at the prize cards. Only one Dragapult EX.
And it's towards the bottom. That's good.
Yeah, it's fine. Boss's orders. The one of Dawn. That has been something that's been pretty good for Justin throughout this tournament.
Boss's orders, you never really want to see that prize, but you have others.
There's, what, 3 in the list? It's not bad.
We'll be able to use Boss's orders at some point.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, the prizes for Cerys are a little bit different. Cerys is working with 1 less Abra, 1 less Kadabra, 1 less Nighttime Mine than usual, all 3 incredibly relevant pieces. Night Stretcher 2, you never want to see that gone. And 1 less tool makes it harder than normal to get out the Genesect, which prevents Unfair Stamp. That's one of Justin's great late game strategy options.
Late game, mid game, early game, whenever Cerys sticks the knockout, it's always good. And like you said, that Night Stretcher in the prize cards, that's the 1 copy. So depending on how things go, Cerys could be in a bit of trouble.
Cerys does run a copy of Sacred Ash that will shuffle a Pokemon from the discard back into the deck. Total
5 of them.
5 of them,
yeah.
Correct. And without Night Stretcher, that's the best you can do. Going in, trying to grab some good Pokemon out of this first deck search with the Telepathic Energy. Rough to have to attach it to the Dedenne, which isn't going to be super useful in this matchup, but you never know. You may need a trainer card from your discard pile into your hand.
Sometimes you can just use the Denne's electromagnetic sonar just to put a Pokepad back in your hand after using it for the turn, especially if you don't really have an attacker.
The other thing is the second attack Gnaw would be enough to knock out a Budu, so it could be an investment there, just so long as the Dunsparce is able to get out of the active spot, most likely by evolving and using Runaway Draw.
The Hilda here is great for Cerys to set up the following turn, having another energy just in case Crushing Hammer comes down along with something like a Kadabra. Maybe that's a Dunsparce to get that Dunsparce out of the active spot, but then you always have to wonder about that Team Rocket's Watchtower.
There's that Dunsparce you're talking about, but if a Team Rocket's Watchtower comes into play this early, Cerys has access to 3 Nighttime Mine thanks to the ones that are not in the prizes. Cerys has a decent chance of getting rid of it.
Oh, there's even 1 in hand.
Oh, absolutely.
Pretty safe play.
Justin, meanwhile, is going to go for that Recon Directive, taking a look at the 2 cards, a Crushing Hammer and a Crispin. 1 game too late on that Crushing Hammer.
Yeah, it's still going to hopefully put in some work, but if you're Crushing Hammering that Telepathic Psychic Energy off the Dedenne, it's not going to be doing the best.
Instead, going for that Crispin to set up all the energy on the board.
Now this is good because Justin had to attach that Psychic Energy to the Monkey Dory on turn 1. But now we'll be able to retreat into something like the Budu.
Could even go in for a Mind Bend, but not after this Crispin's been committed. Okay, going to shuffle. Do we have a second Dracloak available is the question. With only 2 Dragapult pieces on the board, it's very scary to go in for the Dragon Headbutt to knock out the Dunsparce.
Okay, Justin is saying, I need to get aggressive, taking the KO. And that will kind of just negate the Hilda from the last turn, grabbing that to Dunsparce.
And he doesn't get the Dragapult from the prizes either. Cerys going in immediately for the Alakazam and a Psychic Energy. Do we have a Rare Candy to combo with that in order to get attacking? getting rid of that Dracloak could be crazy.
Oh, yeah, especially with the commitment from the Crispin for both of those energy and no backup Dracloak.
Telepathic Call going for more basic Psychic Pokemon. 2 more Abra. There's 1. The other one's in the prizes. Now Justin knows that because it wasn't grabbed out of that second Telepathic energy. Cerys got... I mean, there's a lot available here. You could retreat, you could start attacking. It just depends on what you draw. Okay, Rare Candy into Alakazam, that's what we were looking for.
3 cards don't really matter too much for Cerys. Already had enough in hand to be able to take the knockout. But this is going to be the important part, building up just more Pokemon.
Now that we've had the Rare Candy, it's all good to go looking for the Kadabra. So Pokepad is instead going to jump for the Genesect.
You kind of have to, especially if you're going to take this knockout, want to negate Unfair Stamp as soon as possible.
Unfair Stamp is not available, and neither is that Dracloak, as Powerful Hand shoots it into the discard along with those 2 energy. Justin does not have a lot of energy available anymore.
And it seems like this game 2 has flipped the board state that we saw in game 1, but this time Justin is on the back foot and already down a game, needs to cobble together something. Lily's Determination off the top could help.
Going to go in for the Buddy Buddy Poffin. There's some room to put down basics. Maybe another Duskull would be helpful. Cerys hasn't played the Psyduck yet. It's not in the prizes this time, but it could help get rid of some Abra, get some clean prizes off the end, sort of set up a board state where Justin can use Phantom Dive to take 2 or 3 prizes and come back from this game.
Lily's Determination, but it's just going to be for 6 cards, thanks to the aggression that Justin showed last turn with that Dragon Headbutt.
That could be relevant. Fortunately, having 2 more Dreepy in play means this next turn coming up will give some chances for Recon Directives, but with only 1 Dreepy in play that can evolve this turn, Justin's ability to draw cards is severely limited. What did he get? I see a Lily's in his hand. I see a Budu.
Budu, but that's just giving up another prize to Cerys along with an energy attachment. With the way Justin is moving, there's no Dracloak in this hand. Just a pass of the turn, and it is Cerys's game to run away with so far.
Enriching to the Genesect.
Why not?
Might as well. There's no Dunsparce to shuffle it back into play. If you need cards, you need cards. And I see a Kadabra that can go get some more cards. Buddy Buddy Poffin going to go in. I would expect there's the Psyduck. No explosions today.
Shutting off that potential Cursed Blast from Justin. But with the way he has been drawing cards off these Lilies, it has been a struggle to find any Stage 1 evolutions at all.
Dracloak aren't even in the prizes. They just are hiding at the bottom of the deck.
They're a little tired. It's been a long weekend.
Indeed. Dracloak have gone stealth mode.
Yeah.
Cerys drawing some cards here. That Kadabra on the bench, both able to draw cards and set up for a future Alakazam attacker. Great combination piece, just like Dracloak, just a little bit different.
Oh no, I think there is an injury on the board. A sleeve might have cut Cerys.
Uh-oh. We need medical.
Yeah, can someone run a Band-Aid?
Call First Aid Station stat.
And needs to replace the sleeve too.
Oh, that's rough. All right, we'll give them a minute to sort that problem out. This is a high-stakes hobby. You understand this is top 4. Players have put blood, sweat, and tears into this game.
Oh, yeah.
Literally.
Literally. Oh, this gives us a moment to talk about just both of our players here. They're sitting at the top of the Masters Division throughout basically the entire year. Justin already has that Worlds invite from the 2nd place, and Cerys has just been so consistent. And both of them choosing to bring very different lists for the archetypes that we have been seeing.
You said earlier, this is the new era. These are 2 players looking to enter their name into the history books. Okay, Alakazam is normally a deck featuring spoons. I think Cerys may have swapped them out with knives.
Yeah, that could explain the cut and the Band-Aid.
Fortunately, the judges came prepared. It looks like the situation will be resolved. We will not need to medevac any players.
Oh, the helicopter was standing by, though.
That's good. We needed to make sure they were on speed dial.
Well, that's how I'm getting back to the hotel after this, is the helicopter.
You booked a private helicopter without me?
No, you can hop in. There's an
I can hop in?
Yeah.
Okay, we're gonna take a helicopter tour of Indianapolis.
Sounds fun to me.
Okay, we're gonna fly over, maybe see some Dragapults on the way. They'll be flying next to us, like in a little V formation, like birds. It'll be great.
All right, we are back to the action here. Cerys has the Dawn, just building up this hand yet again.
Dawn being able to grab a basic, a stage 1 and a stage 2, incredibly powerful as an effect, able to charge up multiple different Pokemon. You're able to get the support Dunsparce, the supporting Kadabra, and the attacking Alakazam, which also has a supporting effect. It may as well make sure every piece of text on that card is helping you win. And I see 2 Poképad in case you just want more. The bench is so full, and we just saw 2 evolutions. I don't think we're going to see any use of Poképad this turn, but Budu is in play. That may literally be Justin's only attacker.
I think if Justin's attacking with Budu, Cerys is fine.
That's true. Absolute state of this game. Going to attach a energy to that bench. Dreepy go in with the Lily. Still can't get more than 6 cards. Justin, do you have a combo ready?
Yeah, a lot of Dracloak and hope that you have enough time before Cerys can finish off this game and take the remaining 4 prize cards. Oh, not to mention you don't have access to Unfair Stamp because of that Genesect and its Ace Nullifier.
The other thing, too, is Genesect has an energy attached. You can't use Boss's orders to bring it in the active, use Crushing Hammer to discard the Psychic and pause. But that Psyduck, on the other hand,
yeah,
don't see an energy on it.
Where there is a will, there is a way.
Can Justin assemble the Crushing Hammer combo? It looks like debating an Ultra Ball.
Yeah, found the one Dracloak, Ultra Ball trying to find another.
More recon directives means more cards, means more chances to get back in the game. I think it would have to be a Crushing Hammer this turn. I don't see a way for Justin to go directly into Dragapult and start attacking.
Already a telepathic energy in the discard thanks to being attached to the Dedenne and then retreated. The one in the active spot. Thankfully for Cerys, there's no energy in the prize cards. And with a grip of like 20 cards in hand.
This is Cerys' game. This is Cerys' game to lose here. Justin flipping the script, though. Maybe that's enough. Dragapult, Buddy Puffin, and Dusclops, but can't use the Dusclops' ability. There's a problem with evolving it.
Yeah, it just becomes a liability where it can get bossed into the active and then buy a few turns for Cerys if she needs. But honestly, with the way this game has been going, I don't think she needs a few turns. She needs just a few turns to win the game.
Absolutely. Being able to use the Psychic Draw for a Nighttime Mine and a few other pieces. Just there's nothing that Cerys can't assemble with this massive multi-card hand that Justin has any way to deal with because he's not running a copy of Judge.
Yeah, that is one of the supporter cards that we have seen in these Dragapult EX decks along with Unfair Stamp just to kind of get around the Genesect that these Alakazams are playing.
There's the Nighttime Mine going to make sure Terra Pokemon have attacks that are just 1 colorless energy more expensive and knocking out the Pheasantipity. Why not?
That is just 2 more prize cards for Cerys to punch her ticket into the finals.
Justin taking a look at what's available. Has a Dracloak, has a Dragapult, doesn't have a Psychic Energy, and I don't know if there's anything other than the recon. Oh, there's Crispin. Okay. Crispin could be used to grab the Psychic Energy.
The thing is, though, Cerys is counting that hand over on the other side of the table, and I believe it is way over 16 cards. And if Justin is trying to attack, it's going to be with the Dragapult EX. And no hand disruption coming from Justin. That means Cerys has the knockout already with the Alakazam on the bench.
I think there may have been a path before that Duskull was placed down. There may have been a path to use a Monkey Dory to confuse the active Alakazam, but it looks like because of the Duskull coming down, we may not see a 2-prizer from Justin this turn.
And some of the table chatter, Justin's like, yeah, I'm just planning to take 1 more prize card. Probably gonna boss his orders the Psyduck if possible.
I mean, if he can buy a turn and take a knockout on the Psyduck, that opens up the room for a board wipe next turn a 4-prize turn is not out of the question if Psyduck is out of the room.
Yeah, well, if you're taking a knockout, it's going to be with Dragapult EX, and nothing's going to happen. Even the Crispin here, finding only a Dark Energy, that is an expensive energy search.
Absolutely. I think if Justin holds onto the Dragapult, he can at least buy another turn to set up a combo. I think knocking out Psyduck is an important piece to that, but because of using Crispin, it's no longer possible.
Yep. Itchy Pollen, just 10 damage. No win on the board for Cerys just yet, but it is pretty much inevitable.
Just going in for the powerful hand, just doesn't even do the rest of the turn, just shrugs, is like, yeah, your turn.
Yep, I got enough cards in hand. Knockout.
Okay, Justin, this is your last turn. This is your last chance. Night Stretcher in the hand. That's one of the pieces you might want. Dracloak for a Dusclops. Nope, putting that back in, getting a Night Stretcher. At least you can get your Psychic Energy now.
Yeah, maybe just, what, Badoo attack again, you know? Go out in style with another Itchy Pollen.
There's no way to remove both Alakazam at the same time because the Duskull is not usable with the Psyduck. I think bossing Psyduck was the only way to get through that turn using Dragon Headbutt. With that option not being taken, I don't know what Cerys could be stopped by.
And sometimes that's just how the cards lie. You can do as much as possible, but when your opponent has multiple attackers powered up and enough cards in hand to get the knockout on anything you could play with powerful hand.
That just speaks to the strength of Cerys' innovation in Alakazam here. Nobody I know is playing an Alakazam like this. We're going to see a lot of Alakazams after this tournament.
Yeah. Pokemon TCG Live is going to be littered with a lot of drawing cards.
I see this as an absolute win.
Team Rocket's Watchtower bumping that Nighttime Mine to allow this Dragapult EX to take a knockout. But Cerys promotes the Alakazam and starts the count.
I think it may be over for Justin. Fist bump, scooping up the cards. Cerys Jones advances to finals after knocking out the last piece of the puzzle to take the last prize on a Dragapult EX.
The one thing that has been eluding her this entire season, now Cerys is finally going to play for the title of regional champion.
The curse is broken. Maybe there was something to do. Maybe there was some
Curse blast.
Like yeah, could be something going on.
What a showing for this Alakazam deck and Cerys, and honestly has two pretty good matchups awaiting her in the finals. Either another Dragapult deck, which she has been dominating, or Crustle. Let's go ahead and take a look at the replay and see how this match shaped up. Started off early with Cerys not having the telepathic energy until turn 2, but able to take a knockout on a Badoo and get things going. But a big turn for Justin happened with Curse Blast, taking a knockout on an Abra, taking a prize card, and then able to get another Dusclops, KOing another Abra on the bench, leaving Cerys with just a Kadabra and a Pheasantipity EX in play with Itchy Pollen. But Cerys had the Alakazam to be able to evolve, build up a hand size, have that Genesect with that handheld fan to prevent Unfair Stamp, and able to take the knockout, just going down to 2 prize cards left, thanks to those Curse Blasts helping Cerys. And here, Justin doing as much as possible to be able to bring up that Pheasantipity, try to trap it for a turn, but Cerys has the Bossaurs eventually able to take the KO. And then game 2 was a little bit rough for Justin. Had to start with an early Cloak with a Dragon Headbutt, take a knockout, but Cerys had the response with Rare Candy Alakazam taking the knockout, and then Justin just struggled to find the stage 1 Pokemon for a couple of turns, and from there it was just all Cerys, able to take a knockout on the Pheasantipity EX, and from here having just more than enough cards in hand, taking a knockout on that Badoo, and Justin trying to mount a comeback, but anything he could do, Cerys was ready for, with 20 cards in hand, 400 damage on that Dragapult EX to punch the ticket to finals.
Players have been asking for an answer to Dragapult EX for weeks. It has finally arrived. Apparently Alakazam is that answer. Cerys innovating with a Dragapult destroying machine, punching the way to finals, and possibly through either another Dragapult or a Crustle. What else is there to say? this format had been so centralized, this may be breaking it wide open right in time for the North American International Championships.
I mean, it kind of reminds me of the Champions League in Japan, where, granted, they had another set to deal with, but Alakazam was still able to come out on top. It is just consistent. It draws a lot of cards. The telepathic energy has opened this deck wide open and being able to just compete with Dragapult.
Alakazam also having all one prize Pokemon, basically, with the exception of maybe Pheasantipity, means players have to work that much harder to take all 6 prizes compared to something like a big basic deck featuring Ogerpon.
Yeah, and it really just forces decks to play the long game. You're not able to take multiple prize turns unless you're Dragapult with that Phantom Dive.
I would definitely be a little scared going into that Alakazam deck if it were me in finals. Fortunately, we have another top 4 match going on where they're working out who is going to face Cerys for the coveted title of regional champion and all the accolades that go with it.
Yeah, well, we have Cerys sitting down with Adam in the lounge to talk about this top 4 match. Let's go ahead and take it away.
And welcome back to the lounge once again, everyone. Adam Watson joined with Cerys Jones once more. Beautiful win on stream. The Alakazam deck continues to do what it's built to do, and that's beat Dragapult. How are you feeling?
Yeah, I feel so excited. I was a little worried about this one because I know Justin's playing a little bit of a weird list, right? He's got the Dusknoirs and the Hammers, so I hadn't practiced against it before, but I'm glad I was able to get there.
I think that your ability to adapt to any sort of matchup with this Alakazam, you mentioned how important the sequencing was and just being adaptable. Can you speak a little bit to maybe some other decks or your history as a player that helped you cultivate that?
Yeah, so I have always loved building my own decks. I started out this season with like a Draclo control kind of thing with Gastrodon. Like, these are just my favorite kind of decks to build, like finding interesting win cons into big meta decks. So I think that experience definitely helped me build this list. And Elgyem also is my favorite Pokemon card. Didn't get to see him there because he's mostly for when they go for Ichipollen. But that's my favorite card. So it'd be really nice that if I could get the win with that.
Okay, and it's still in the deck, and there's still one more match to go. So we'll see if Elgyem can come out and help you. But other aspects of you as a player, Cerys, because you've been in the scene for a long time. You've been in a couple top 4s already this season, and you've also been helping some of the younger players get better at the game. Can you tell us about your experiences competing in this season and helping along the way with these younger players?
Yeah, I mean, helping with my coaching program, Her Turn, that's just been incredible. I mean, being able to mentor these younger girls, something I really needed when I was in seniors, has just been amazing. And I learned so much from them too, just getting to play more games and hear their perspectives. It's really amazing. And I've been doing a lot better since I started coaching them. So I think it's reflected there as well.
And I'm glad that you're able to give back as well. They say the best way to learn is to teach, and it's definitely paid off for you here. And I'd love to get some extra shout outs as well, some extra thank yous, Cerys, while I have you here on the big stage in the lounge.
Of course, all of my friends and family who support me at all of the events I go to, and especially everyone at Safari Zone Collectibles. They have supported me for years through ups and downs, and I wouldn't be here without them, so thank you.
Wonderful. Thank you so much, Cerys. It has been a pleasure, and good luck to you in the finals here in Indianapolis.
Thank you.
But that is going to be it for us here in the lounge. We're going to kick things back to the desk and see if we can move closer and closer to deciding your opponent.
Thank you.
Thank you, Adam and Cerys. Pleasure to hear from you both, as always. Speaking of people we want to hear from, I understand we could have some insights from Pablo coming right up.
All right, let's take it away, Pablo.
Hey, here I am. Pretty cool to see once again Cerys' deck work exactly as intended against Dragapult, right? The big bad Alakazam that everyone is asking to get banned, and it's too high a percentage. And I think this is, like, Cerys' deck is the perfect example of taking advantage of such a centralized metagame, as she put it. The decks are built very similar despite having different partners for Dragapult, whether it's Crushing Hammers, thicker the Dunsparce line, Dusknoir, or if you're just in Newdorf, somehow you found a way to fit both Dusknoir and Crushing Hammers into your deck, Cerys has an answer to everything, right? So I think that really showcases creative deck building and really high-level metagame analysis and understanding. I think I'm really impressed by the list, her play, pretty much flawless, I want to say. So really, really cool to see.
Yeah, it's just this new generation of players.
Yeah.
We're getting phased out, Pablo. What are we going to do?
It's been happening now, Jeremy, for quite a while that we're getting phased out. You see these super young players, 15, 16, 17-year-olds, all the way up to 23, who are definitely dominating tournaments. And it makes sense. It makes sense with time available, right? So yeah, really impressive to see. Really cool to see the new school take over from the old school, if you will.
Speaking of new school strategies, how is it that players are coming up with lists like this? Can you tell us a bit about how to develop your own creative meta decks in a centralized meta?
I mean, it's all about exploiting the weaknesses, right? We want to make sure that we are trying to determine the strengths of the decks and what cards counter them, right? So Dragapult historically struggles with energy attachments, right? And so Crushing Hammer is a way to take an advantage of in the mirror match. But of course, the L-Gym, which unfortunately we haven't seen take action or take place in any of these games, is a way to exploit that, right? But this is another way. You go Boss's Orders onto like a defensive Boss's Orders where you're already asking your opponent to attach an extra energy to attack you, right? Now you're asking your opponent to find another energy to be able to retreat. And this Nighttime Mine has already exhausted quite a few resources from Justin. The stadiums, the extra energies, the Night Stretchers. So that really, like, Dragapult decks, if they could, they would run like 4 energy total, right? They're getting greedier and greedier. So you punish those low energy counts. You punish the awkwardness of Crispin, which is like, has an awkward requirement of both energies having to be in the deck to get the energy acceleration. They also have to be different types. So that alone is like a great thing to exploit, and also the lack of hand disruption. Like in general, the format is lacking in good hand disruption. Of course, we have On First Stamp, which is a one-time use and not easily found. It does feel like every stream match we see players just have the On First Stamp at the perfect moment, but it's not an easy card to find at the right moment. And we have Judge or Harlequin or even Lucian, but all of them are very underwhelming. They have their potential advantages, but they're also like the cost of playing them, it's just awkward. And 4 cards isn't even that detrimental for most decks when it comes to Judge. So Justin opting not to play them, opting to play the Dusknoir line and the Crushing Hammers, and that's where Genesect, right? You're countering essentially the most important card in the format, which is On First Stamp. The whole format revolves around that. It's a most popular A-spec, and so Genesect immediately handles that, right? And then on top of that, there's no Judge. Cerys can just sit there with her hand completely safe and just wait for the right moment. So just really impressive to see. And the deck building, right? The deck building is just so important, and this board shows the adaptation to Judge. Both players have shared their deck list before the match. Cerys knows there's no Judge. Sure, I played the Dunsparce, but I don't need it, right? My hand is completely safe. As long as I have the Genesect right there, I am perfectly safe.
I mean, it also lends to the fact that Cerys knows there's 2 Team Rocket's Watchtowers in Justin's list, so try to utilize all the other Pokemon that don't get shut off by that is the best possible scenario.
In case you don't have your Nighttime Mine, which you already played 4 of, you draw so many more cards. Like Cloak's Recon Directive is a consistent, essentially free resource each turn, right? Per Dracloak, the Dunsparce has a cost, Kadabra and Alexam, they don't have a cost, but they're one-time use. But you use so many of them over and over, especially the Dunsparce, that you're always going to be able to, on average, right? It's not guaranteed, but on average, you'll be able to overwhelm the low stadium count, which is another weakness that is found currently in the Dragapult decks that is exploitable, right? And after this tournament, I wouldn't be surprised to see extra energy in Dragapult decks, maybe a 4th Crispin even in some decks, a 3rd Stadium for sure, right? Maybe some even go up to 4. So I love how this lends to this dynamic of event per event, especially as you guys put it, or I think Adam, leading into NAIC, I think this is a very important shakeup. If things play out to where Alakazam ends up winning the tournament on top of such a dominating performance against the big bad of the format, I generally think NAIC's meta share looks a lot different than what we've been seeing since rotation.
Thank you for that insight, Pablo. We are going to bring it back just for a moment to see what's going on with the bracket for this tournament right now. Looks like Rahul has won the other semifinals match.
Just one game, but let's go ahead and see if we can check in on game 2 here between Kira and Rahul.
Oh, that's right. Let's see if we can get all the way in. Look at that. There they are on the floor. We can just see the board. Well, this is incredible. We're going to get 2 top 4 matches right now.
How many energy is on that bench, Crustle?
Just a few. Just one more.
Few.
Just one more energy card. Just one more energy card.
Well, I mean, I think Rahul plays 16 energy total, and that is 11 on the Crustle. And just getting itchy pollened back and forth as Rahul passes until this Crustle gets knocked out.
Crushing Hammer? What Crushing Hammer?
Exactly.
This is spiky
This
energy?
is riveting gameplay, especially if y'all are fans of Cerys' match in, what was Toronto? Just itchy pollen for the entire match until finally decking out the Golden Go opponent.
That Crustle in the active is just covered in pollen. It's like going outside in the spring. It's just yellow now.
Yeah, I feel bad. And same.
Can't do any damage either. No energy on the active one, and there's a monkey doorway, so even if you were, start... Oh, there it is. It's finally been knocked out.
Oh, right. One prize card left for Kira, but I don't know how she's going to be able to take it.
This is hilarious because of the spiky energy on the Crustle. Hitting it with another itchy pollen would knock out the Badu. If there's another spiky energy, I think there's already 10 on the Badu.
There's probably another spiky energy around there. There's a lot.
Decent odds. I see a mist energy. I see 2 mist energy.
Yeah,
Looks like a growing energy.
2.
I know that's not an EO. Oh. I know that's not an EO upper.
No, yeah, that's the Hero's Cape. So there's only 11 energy on, or no, 9. I know how to count, right?
Does it matter? You only need 3 to attack.
It's late.
Dracloak is in the active. Dracloak is not a 2-prizer.
Oh.
Oh.
No. Oh, no. I think we just saw the game. Because seeing an extra card under item lock. And with only 1 prize card remaining. Now, granted, Rahul did win game 1. So with a double prize card penalty and Kira only being at 1 prize card left, that means they're going to go into a game 3. We might get some more Pokemon action for y'all.
Okay. Let's see if we can sort out how this is happening. I can't believe that's terrible.
Just so many turns of itchy pollen. And Rahul finally saw the light to try to take the knockout, but just autopiloted this Pokegear 3.0.
Just a little bit too quick on the draw. Look at his hands. Look at him. Judges are conferring. Headphones are coming. Wow, I can't believe it. We just jumped into a judge call.
Yeah. I mean, not only a judge call, but an itchy pollen into judge call.
These top tables are no joke. It is very stressful to be in the top 4. To know that finals is next, if you can even make it there, I do not envy Rahul.
Yeah, it has to be heartbreaking. You basically have the game locked up, your finals ticket locked up, and now you're forced to play another game. Granted, in a favorable matchup, I believe Rahul's played against something like 12 Dragapult this tournament, only not playing against it like twice maybe.
Meanwhile, Kira over there is going, yes, I'm gonna make it to game 3.
I got a chance.
Sometimes that's all you need. Just one more game, just one more game.
Anything can happen in the game of Pokemon TCG.
This is true. That's the worst way to lose a game, though.
Oh.
Pokegear.
100%. Yeah. Yeah, I played a Pokegear and lost.
Yeah, it was too good. It was too good.
All right, and I guess we could.
Looks like they're going to figure out the plan. They're explaining to each other. When we know, we will pass on this information.
Again, I'm just going by prior rulings and happenstance of cards like this being played when you're not able to be playing them, but having the extra information in the or from the deck from that Pokegear is really the awkward part.
Yeah, you're not supposed to know what's on your top deck other than the card you drew. So it may not seem like a big deal if you're at home and you're already winning the game and you're in a scenario where, oh, it doesn't matter what the card was. But it does matter. We have these rules for a reason. We don't want players to be able to get just a little bit more than they should. Going to have a moment here. This has happened to almost everybody at a League Cup or a League Challenge. This is a very normal occurrence. You're just in the flow, you're in the zone. The zone gets ahead of you. You lose to the zone. It's unfortunate.
Sometimes you get lost.
You get lost in the zone.
Yeah.
I wonder.
Bring it back.
We're talking about the Lost Box deck, which features the Lost Zone mechanic that is not currently in format. However, it is well loved by many fans, myself included.
Like
Lost Box.
when they first had it with the primes and stuff, and Mew Prime being able to copy anything that's in the Lost Zone. Oh,
was that 2011?
Yeah, I'm old.
You're saying that a lot. I feel like we should address this. You can like Pokemon at any age.
That is true. Yeah, while I am older, there's plenty older than me.
As the kids would say, Unk?
Yeah, uncool.
That's not what the kids say. It's uncle.
No, it's uncool.
No, it's not. I don't agree with that. Picking up the game here, it looks like we're going to go to a game 3.
Yeah, who knew we were going to be able to cast 2 top 4 matches?
Right? I mean, let's do another one. It's more Pokemon.
It's like when you open a pack and you get like the SIR in the front, but then you still have something else behind it.
Oh, that's true. Nice double hollow moment, except it's for stream. Look at the Meowth playmats too. That's beautiful. That's the regionals mat that you get for coming. Was also the regionals mat for Los Angeles. Meowth is on the bench just like it is in the game.
Yeah.
It's a wonderful playmat.
Or sometimes stuck in the active, you know.
Well, then it could tuck tail.
Yeah, sometimes. It has been one of the best mats that has been given out at these regional tournaments, and I am excited to see it again for Indianapolis from Los Angeles.
Players are shuffling up. Rahul is ready to start game 3. Kira also as well. Thank you. I appreciate that. It's subtle.
Yeah, it's subtle.
There.
Now, Rahul does get to choose who goes first since he unfortunately did lose that game 2.
These opening turns are make or break for Crustle sometimes. If you do not have the tools available to evolve, you could lose the game early. That's probably what Kira is rooting for because this has not been an easy matchup.
Yeah, sometimes you also hope that you have the tools like Hero's Cape to be available to keep that Crustle around just for a little bit longer. It's so important, that A-Spec.
Mega Kangaskhan Dreepy start for the 2 players. Kira going in with the Poke Pad. There's a Budew available. Not going to have a bad setup on that side of the field. Going to be able to look for the combo pieces in order to get the game full of Dracloaks going. It's unusual to be attacking with Dracloak, but I think we're going to see some Jet Headbutts, or actually be Dragon Headbutts.
Oh, most likely. Fire Energy to go along with, but no, just decides not to play it down, remembering that there is Crushing Hammer in Rahul's Crustle list.
Crushing Hammer with Crustle. You know, there's
all the cards that make people angry, you know?
Yeah, they start with Crust.
Just missing Budew, you know?
Budew doesn't make everyone angry.
No, he does, trust me.
You're talking to different people than I'm talking to. People I know are big Budew fans.
It's just, you only know me.
That's not true.
Bad.
I know more people than you. I know more people than you. I don't know more people than you do, but I know more people than just yourself.
Buddy Poffin finds 2 Dwebble and that Hero's Cape along with a Mist Energy. So hopefully sticking around to evolve into that big, bad Crustle.
Crushing Hammer I think that is a Tails.
Tails, yeah. Using those, the Pikachu dice, where it's the heads for the Pikachu heads and the Pikachu tail for tails.
I think they came from Pokemon Day if you went to your local league.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. Another reason to go to your local league. Going to shuffle up right now. Both players going in
with a judge.
For 4 cards off of this judge.
This is a risky judge. There's no Dracloak in play for Kira, and not really having that strong of a board, but you just have to play it sometimes to get the cards to play the game.
Sometimes you have to do what you have to do. Going in, I see an Ultra Ball. Not a lot happening. Going to retreat into the Budu and start Itchy Pollening. Hopefully the Judge Itchy Pollen combo was enough. It's not.
Crustle into Lily's Determination. This is going to put Rahul pretty far ahead along with that run errand ability from Mega Kangaskhan EX.
This is the most unique game I've ever seen casted. We're casting through a screen. It's amazing.
I mean, we could try to do it with the screen in the lounge as well. Just screenception.
Yeah, it's going a little bit in and out, but don't worry, we will be following this game. We've got quite a bit left in this final match to see who will be in the finals. So far, just going through that hand there. Rahul has plenty of resources to work with. Maybe just a pass over.
And yeah, Lily's Determination for Kira here.
That's 8 cards.
This is what she wanted the judge to be.
Right. Rocket Watchtower going to turn off run errands for Kangaskhan. A Dracloak being able to use Recon Directive for a Watchtower and a Buddy Poffin. Definitely going to be that Poffin.
Got to feed the family, you know?
They're hungry.
Get them in play.
Do you know how many Dreepy that Dragapult is carrying?
A lot.
Yeah, for every Dragapult, that's 2 Dreepy. For every Dracloak, that's 1 Dreepy. The full family is here. Getting 1 off of the Buddy Poffin. What do you even attack with in this scenario?
Itchy Pollen?
Sure. Just every damage counter at a time into that 300 HP monster.
Yeah. I mean, you know what? Eventually, you'll be able to take a knockout.
Kangaskhan also giving up 3 prizes. The problem is you need 6 to win the game, and there's only 2 one-prizers in, so that means you can't just rely on taking multi-prize knockouts to get around the Crustle. I don't think Rahul's going to bench another Mega Evolution.
Nope. Yeah, this is essentially what the deck does. You want to play your Pokemon in a way that your opponent's prize map is going to be the hardest possible. And Crustle, as a deck, tries to just take out the Pokemon that can attack into it. And once you do that and run your opponent out of resources, you just eventually win the game.
There's that Itchy Pollen for 10. Another energy onto the Crustle. Crustle can now start attacking Rocket's Petrel, potentially for a switch card.
Well, can't play the switch with that Itchy Pollen being in effect. Earl already knows about playing items into Itchy Pollen by now.
Does he play a copy of Kieran? I don't think so.
No, does not look like it.
Nope, just the one of switch. And like you said, that is off limits at the moment thanks to the swarm of Budu Pollen encroaching on the board. There's a Crushing Hammer. That is a Tails, it looks like.
Oof.
Very unfortunate.
Yeah, eventually Roll's just going to either have this Mega Kangaskhan EX get knocked out or attach 3 energy to it and start taking knockouts of his own.
Coming in for the, well, what's that? It's a Lilies. Okay, going in for another Lilies.
Double Dracloak in play for Kira now, trying to draw into some more energies.
Maybe more hammers?
Maybe. Already down 2.
Yeah, let's say the interesting thing about Cerys' list is it had that Elgium in it, which is kind of like a Crushing Hammer you don't have to flip for.
Yeah.
Yeah. So whichever deck makes the finals is going to have to contend with that.
Yeah, like we've been saying, Cerys has a really good matchup into both of these decks. And it's going to be an uphill battle for either of our players here in the finals. But first, they got to make it there.
And it's an uphill battle to get more damage on the board. Kangaskhan's not retreating anytime soon, and it's another Itchy Pollen preventing items, meaning no switch. Rahul's going to have to start committing some of the energy onto the Kangaskhan in order to attack and close out the game.
I think this is how the Crustle had like 9 to 10 energy on it. That last game is just the unlimited Itchy Pollen into the heavy Mega Kangaskhan EX. When you have like 30 turns to attach energies, I think you're going to get there.
And there's so many healing cards available. Doing 10 damage at a time to the Kangaskhan is a 30-hit knockout.
Yeah, I mean,
if not more.
It's probably going to happen. At least right now. I can't tell how much damage is on that Mega Kangaskhan. It's at least, or it's at most 60.
It's Budu versus the world out here. Budu taking on Kangaskhan, and because it's the Mega and its little baby at the same time, it's 2-on-1. The odds are stacked against Budu.
It's a powerful baby Pokemon.
That's so funny that Budu is able to single-handedly work on knocking out this Kangaskhan. If it doesn't retreat, it literally has 30 turns to retreat, except every energy committed somewhere other than the Crustle means the Crushing Hammer creates a problem for you.
Yep. Pass of the turn after an attach of the 3rd missed energy on Crustle.
I mean, look at that hand of cards. Unfair Stamp, Boss's Orders, all the pieces are there, but no energy. So.
Ooh, okay. Here is the Eerie from Rahul, able to look at Kira's hand and discard 2 item cards. There goes the Crushing Hammer, but more importantly, there goes the Unfair Stamp. That is one of the ways for Dragapult to try and steal a game from a Crustle.
Kira is in a rough spot. There's the energy down on the Kangaskhan with 3 hammers committed. That means if there's even 1 left, I think we're going to be able to retreat the Kangaskhan before any other energy moving resources are available.
Kira's now just going through a few recon directives, trying to build up this hand. There is also a copy of Xerosic's Machinations in Rahul's deck, so a lot of the time you just don't attack in this matchup until you have to, and Kira's building up a big hand of cards. Eventually, Rahul's just going to be like, all right, now discard 20 of those.
20 cards.
Yeah.
Just in the discard.
Sometimes.
Broken. Absolutely genius. Another Itchy Pollen.
Another energy. Yeah, Rahul just basically deciding, all right, which energies are good on Crustle? I'm going to attach there. Basic fighting? Yeah, Kangaskhan, you can get that one.
You may not like it, but this is what peak performance looks like.
Oh, this is peak. Oh, look at Rahul, or
Crispin.
Pablo's standing by, too.
We're getting some information.
Here,
he's right there on the floor.
Yeah, we can hear you, Pablo.
Yeah, very, very exciting. So here's my analysis. Time is ticking down, right? So
yeah,
obviously there's a ton of energy on the Crustle, and I don't know if Rahul is gonna be able to like take 4 prizes before Kira is able to take down the Mega Kangaskhan to be ahead in the prize race towards the end of the game based on the end of round rules, I believe. So I think Kira has a big advantage. I feel like as Rahul really needed to get a lot more aggressive, a lot quicker.
That's the impact of those Crushing Hammers early, being so afraid to attach energy and lose them.
Yeah, for sure. Crushing Hammer is something to account for, but 2 have been utilized and failed by Kira, I believe, so far. Maybe I missed an extra one.
Yeah, the extra one was discarded with Eerie.
Oh, even better. Yeah. So 5 energy just feels a little too much. I mean, maybe he's very aware of the time, but he's going to need to take 4 prizes. And Kira, as long as she's able to take down the Mega Kangaskhan, she's going to be ahead, I think. I don't know if Rahul can get there before Kira takes down the Mega Kangaskhan. Because even if they're tied, right, at 3-3, there's also a Dwebble to account for.
Yeah.
And with 3 missed energy gone on 1 Crustle, if that Dwebble is not protected with a missed energy or taken down by Monkey Dory, for example, I feel like that double price penalty Rahul could have cost himself the final.
It does seem like that could be the scenario here. It's just we do not know how much time is left on our side of things.
So when I came down here, when Game 3 was starting, after the prize penalty got resolved, there were 23 minutes left and a 4-minute time extension for the penalty that took place. Therefore, yeah, like I'm definitely not counting the exact time. Maybe we can get an update from
Yep, it looks
the
like
judges,
just over 10 minutes remaining here.
That is so close for comfort. It's knowing that there was the Crispin onto that Dracloak earlier. Is there a chance we're going to see an evolution into Dragapult to knock out the Dwebble and then work on the Kangaskhan?
Sorry, I'm losing a bit of the connection. I couldn't quite hear that.
Sure. Are we going to see a Dragapult EX onto the benched Dracloak with energy?
Probably, yeah. We definitely should before we see an attach retreat boss KO, right? That would be the expectation. I think protecting that those energies so we can take down the Mega Kangaskhan eventually has to be the priority. I mean, I don't know. Maybe going to time and the time rules in Top Cod when you're at 75 minutes, maybe like these players are just so used to finishing the games or having enough time to finish the games that maybe they're not accounting for the price difference rule that's probably going to come into play. I can't imagine there's more than 10 minutes left.
Yeah, well, I think it really just depends on Kira, right? It's her decision to start the attack and get aggressive. There is the damage on the Dwebble now, and Boss's orders bringing it up.
Boss into the Dwebble, buying
sticking
more
with Itchy Pollen.
So with the plus returns and these hand sizes, surely Kira will be able to go boss KO the Mega Kangaskhan. Rahul needed to make something happen 4 turns ago. That extra spiky energy, like with 3 mist and 2 growing grass energy, you need to get aggressive. I don't know what he's waiting for.
Yeah, well, it does seem like he's just been drawing a bunch of item cards turn after turn under this Itchy Pollen lock.
Just may not have had the option available.
Oh, wow. Kira is retreating the Badoo, stopping the Itchy Pollen, taking the knockout on the Dwebble, but I'm not sure this is that good of an idea. Now Rahul has access to all these item cards, all these Crushing Hammers in the hand, and the heal to go along with it.
Heads on the hammer to remove the psychic energy too. And another one. That one was Tails.
Yeah, that taking a KO. We just needed to wait for time.
A
it's going to be
hammer.
an onslaught of Crushing Hammers.
Oh,
That's the third.
no.
Uh-oh.
Dang. And Cerys.
Oh, no.
A lot of resources are going to go down. I wonder if maybe you want to play that Cerys before the Crushing Hammers, see what they discard, then maybe target the energy. Yeah, we'll see what happens here. Plenty of useless cards, I think, to discard, no problem.
This may have been what Rahul was waiting for, the right moment to use all those Crushing Hammers to clear out the energy and discard all those cards all at once. Very powerful effect with the Zerosic.
Yeah, it's just stopping the Itchy Pollen. It has allowed Roll to do this play. Now prizes are tied up, and there's less of an avenue for Kira to get a Dragapult EX set up with a boss's orders to take a knockout on that Kangaskhan.
No boss's orders were discarded, right? So we're going to Meowth maybe for a Crispin, keep piling up the damage on the Mega Kangaskhan.
Maybe get another
There's
Monkey
2
Dory.
boss, okay.
Okay. Boss is in the hand.
We need to knock out the Mega Kangaskhan in one hit. This might be a little too slow.
Yeah, boss the Mega Kangaskhan and just Itchy Pollen.
Or maybe boss it twice. We'll see. Okay.
There it is.
No, Itchy Pollen. All right. No attachment either. Kira being very bad. Rahul also just passing, not attaching. Does he not have energy in hand?
No, that's been the one problem. Just unable to get energy. Wonder if there's a lot of them prized.
Could be.
I am lost here.
This is incredible. When's the last time we saw a game like this where there's just so many surprises waiting?
Yeah, with a TriCast nonetheless.
To deck out? How much time is left?
Oh, there is the spiky energy.
Rahul needs to build a slightly bigger advantage. And now there's a Meowth for the taking. So if Rahul knocks out the Mega Kangaskhan with a boss and then has a follow boss, then takes out the Dracloak. That's the 4 prizes.
We were talking about old school. It does not get more old school than this.
Now, Crispin is in the hand for Kira.
There's 2 cards left in the deck. I don't think Crispin's gonna work out here.
Is deck out the plan?
And now there's Ice Cream as well. Jumbo Ice Cream could come into play.
Well, can't play it now because of the item
not
lock.
onto Meow, targeting the energy. That's good enough, probably. Is there another boss's orders to close out the game?
There is, what, 4 copies in the list?
Yeah, I think the unfamiliarity with the situation is what led to this scenario instead of just being patient.
Yeah, this is one of those...
2 cards left in the deck.
One of those things where Itchy Pollen the entire game could just be enough, especially with those spiky energies not really finding play until now.
I mean, how are you supposed to practice against this Crustle? I mean, look at this.
Yeah.
Look at this.
That is true.
And
just a pass.
Yeah.
Oh, now this is where those Jumbo Ice Cream come
There
into
it is.
effect. Boss's orders on the Dracloak. Another prize
We need
taken.
to attack with Dragon Ball. We just needed to be three prizes ahead.
Do we
And
have it?
there
No,
we
there's the
go.
fist bump.
Gives up. No.
Rahul Reddy
All right.
moving on to the finals with Crustle, but now faces an uphill battle against Cerys Jones. This is going to be a crazy finals. And congratulations to Kira for making top 4 with Dragapult in a field where you need to be on top of on your toes against in the mirror match.
Absolutely, and it's no surprise to me that the 2 top decks today have tons of answers into Dragapult. They came prepared. That Metashare graphic did not scare them. There are plenty of ways to work around this oppressive meta. Now it's just the battle of which one is the best.
Yeah, I think if you know what you know, there's a big difference in which one is favored in this finals, but we'll have to see, you know?
Yeah, there's more Pokemon action coming in the final round of this tournament. But if you're Rahul, you're going, I need an answer to Powerful Hand. I need an answer to Powerful Hand because Crussle's Mysterious Rock In doesn't block that damage.
Yeah, don't go anywhere. Finals is coming up next.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back. This is Draw Your Faves with Skarzig. I'm here with Isai. We're drawing his favorite Pokemon, Zamazenta. I think this is the hardest one I've done yet, and I'll see if I can make it work. So, Zamazenta enjoyers, give me your energy. I'll try to at least make it look somewhat accurate. So, Zamazenta, for those of you who don't remember, is the legendary Pokemon from Sword and Shield. It's basically covered in a giant shield. I think the face looks kind of like this. It's got like some markings on its mouth like that. And I think it has kind of like it's like a helmet. Has a tuft of hair on the top, right? And then just a big shield that covers its front. And it's made of a bunch of different shapes, but I think it ends up looking something like this, right? I mean, if it's a shield. And Isai, you're gonna have to just follow along with me as best you can. I hope I'm accurate. Maybe you'll remember it a little bit more, but Zamazenta is a very cool Pokemon. It's so ornate. It's supposed to be big, imposing, have this big, beautiful shield and armor, and you can barely see the front. He is a very big, bulky Pokemon. And from what I understand, it did see some play in the Pokemon TCG, of course, in Dialga V-Star, one of my favorite decks. But I think, if I'm remembering correctly, was an anti-meta Pokemon in the last VG format. But correct me if I'm wrong. But It's got a long tail, maybe a bit like Arcanine. And then a foot that comes down like this. And what I remember about Zamazenta and maybe Zacian is that the legs have markings on them, so it's almost like it's wearing boots. So it has a bit of a military feel. It looks like a really big warrior. And I don't know if it has like extra, like shoulder pads or something for the shield to connect even further onto its back. But I think if I told you that there was a Pokemon that was a big dog, canine-looking Pokemon with a shield on the front, I think that would be Zamazenta. There's a lot of lines to draw, a lot of little details. I know I didn't get everything just right, but that's the fun of drawing Pokemon. You get to see how well you remember them, but don't be afraid, to look up your favorite Zamazenta trading card or your favorite scene of Zamazenta from the anime or even inside of Sword and Shield, just to make sure you're getting it just right. But now that I'm done with mine, we'll see if Izai was able to follow along. Let's see how he did, folks. Zamazenta, viewed directly from the front. I think that this is actually very accurate. Thank you. That is amazing. Well done. A lot of work went into these beautiful Pokemon artworks, and I hope that you enjoyed following along at home. But don't go anywhere because we have more Pokemon action coming up. Hello, everyone, and welcome to the lounge. It's Draw Your Phase with Skarzig, and I'm here with Leo. We're drawing his favorite Pokemon, Metagross. This is another tough one, but I think I can do it justice. And if you at home want to follow along, pay attention to what I'm doing here. So, Metagross, I think we always like to start with the big X it has on the front side. I think this is probably its most iconic feature. It's got some eyes, angry eyes, like that. And then he's flat on the top, and it comes around like this for the mouth. Metagross is basically a big tank. We've got the arms that come up into its big legs with the claws like this. Don't forget the bottom side of the Metagross as well. I forget that sometimes. But let's make another big leg over here. Like that. And the claws. And then there's a few more in the back. Try your best with these. I know it can be tough to fit all 4 legs sometimes when you're drawing something big and chunky like this. But just take your time. I might be going a little bit fast for you, and it's okay if you can't keep up, but the important part is that you try, and I think that looks like a Metagross. Put some extra details in there if you remember them. Yeah, I like it. But it's not just me here drawing. We have to see how our guest was able to follow along. Yeah, you've got plenty of time. It'll give you some time as well at home to finish up your Metagross drawings. So don't give up. Just follow along with me, and you'll be okay. I believe in you. I actually just drew Metagross recently, so I maybe did this one a little bit too quickly. But he's caught up, folks, and let's see how it looks if you want to show the audience at home. That's not bad. That's Metagross, folks. The big Psychic and Steel Pokemon who's making a splash in the TCG and maybe in the future in some more games. Thank you so much for joining me, and we will kick things to some more Pokemon action, so don't go anywhere.
One final regional championship and one final champion will be crowned here in the Indianapolis Regional Championships. It is finals time. Ladies and gentlemen, hopefully you all out in the crowd and at home are ready to see our two players clash as one emerges victorious as a champion.
Ooh, absolutely. This is it. One more game, ladies and gentlemen. $10,000 on the line, a world championship invite on the line, as well as, you know, crowning yourself a Pokemon regional championship. A champion, excuse me. There's so much, Ethan. I'm excited.
I am excited as well, Wancho. Two decks that were maybe not as expected, but two players many could see finding themselves here in the finals as we look through how our top 8 bracket projected. Only one match here, which was that semifinals match up top. Rahul versus Kira went 2-3 games. The rest, 2-0s across the board, dominance from our players, and we were left with just 2. Rahul Reddy up against Cerys Jones.
Who both these players, again, I feel like these are 2 seasoned players at this point. These are big names. Rahul Reddy, Cerys Jones. However, neither of these players have that big regional championship win just yet. So you just know both these players want it, and they want it bad.
Cerys' first finals appearance in the Masters division, Rahul's second. Only one player can emerge victorious as we throw things down to the table and get ready for our final match. These two players want it badly. They'll take a look at the lists. They'll see what goes on as we look at their list of accomplishments. Rahul, a longtime player of the Pokemon TCG, a decade plus of experience. It is, in a way, Wancho, old school versus new school.
It is indeed old school versus new school, but again, both of these players are not new to the stream stage here. Again, both of them have already found themselves at multiple top 4s at this point, even just this year. Again, Rahul was top 4 at the 2026 Pittsburgh Regional Championships, while Cerys was top 4 at Toronto and Orlando. And of course, they're adding this scene as well. But again, one of these players is going to be this the Indianapolis Regional Champion. And Ethan, I thought this was Dragapult's world.
Yeah, we found 2 Dragapult counter decks, in a sense, making their way through the traverse bracket of Dragapult EX. But it's not going to come down to Alakazam in this matchup. It may not even come down to Crustle in this matchup. This matchup is all about one special energy card, and it is that Mist Energy.
Absolutely. Mist Energy protects you from the attack of Alakazam because that is damage counters. However, that doesn't mean Cerys Jones is just sitting in the water. In fact, I feel like she might be even a little bit favored with how she's able to build her Alakazam deck. It's, again, the control Alakazam archetype. I'm sure we're going to see the cards come into play.
2 copies of Enhanced Hammer, big to keep note of, especially in combination with something like Dedenne, which using its Sonar attack can bring back trainer cards from the discard pile, and this now becomes a resource war instead of a war of attrition.
Exactly. You can only have 4 special energy, while as long as Cerys has access to that Dedenne, she has an infinite amount of Enhanced Hammers. So, in theory, things should go her way as long as she has access to all these cards.
See these Pokemon be put into the active spot. Prize cards going out. We'll have to take note of what is available and what is not. Oh my goodness, that is not good. Not good at all for Rahul. There is an Enhanced Hammer prize for Cerys, but that's 3 Growing Energy gone, as well as a Mist Energy in the prizes.
Yeah, again, we have to remind folks at home, Rahul doesn't play any Grass-type energy. Just these growing grass energies, the special grass energies. So there's only 1 remaining left in the deck. If he's going to want to attack with the Crustle, it's going to be a little bit tough. Luckily, he has multiple ways to try and find that 1 special energy. But
here we go, Wancho. Finals time in Indianapolis. Rahul Reddy up against Cerys Jones as Cerys starts things off with that Dunsparce in the active, Pokepad to search out cards. As Rahul does not start with the Kangaskhan, probably his best starter in the deck, it's that Dwebble instead.
Ooh, yeah, again, getting those extra cards early to be able to really thin out the deck has been the name of the game for Rahul. He even plays more Kangaskhan than the Dwebble to increase the odds that he starts with it. Luckily, you know, Ascension isn't too bad of an attack either, but something you probably don't want to use.
Here is a popular combo we see often with this deck. Turn 1 Abra in combination with the telepathic psychic energy can search Pokemon out, and immediately this small but powerful friend Dedenne makes its entrance onto the final stage.
That just shows how important this card is. Just using that telepathic energy instead of finding another Abra, instead of finding another attacker, it's this Dedenne. Again, electromagnetic sonar. Just put a trainer into your hand. Very simple, but very effective. As we move back now to Rahul, hey, he was able to fix it. Kangaskhan's now in the active.
Kangaskhan in the active. Dwebble on the bench. Switch played. That is the one pivoting card Rahul plays in his list, so that is gone for the time being. So Kangaskhan may have to take a little bit of a nap in the active spot, just drawing Rahul some cards. We'll have to take note of that one enhanced hammer. How quickly Cerys can find that card will determine how the course of this match plays out.
Exactly. Again, we know one is prize. That's why there's only one in deck. Well, Hammer's on the other foot right now, though, as that Crushing Hammer is heads. Might as well be an enhanced hammer. It's an attachment to the Kangaskhan, though, in a pass.
Yeah, and it looks like Kangaskhan may actually be the attacker in this spot. But right away, Cerys getting aggressive. Rare Candy, Alakazam, but there's nothing else going on in this hand. No way to draw cards, considering just using boss's orders to stall for a bit.
Well, Dwebble, again, is a pretty hefty Pokemon. We already saw Rahul use up the one switch card, so if Cerys needs time, this will buy her time here. But again, that Rare Candy Alakazam just on turn 2 just seems like the Cerys Jones special. But without the aggression, just gonna be a pass.
In the active spot, is there an energy card? Hilda will guarantee that, and can even use that Ascension attack at the end of the turn to thin an energy card out. Rahul playing very quickly. I'm wondering, as always, if he's aware of those 3 growing energy in the discard pile, or rather in the prizes.
I'm also curious where he's going to attach the energy. Well, it's answered right away. It is going to go to the active Crustle, because again, it's going to be tough to switch out of the active. He's just going to have to attack with whatever is in the active right now.
And look at this, buying time slowly. Another missed energy top deck. That's big. Getting these attachments down, so important in this matchup.
I like the Petrol played here as well. Petrol can find Hilda. Yes, it seems a little slow, supporter into supporter, but that is one way to definitely guarantee that you draw that one growing grass energy, as another missed energy is played. That's absolutely huge here for Rahul. That means this Crustle should be safe. There's only one enhanced hammer that Cerys has access to, so he's going to have to use that one enhanced hammer and then use the Dedenne to get that one card back.
Confirmation of everything happening in this spot. Go ahead and check what the pause is for here.
I don't think I caught anything just yet, but of course, you know, there are sharper eyes than us.
Of course, we'll take a look and see what's going on.
Again, I guess while we're waiting, just talking about this matchup again, just to reiterate, like, the importance of that Dedenne, because, again, Alakazam by himself can't deal with the Crustles with this specific special energy. In fact, the special energy is there, possibly for almost this specific matchup. Protects Rahul also earlier from like Monkey Dory shenanigans, right?
That is true. Do play around that. I mean, in this spot specifically, it really will come down to these next few turns for Cerys. If she can top deck out of this, find some way to get it to Dunsparce into play, or a Kadabra, Alakazam to draw cards. Otherwise, Rahul will be at even more of an advantage taking prize cards because of those energies locked away. And if we pull up the location of the prize cards really quickly, you can see that there are energies towards the bottom of the prizes, meaning Rahul will take those first, which could be very relevant in this spot.
Absolutely. And honestly, even if he can't get the growing grass energies, as long as there are missed energies, like maybe even on the Kangaskhan, for example, that's still fairly safe, right?
Yeah.
But right now, with the Crustle active, it has to be that attacker. I like the attachment there of the handheld fan onto the Dedenne as well. Just a little bit of removal if you knock out the Dedenne.
There is the Hilda, does find the growing grass energy and the Crustle, and now Rahul will see the bad news that there are 3 of those energy in the prizes.
Ooh. Yeah, but you have to think, though, if Cerys is going to remove energy, she removes the missed energy. So, in theory, this growing grass should be safe for a while, at the very least. And Rahul just takes his first prize card. Which one does he get? well, he gets the one he possibly
Big
needs.
top deck there for Cerys. Finds the Dunsparce, can now get things rolling a little bit. Here comes the chain. The Dunsparce draws into Kadabra, can use this Buddy Poffin before to get back that Dunsparce and a friend.
Maybe another Dunsparce, maybe another Abra. Again, there were so many live cards for Cerys. I mean, that's just how the Alakazam deck is built, right? There's a lot of Pokemon search, and all your Pokemon net you even more cards. All your supporters find energy or Pokemon. Even your energy draws you cards or Pokemon. Seems very synergistic, and that's why we see the power of Alakazam.
2 cards drawn off that ability from Kadabra, the Psychic draw. There's a rare candy for next turn, but it's just going to be the pass over as another Growing Grass Energy is attached and a Boss's Orders played onto the Dedenne. This handheld fan will activate, but which energy do you move?
It has to be the miss. If you remove the other miss and then knock out the Crustle, you're technically taking out 3 energies at that point, right?
But you move Mist Energy to the Kangaskhan, which I think you're more than happy to have as Rahul. He'll take that next Mist Energy as the prize card. Cerys does top deck Hilda, but it's only going to warrant a couple of cards in the spot.
And it's, again, heads up to Rahul to identifying the threat. It's that Dedenne. We can ignore the Alakazams. Our Alakazams can't hurt us here.
Really just digging through the deck for that Enhanced Hammer. It is still nowhere to be found. With 1 in the prize cards and no way to search it out, it just becomes that much more difficult to draw into it.
Yeah, luckily, Alakazam does have 140 HP, so it is essentially a 2-shot to try, 2 attacks to take 1 prize card. That's a lot of time for Alakazam, who can like find all of these means to draw, even using, again, the special energy. Draw 4 cards plus the Dunsparce.
There's a lot to be drawn, Wancho. Absolutely correct. 4 cards, really looking to find Enhanced Hammer. Did already lose that to Dedenne, and there it is, that gold Enhanced Hammer. Little bit of a throwback, and that's all Cerys is really going to want to survive her game plan around. 4 cards drawn from the Enriching Energy, 3 more from this Dunsparce. Runaway draw. The question now becomes, as Cerys, how do you get back into Dedenne?
Yeah, I mean, we've seen her deck that it doesn't have that much switch options. There's no, there's no switch card to be played. There's no Wondrous Patch to accelerate energy, so she's gonna have to retreat the old-fashioned way, or once this Alakazam goes down, use the Dunsparce shuffled into the deck and then go into the Dedenne. I don't think she wants to bench it again here, because we've seen Rahul just really try and take a knockout on it immediately.
Yeah, and there goes the Dedenne back into the deck thanks to Sacred Ash. We'll shuffle it and a Dunsparce in.
Lucky there.
If Cerys wants to search this Pokemon out now or play it down the same turn as that electromagnetic sonar is being used.
Absolutely. Something of note as well, Cerys could try and do an infinite Dunsparce loop.
Yeah.
Where technically 120 damage isn't enough to knock out a Dunsparce. And once you have that damage, you shuffle back into the deck and go into another Dunsparce. Once, of course, all the boss's orders have been exhausted. It's something. But, ooh, wait. That's a big Enhanced Hammer.
Yeah, it does get rid of the Growing Energy. There are still 2 prized currently.
And the one on the Kangaskhan, this Crustle can no longer attack, Ethan.
Can no longer attack, and it becomes a liability because of that interesting note. If Cerys plays her cards correctly, she cannot deck out, using the Dunsparce over and over and over again to essentially do an infinite loop. You use a runaway draw, you evolve into a second one, you re-bench it, and you do not deck out. There's a few things that Rahul can do to stunt this plan. There's the 0-6 Machinations that forces Cerys to discard down to 3 cards in hand. That's one thing to play around. When Rahul plays that card, it will be important, but you can't just willy-nilly retreat off this Crustle because it eventually becomes a liability when you can indefinitely bring back Boss's Orders and Enhanced Hammer over and over again.
Oh, absolutely. I think with that, Cerys Jones might have this specific game in the bag.
I wouldn't say so right away, though. You never know what Cerys is thinking. Cerys doesn't have the information that those 2 Growing Energy are prized. you can't just give your opponent time and time to set up these Pokemon. Rahul does play 13 total energy. The big key will be when does Boss's orders get played and when does this Dedenne use that sonar attack?
Looks like Cerys is trying to go into it almost immediately, benching the Dedenne with the energy. Now all she needs is another attachment to be able to retreat to that Dedenne. Rahul trying to stop it, trying to slow it down with the Crushing Hammer. Unfortunately, it was a Tails.
Wonder what energy Rahul is looking for, choosing to not attach that Mist energy. There's no more growing energy left in the deck. There's spiky energy, but none of your opponent's Pokemon are damaging you.
Possibly wants any energy that can be thrown, right? Maybe he's gonna have to be forced to hard retreat the Crustle, almost.
Some point, that is gonna have to be the plan. Crushing Hammer flips Tails, action back on Cerys, and it looks like it's time for this little Dedenne to get involved, retreating into Dedenne, using the electromagnetic sonar, and will choose to almost certainly bring Enhanced Hammer back.
And this is it. This is an infinite loop now, almost. As long as Rahul doesn't attack, Cerys Jones will take out an energy every single turn.
So choosing yet again to hold on to the Mist energy. If Rahul wanted to, he could have taken a KO on Dedenne by manually retreating Crustle out of the active spot.
I'm sure he doesn't want to retreat 3 Mist energy. Maybe he's looking for,
So getting a little bit greedy, but it pays off. Getting rid of spiky energy. 2 cards drawn from the Kangaskhan, thanks to that run errand, and the rapid fire combo will take KO, and this is a big prize. Does Rahul find it? He does find another energy in the growing energy from the prize cards.
That Kangaskhan right now has 400 HP. If Cerys wants to take this knockout, it's going to be, what, 20 cards in hand?
Yeah, but with there being no Mist energy on this Kangaskhan, Cerys can actually choose to just take the KO with Powerful Hand this turn.
Again, depends on how many cards in hand. I'm trying to check.
It will almost certainly be a KO. There's double the Dunsparce on the bench. So there is the rare candy, Alakazam's Psychic Draw, filling the hand up even more, needs 15 cards. Let's count through.
Well, the A-Spec is on the Kangaskhan. It has 400 HP,
That's
a little
true.
bit more than 15 cards.
We'll need to have a little bit more, 400 HP, so needs 20 cards in hand. Draw 3 from the Dunsparce. Will get shuffled back into the deck. And that is the question for Cerys, promoting this Alakazam, basically saying, I want to get aggressive in this spot. The Lana's Aid brings back essentially +2 in the hand. So we'll play that to get back to Dedenne, the Psychic Energy, and another Pokemon. Oh, there's actually no target, so only +1 from the Lana's Aid.
10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. If I counted right, that's exact math, but let's be safe and draw 3 more.
Well, you still need to attach the energy card, so needs to use this to Dunsparce to allow this Pokemon to attack. So there goes the Dunsparce. Now Cerys could play another card from her hand. There's the energy card down, and all of a sudden, we're gonna see Powerful Hand deal over 400 damage, benching the Dedenne potentially for safe measure, and leaving Rahul with a lone Crustle and no energy cards in play.
Ooh, and again, the Mist Energy had to be paid to retreat there. I believe there might be 1 or 2 left in the deck.
And there it is, Powerful Hand, powerful indeed, takes the KO, and Cerys does draw in to that Enhanced Hammer card.
And just like that, I don't think Rahul can't attach 2 Mist Energy.
He's gonna try and stall a turn out. Boss's orders onto the Dedenne.
His way to buy time.
Buy time. See Cerys with that Enhanced Hammer, plus the Dedenne can just take things slow yet again. Bring back resources from the discard pile and threaten attacks later on.
Yeah.
Can even bring back Lana's Aid from the hand. We'll have to see.
Yeah, it looks like it is just going to be attachment of the telepathic energy. Not going to grab anything else, but now the Dedenne exact spot he wants to be in the active to try and get back more resources. There's another hammer.
Just going to play the Buddy Buddy Poffin to try and maybe put some more Pokemon into play, but It feels all for naught. There's the Team Rocket's Petrol. It is just going to be to try and take away all the energy cards. It's a Tails. Rahul Reddy will pick up his cards and go to game 2 as Cerys takes game number 1.
I did not expect this at all, Ethan. It's hammer time here at the Indianapolis Regional Championships. It's Enhanced Hammer versus Crushing Hammer. This is the world we live in now.
It's hammer time, Wancho. Whether you love it or not, it's absolutely here. Rahul will have the option to go first or second in game number 2. Rahul opting to go first.
Yeah, Karis Jones, I know she can feel it. One more win, and she can call herself the Indianapolis Regional Champion. Let's go ahead and take a look at a quick replay now of that last match. Rahul almost felt like he was going to run away with it.
Yeah.
He attacked first.
Cerys just did not have anything going on early on, but that top deck into the Dunsparce opened up all of the pieces and left Rahul swinging without a missed energy. You cannot do that even with that Hero's Cape. Alakazam can hit ridiculous numbers of cards in hand, and it was just too much pressure as Cerys ran away with the first game.
And Cerys just correctly identifying that the energy to remove and the energy to move with the handheld fan just had to be the growing grass energy. And with 2 prizes from Rahul, that Russell was just stuck in the act and just sitting there, yes, protected by the 2 missed energies, but without putting any pressure, it basically does nothing.
Rahul opting to go first in game number 2. We'll see the prize cards again, looking for Dedenne, Enhanced Hammer, anything to offset this disruptive pressure that Cerys can put on. It is the Kangaskhan start and the pass of the turn. What is Cerys sitting on? Not much, it looks like. There is the Pokepad.
Always a sign of weakness when your Pokemon search isn't quite the buddy poffin. That means, man, Pokepad is just so powerful to get those mid-stage evolutions. Looking at the prize cards though, nothing too big for either player. Yeah, what we're looking for are hammers.
Yeah, no Dedenne, no hammer. Immediately hammer found. There is
energy.
A Hilda in the hand, but that will change. Can grab that telepathic psychic energy as well as a evolution Pokemon, most likely either the Alakazam or Kadabra.
I take back everything I said about signs of weakness. You just needed one psychic Pokemon and then this energy, and suddenly now your board is looking fine.
There we go, telepathic psychic energy. Most likely see a few Abra come down into play. It is actually going to be the Dedenne, so bit of an interesting choice. You know, some people would say, oh, grab Dedenne and then put the energy on it to grab the 2 Abra out, but values the early game pressure that Alakazam can have on if Rahul misses something like the missed energy.
Yeah, and we've seen Rahul really just try and target down to Dedenne anyway. Maybe this is a way to, not lose everything if the Dedenne goes down. Hey, yeah, you take down the Dedenne, I still have an Abra with an energy potentially to do some damage.
It looks like we are going solo Kangaskhan mode. Any other pieces? Using that run errand ability first.
There's a Petrol is going to be able to find any trainer card. Could find a supporter. It's going to be the Cape. He's now Super Kangaskhan.
Super Kangaskhan indeed. Will boost the HP up to 400.
I mean,
spiky energy number 2 and the pass of the turn back over to Cerys. Has Rare Candy Alakazam. So can draw 3 cards, needs a little bit of help. Kadabra will be that help indeed, as well as a Buddy Poffin. Great 3 cards for Cerys.
If she can reach 20 cards this turn, I'd be so amazed.
It feels like a lot, Wancho, and I would like this finals to last a little bit longer than just a couple turns in game 2.
Yeah, again, the Kangaskhan just making its mark here at the Indianapolis Regional Championships. Again, just a real superhero right now with that cape, because aren't all moms superheroes?
True, absolutely. Is Eljim in the active really not doing much? Will be the Dawn as a supporter for choice, so getting even more of these evolution Pokemon into play, one of each stage. Will be the Alakazam, the Dunsparce. The last Pokemon of choice will be Abra. All going to the hand, deck being shuffled.
Board here
Pass the
looking
turn over. Needs to find Mist Energy, and does with the Hilda. That's a huge find. Crushing Hammer 2. Another Tails for Rahul. Really just cannot catch a break on those hammers.
Hilda here is going to be able to find that Mist Energy. Now this Kangaskhan is extra protected. Cerys needs 20 cards, an energy attached for turn to retreat, and a hammer.
Yeah.
That's a lot. That's literally 1/3 of the deck and more.
A lot of the deck. Yeah, don't have to put that mist energy down. We will just see a pass of the turn, so leaving this Elgym in the active. Cerys can draw a lot, so we'll see the 3 cards drawn from that psychic draw ability. There's the Dunsparce number 1. 3 more cards to the hand. Is there something like Hilda to find energy cards?
I saw
like
the enriching energy.
Okay, we have enriching energy, counting the hand. 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, it seems like at this point. With the Dunsparce, that's +2, 16, 20. We might be close. There's no supporter that's been played yet, and we are still missing the enhanced hammer. So let's see everything play out here for Cerys. Here we go to Dunsparce number 2. Do we see enhanced hammer? That's a rare candy.
So many cards in hand. I don't think I can spot it. Yeah, that is a rare candy.
6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17 cards currently. But do you want to commit this enriching energy on the chance that you find enhanced hammer?
Yeah.
17, but then you play 1, so it goes to 16, then 20. So even if you find it, you'd have to have a supporter card as well to build the hand up. But we're going to play this. 4 cards. 2. No enhanced hammer just yet. There's Hilda. That's not going to cut it.
No, it's not quite there yet. So close, but there's no pressure yet, right?
No attacking pressure. Rahul choosing to not knock out the Elgym on the turn before.
So just taking this time, maybe reestablish the board to the Buddy Pop, and once again finding 2 Dunsparce.
Can just use this Hilda this turn to thin the deck out even more. Find a Psychic Energy as well as a Dunsparce. Again, we have not seen a supporter card be played yet. So just really taking her time, thinking about what is the best way to approach what is a pretty favorable position, 1 game away from becoming a regional champion.
Fan on the Zheng once again, but if there's no bench Pokemon to move the energy to, it just stays there. Rahul here, I'm sure, is looking for another missed energy to just really protect this Kangaskhan.
Yeah, gonna see 8 cards, purposely not knocking out this Pokemon to see as many cards as possible. Here we go, big 8 cards for Rahul. No missed energy, 2 cards from that ability. Does find the missed energy.
Question is, do we start swinging? Maybe just another pass here? Yeah.
He just wants to try and target Dedenne down as much as possible, I believe. There's the Dunsparce.
So now Cerys has to draw both enhanced hammers here.
That's right, that's number 1. That's number 2! Oh! I believe Cerys does have the game! Double enhanced hammer! Cerys Jones takes it down and becomes a regional champion!
Wham! Bam! Punch! Enhanced hammer brings Cerys Jones just to the pinnacle of the Pokemon trading card game. Absolutely huge. Again, her first regional championship win. She is livid, and you can see just the joy in her face. This is amazing.
Absolutely monumental achievement. Congratulations to Cerys. After 2 top 4 placements, finally breaks through, gets to the finals, takes down an excellent and seasoned player in Rahul Reddy, and becomes your Indianapolis regional champion.
Whew. What a game, ladies and gentlemen. Let's go ahead and take a quick replay. Let's see what happened there. But yeah, again, Rahul Reddy tried his best. Had the 2 missed energies onto the Crustle once again. Exerted pressure very early in game 1, but it's the perfect removal of the energies from Cerys Jones' side. Bought her enough time to run away with that game.
Yeah, just too many threats on her board. The Dedenne to provide disruption. Alakazam can always take 1-hit KOs. It totally depends on the situation, but was able to respond in kind. In the second game, it was double missed energy on the Kangaskhan, but it was not enough as the Dunsparce drew into the perfect 2 cards, both enhanced hammer that were missing, to allow both missed energy to be removed. Alakazam to use its powerful hand to take down Kangaskhan, and Cerys Jones becomes your final regional champion of the 2026 season.
Absolutely amazing. Double enhanced hammer off that to Dunsparce. here are the final standings now here. The top 8 at Indianapolis. Again, Cerys, Rahul, Kira, Justin, Alex, Andrew, Noah, and Matthew. You guys have done absolutely amazing. And Ethan, just look at that. Look at all those dragons. 6 out of the top 8 decks are Dragapult EX. However, there is no Dragapult in the finals here at Indianapolis.
Cerys, the Dragapult Slayer this weekend. We'll take a look at the other decks that came out of phase number 2 as we break down the phase 2 meta for the Pokemon TCG event here in Indianapolis. It was Dragapult's day, but not all the way at the end. You see Cerys, one of those 16 Dunsparce Alakazam pilots, making it all the way to become a regional champion.
Honestly, I feel like her deck should be separated from the other 16. It was truly the Alakazam control. Dedede should sit that spot next to that Alakazam, because that deck, it feels like so different from traditional Alakazam lists, especially with the Stadium and the Elgium. So cool.
It was an absolutely excellent meta call for the event. Speaking of calls for the event, we'll circle back on how our caster predictions handled out for the weekend. Any Alakazam fans? Not quite, but Dunsparce from Jeremy is part of like 5 different decks, so I'll give Jeremy like a half point for that one, to be honest. But it looks like Dragapult almost across the board for everyone.
Yeah, and yeah, we're all wrong then. We're all completely wrong. Again, no one, a crushing hammer, but it should be enhanced hammer, I suppose, from Mick. Yeah, caster predictions not going the way we thought would be, but that's exactly how I like it. That means this event was so unexpected.
Another event in the books as we look back on the schedule of our regional championships. Indianapolis will be grayed out, and it will leave us on the NA side of things with 2 events left. The North American International Championships and the Pokemon World Championships. But these next 2 weeks, ladies and gentlemen, are filled with Pokemon TCG action, including next weekend in Europe at the Turin Regional Championships. This is going to be the final regional championships of the year taking place in Europe. You're going to want to make sure you tune into that Turin Regional Championships and be ready for some more intense Pokemon TCG action.
Yeah, it's not just the competitions we have in the Pokemon community, though. Definitely check out Pokemon GO Fest. It's going to be in Chicago, June 7th. And then very close, a lot of Pokemon things are happening all over the world. I know for that Chicago even has that new Pokemon display that we have to check out. Very fun things are happening in the Pokemon world.
And here are the details for that Turin Regional Championships. One final event in this format before Chaos Rising hits the field for the North American International Championships. Tune into that. And of course, the aforementioned biggest event of the year happening in NOLA, the North American International Championships, taking place June 12th to 14th. All of that action will be at Pokemon.com/broadcasts.
I cannot wait for NAIC. Again, ladies and gentlemen, it's bringing it back to this event. Once again, our champion, Cerys Jones, and our finalist, Rahul, Reddy. 2 amazing players piloting some of the most fun decks I've seen. I mean, Alakazam control. Never mind, I don't think I can say most fun decks I've seen. Russell.
That is true. Look, Wancho, fun is described and interpreted however you want it. And speaking of which, I had an absolute blast with you on the desk this weekend. What an absolute treat this event was. One last regional championship, ending it out with a bang as we get ready to crown our finalists at Indianapolis. But before we do, we'll have to make sure we recognize our junior and senior division finalists, which Adam Skarzik-Watson helped us recap.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to the floor of the Indianapolis Regional Championships. If you look behind me, we've got our junior finals underway. We've got Charles and Clayton in a Raging Bolt mirror match. I spoke with both players. They said that they were both very grateful to their families for helping them practice and get this far, but it is Clayton who is a bit more of a veteran on the Raging Bolt deck. but Charles is a bit more experienced in the pressure of being in the finals. So we'll have to see which Raging Bolt player will come out on top. Hello, everyone. It was Clayton who came out on top here in Indianapolis. How are you feeling, Clayton?
I'm feeling really great. It feels really good because I've worked really hard for it.
It sounds like it's been a really long weekend. Do you have any people that you want to thank?
I want to thank my parents for supporting me all this way and driving me. I want to thank my locals for helping me test with my new deck. And specifically, I want to shout out to my coach, Billy Chan, for helping me set up my deck so that I could beat certain of my matchups, like Festival Lead, that I could struggle against.
And it all paid off. You had a lot of people helping you out. And now that you've won, what plans do you have now?
Just to keep having fun and enjoy the game.
And this is certainly a great start to that. Thank you for your time and congratulations once again. But we still have to see what happened in the senior division. Hello once again, everyone. The Indianapolis Seniors Finals is underway just behind me. We had Omar versus Jones. Now, Jones is on Lucario and Omar is on Dragapult, one of the top decks in the metagame. We'll have to see if Lucario can stand up to it. Some players think it's great. Some people think that it's not as good as it seems, but we'll see how this match plays out soon. And I'm here with Jones, our Indianapolis Senior Champion. How are you feeling, my friend?
I'm not processing it quite yet, but I feel pretty good, for sure.
This is very new and it's a lot to take in, but you did very well with Lucario, I'm told. What put you on that deck in the first place?
I've been playing it for quite a few months, and I found out it has really good matchups across the field, especially against Dragapult and a lot of the decks that are supposed to beat Dragapult as well.
And so your experience with this tournament is the Dragapult matchup ended up being pretty easy, or was it still a hard-won victory?
I dropped a couple games against Dragapult, but like in sets, but I won all the games. So I think it was pretty easy.
I'm glad that you found a deck that worked out so well for you. Can I get any shout outs to anybody who helped you practice with this list?
I definitely have to shout out my dad because he's been there this whole way and, you know, he's always supported me, but yeah.
And now that you've taken down the Indianapolis Regional, what are your plans for the future?
Going to Worlds, I'm either bringing Lucario or something spicy, so we'll see.
Still a lot under consideration before the World Championship rolls around, but you'll be joining everyone that we've crowned this weekend here in Indianapolis. Congratulations to you once more, Jones.
Thank you.
And now on the big stage, it's your Masters finalists and Masters champions here in Indianapolis. So let's welcome to the stage, Rahul, Reddy. Congratulations. How you feeling right now on the stage?
Honestly, ecstatic. Didn't expect to be here. Showed up, wanted a 3-3 drop, hang out with the boys weekend, but I hung out with the match table a lot, and my games went to 50 minutes quite a bit.
The Crustle certainly had different plans for you, Rahul, and now you're here. Congratulations on your finalist finish here in Indianapolis, and now you can go celebrate.
Cool.
But now it's time for you to bring the house down. One big round of applause for your Indianapolis, Indianapolis champion, Cerys Jones. So sorry about that, folks. This will be our third time speaking, and I'm losing my voice. Hopefully you've got a little bit left in you, Cerys, to give your thoughts and how you're feeling here on the big stage.
Yeah, I mean, it's just surreal. I really don't know what to say. I, for so many years, have just been dreaming of winning such a huge major event like this, and finally got there, so it just feels incredible.
A dream fulfilled, a lot of hard work, culminating here on the stage in Indianapolis. And I'm so happy that we're all here to celebrate along with you. Let's give her one more round of applause, folks. And now go and celebrate, Cerys. Congratulations once again. But that is going to be it from us, folks. It has been a long weekend and a long season, but we still have even more Pokemon events coming up, so make sure you're following our social media channels, following all of our broadcasts. Don't miss any of the action, and we'll see you next time.
I'm hyped up. We're here in phase 2.
This game is over though. Cerys off of the unfair stamp finds Hilda, which will find the Dunsparce.
I have no idea what you're talking about.
Yeah. The turn you break that out, I'm like, I'm coming for you too, buddy.
Rahul, Reddy, moving on to the finals.
That's number 2.
Oh!
I believe Cerys does have the game. Double enhanced hammer. Cerys goes
absolutely huge. Again, her first regional championship win.